We are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. Global Evolution. I have an attribute board. Part 1. Chapter 1, Talent Awakened, Take Off. Jiang City. In the administrative office of the 5th high school. Chuzhou, after discussing with the school's leaders, your guaranteed spot in the university has been cancelled. It's been given to Jin Henan. Jin Jingmei, the academic director, said as he sat on the chair behind the desk. His tone was stiff as he expressionlessly gave Chuzhou his notice. Wow, a notice without any reason. A student wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a faint smile on his lips stood beside Jin Jingmei. This was Jin Henan. On what grounds? Chuzhou rose from his chair suddenly. Anger appeared on his handsome face as he looked straight at the academic director, his gaze as piercing as a knife. 5th high school only had 3 guaranteed spots for the martial arts university. Only 3 students in this batch of third-year students broke through to the 3rd level on their life field energy and met the guaranteed admission criteria. He was one of the 3 students. The school had given him one of the guaranteed spots for some time. However, Jin Jingmei, the academic director, suddenly cancelled his spot and replaced him with Jin Henan. How could he not be angry? This guaranteed spot was very important. It could directly change a person's fate. He would be able to receive better guidance and also obtain more cultivation resources after entering the martial arts university. In fact, there was even a chance to obtain the precious genetic potion. These were all important factors that could awaken one's genes and allow one to advance as a martial artist. A martial artist was one step away from the heavens. He would become a being superior to others. Therefore, Chuzhou would never allow his spot to be replaced by someone else. Of course, he could also pass the college entrance examination and enter the martial arts university, but the examination itself was filled with variables. Only a fool would want to take any undue risk since there was a 100% chance. On what grounds? There is no ground. Chuzhou, I'm notifying you, not discussing this matter with you. Let's leave this matter at that. The academic director Jin Jingmei looked at Chuzhou coldly, not taking him seriously at all. Chuzhou clenched his fists, preparing to punch the fat face of this academic director. I disagree. The door of the administrative office was violently pushed open. A female teacher quickly walked in just as Chuzhou was to take action. She had long leather boots, a tight skirt, and short hair, a valiant beauty. Unfortunately, her temperament was very fierce and sharp, like a scimitar. Anyone who met her gaze would feel as if their throats were cut. Big Sister Saber. Chuzhou's eyes lit up when he saw who it was. This Big Sister Saber was his homeroom teacher. When the academic director Jin Jingmei saw Big Sister Saber approaching at a slow speed, his pupils constricted slightly before he greeted her with a smile. Teacher Li Jie. This woman had a mysterious background. She seemed to be from a large family in Guangdong Bay City, which made him a little afraid. Bang! Big Sister Saber slammed her palms on the desk with her brows knitted so tightly together it looked like a knife. She stared coldly at Jin Jingmei and said, Jin Jingmei, you suddenly replaced Chuzhou's guaranteed spot with Jin Henan. Are you trying to play favoritism because Jin Henan is your nephew? Teacher Li Jie, you can spew what you eat but keep your opinions to yourself. Jin Jingmei's face darkened. As the academic director, it's my duty to hand the spot to a more suitable student. What do you mean by more suitable? Tell me. Big Sister Saber raised her eyebrows and said, I remember that Jin Henan's life field energy hasn't reached the minimum requirement yet, even though he is not a bad student. Chuzhou, on the other hand, had achieved the minimum requirement a few months ago. Ahem. Jin Henan, who had been standing still, suddenly coughed lightly. He focused everyone's attention on him and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. Then, he chuckled and said, Teacher, my life field has broken through to the 3rd level. I'm also an advanced apprentice now. Big Sister Saber's eyes narrowed. Chuzhou also sized up his classmate Jin Henan. He knew that things might become troublesome. Big Sister Saber probably couldn't solve the problem even if she wanted to help him. Breaking through to the third level of life field energy was the signal of becoming an advanced apprentice. Advanced apprentices met the requirements for the guaranteed spots. As such, Academic Director Jin Jingmeo had plenty of excuses to choose Jin Henan. As expected, Jin Jingmeo said, "Teacher Li Jie, I respect you. I'm very happy that you can think for your students, but please respect my choice as well. Jin Henan is clearly more suitable than Chuzhou. Besides, Chuzhou and Jin Henan are both your students. I hope you won't be biased." HMPH, of course I won't be biased. Big Sister Saber snorted. Even if Jin Henan has also become an advanced apprentice, it doesn't mean that he's more suitable than Chuzhou. Chuzhou became an advanced apprentice a few months before him. I naturally have my reasons. Academic Director Jin Jingmeo said indifferently, looking at Chuzhou with slight disdain. Chuzhou and Jin Henan are both advanced apprentices. However, Chuzhou is still cultivating the basic breathing technique and D-rank combat techniques that he learned for free from school. Jin Henan has not only cultivated my Jin family's flowing wind breathing technique, a C-rank breathing technique, he has also cultivated several C-grade combat techniques like the killing fist. Based on this, I think Jin Henan is more suitable. Big Sister Saber's gaze was cold. Jin Jingmeo's reason did not convince her. HMPH, a person's strength depends on their true combat strength, not some breathing or combat techniques. Let Jin Henan and I battle and we'll know who's stronger. Chuzhou said coldly. His eyes were fixed on Jin Henan with a fighting spirit. He wanted to defeat Jin Henan in front of him and slap Jin Jingmeo's face ruthlessly. The academic director's gaze turned cold and he was about to reprimand Chuzhou, seeing how he did not accept his fate. However, Jin Henan spoke first, pushing the glasses between his eyebrows and chuckled. "Chuzhou, I'll give you a chance since you want to compete so that the others wouldn't say that I'm bullying you. The top 10 high schools in Jiang City will hold a elite trial in a month. All the advanced apprentices are eligible to participate. We'll compete to see who has a higher ranking. Whoever has a higher ranking will naturally be more outstanding. The guaranteed spot will naturally belong to the one that is outstanding. Alright. Let's compete in the elite trial." Chuzhou's eyes lit up. Big Sister Saber had no objections to the agreement between Chuzhou and Jin Henan. On the other hand, Jin Jingmeo, the academic director, frowned. He seemed a little dissatisfied that Jin Henan had given Chuzhou a chance. Suddenly, Jin Henan approached Chuzhou and whispered in his ear, "Chuzhou, don't tell me you really think that you have a chance to defeat me. I'm giving you a chance because I want everyone to clearly see that you, a so-called commoner genius, is actually only average. You have a great reputation. I can use you as a stepping board to get to the top. Is that so? Let's see who is on the stepping board then." A bone-chilling coldness flashed across Chuzhou's eyes. It settled then. Big Sister Saber signaled Chuzhou with her eyes and left the administrative office with him. "Henan, why did you give him a chance? Do you know that this guaranteed spot is very important to you and the family? We cannot let any accidents happen." Jin Jingmeo questioned Jin Henan unhappily as soon as Big Sister Saber and Chuzhou left. "Second uncle, of course I know the importance of the guaranteed spot. However, if I don't give him a chance today, will Big Sister Saber give up just like that? Everyone in the school knows that she thinks very highly of Chuzhou. I'm afraid the matter will be even more troublesome if she brings the matter to the principal." Jin Henan said with a slightly gloomy expression. "Damn it, I would have fired her if it weren't for this woman's background." Jin Jingmeo slammed his hand on the desk, his face full of anger. "Then why did you set the competition for the elite a month later? Why didn't you defeat Chuzhou on the spot and make that woman speechless?" Jin Jingmeo asked again. "This is just for the sake of caution. Chuzhou became an advanced apprentice a few months earlier than me after all. Moreover, he's a famous commoner genius in the school. His combat strength cannot be underestimated. I just became an advanced apprentice not long ago. I haven't fully familiarized myself with the C-rank combat techniques yet. I set the competition a month later in order to prevent any accidents. I'll be able to master the C-rank combat techniques with third uncle's guidance in a month's time. It will be easy to defeat Chu Zhou, Jin's Henan said cautiously. The guaranteed spot was indeed very important to him. He had to be very careful. Jin Jingmeo nodded slightly in agreement after listening to Jin's Henan's explanation. No way. I'm still worried. It's too difficult to have a genetic awakening to become a true martial artist. This guaranteed spot is related to whether you can become a true martial artist. It's very important to you and your family. No accidents can happen. It's better if I get a few people to cripple Chu Zhou. That way, nothing will go wrong. Jin Jingmeo exuded a sinister and cold aura. When Jin's Henan heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not object to his second uncle's decision. What he wanted was a 100% guaranteed spot, and if his second uncle could cripple Chu Zhou and make him lose, he naturally had no objections. Sister Dao walked in front of Chu Zhou on the shaded path of the campus. Chu Zhou, even though Jin Jingmeo's words are unpleasant, he's right about some things. Your cultivation resources are too poor compared to Jin's Henan. How about this? Come to me early every morning for the next month. I'll teach you a few practical combat skills. Big Sister Saber left quickly without waiting for Chu Zhou's reply after she finished speaking. Chu Zhou looked at Sister Saber's departing figure with gratitude in his eyes. He would probably not have advanced to an advanced apprentice yet if not for Sister Saber's constant guidance all these years. Sister Dao had helped him out again this time. Otherwise, his guaranteed spot would probably be given to Jin's Henan by the academic director without a doubt. He would not even have the chance to fight for it. Jin's Henan, you want to snatch my spot away? Let's see if you have the ability. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He also felt pressured at the same time. Jin's Henan's conditions were much better than his, even though he became an advanced apprentice 3 months later than him. Not only was he able to learn the C-rank breathing techniques, he was also able to learn several C-rank combat techniques. He even had the guidance of a true martial artist. Chu Zhou did not have any of these. It was obvious that this was going to be a tough battle, but he had to fight it anyway. He could only cultivate with all his might. Every bit of improvement matters. Chu Zhou thought carefully about his next cultivation plan when a cool feeling suddenly surged in his mind and blurred his eyes. The next moment, a semi-transparent attribute box appeared in front of him while a lot of information swarmed his mind. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 3.5, Attribute Points, 5 Basic Breathing Technique, D Rank, Level 3, Cannot be upgraded, Curved Hand Blade, D Rank, Level 2 Proficient Realm, Upgradable. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he saw this familiar attribute board. Then, a sense of joy took him. 17 years. I've been in this world for 17 years. Do you know how I've lived all this time? My cheat code, you're finally here. No, it's not a cheat code. It's my talent. You finally awakened. Chu Zhou read the information that appeared in his mind with a smile blooming on his face. His life was about to take off. Chapter 2, Rapid Improvement, As if I've grown a pair of wings. Chu Zhou looked at the translucent attribute panel in front of him in excitement. He was naturally unwilling to be an ordinary person since he transmigrated to a world with supernatural powers. Moreover, monsters were rampant in this world. There were often powerful monsters that barged into human cities and caused terrifying disasters. Being just an ordinary person would cause him to be too insecure. For the past 3 years, I've given up on rest and recreation, spending all my time cultivating the basic breathing technique and squeezing out my body's potential like a madman. I barely made it to an advanced apprentice. However, my life field energy stopped increasing no matter how hard I cultivated once it reached 3.5 points. This means that my potential has basically reached its limit. I'm far, far away from becoming a true martial artist unless there's a special opportunity. It's precisely because of this that I value the guaranteed spot in the martial arts university so much. Hope has reignited now that I've awakened the attribute board. Chuzhou suppressed the excitement in his heart so that he could internalize the new information in his mind and study the attribute board in front of him. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 3.5, Attribute Points, 5 Basic Breathing Technique, D Rank, Level 3, Not Enough Attribute Points to Upgrade, Curved Hand Blade, D Rank, Level 2 Proficient Realm, Enough Attribute Points to Upgrade. The function of the attribute board was very simple, to modify and upgrade attributes. I'll upgrade the curved hand blade. With a thought, Chuzhou's imaginary finger pressed hard on a plus on the attribute board. The attribute board flashed instantly. A memory that he never had but became very familiar appeared in his mind. These memories were very monotonous. It was him, practicing the curved hand blade, alone. In the end, the curved hand blade broke through to a new realm. Using the attribute board to upgrade combat techniques allowed him to obtain both the process and the end result. It was as if the breakthrough was the result of his own hard work. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 3.5, Attribute Points, 2 Basic Breathing Technique, D Rank, Level 3, Not Enough Attribute Points to Upgrade, Curved Hand Blade, D Class, Level 3, Mastery Realm, Not Enough Attribute Points to Upgrade. Upgrading the curved hand blade to the 3rd level means I've achieved mastery in it. Chuzhou was shocked when he saw the change in information on his attribute board. The curved hand blade was a D-rank combat technique which was not very difficult to cultivate. Even so, it was still very difficult for an apprentice to cultivate it to mastery realm. At the very least, he did not know anyone in the entire 5th high school who has achieved the mastery realm on a combat technique. It took me 3 years to cultivate the curved hand blade to the proficient realm. Now, I've upgraded it to the mastery realm with just a thought. This feels awesome. Chuzhou exclaimed in his heart. He wanted to test out the power of the mastery realm curved hand blade immediately, so he quickly walked to a small forest at the edge of the campus. Bang! He kicked a banyan tree after confirming there was no one near the vicinity. The tree shook violently, and nearly 100 yellow-green leaves floated down. Chuzhou's eyes lit up. His entire body turned into an afterimage. His hands became 2 extremely sharp knives, slashing white arcs in the air. This time, he used the curved hand blade. It felt very different from before. In the past, there would be a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air when he used it. This time, there was just a faint hissing sound in the air, like the sound of a snake's breath. This was a sign that his power was more condensed and his control more precise. At that moment, Chuzhou's hands seemed to have really turned into 2 sharp blades that slashed across the surface of the fallen leaves. A smooth crack appeared in the middle of the fallen leaves before they split into 2. Chuzhou's gaze swept across a nearby boulder. With a wave of his hand, a corner of the boulder was cut off with a poof. A smooth plane appeared where the corner had been cut. A mastery realm curved hand blade is indeed much more powerful than when it was at the proficient realm. In the past, even though I could also slice fallen leaves and large rocks, the cut marks were irregular, and my strength was neither concentrated nor sharp. Chuzhou looked at the fallen leaves and big rock that had been cut smooth. He could not help but laugh. Now that he has achieved mastery realm curved hand blade, his actual combat strength has greatly increased. If mastery realm curved hand blade has such power, what will its prowess be if I achieve perfection or even intent realms? I'm afraid its power will be even more terrifying. I might not have the C-rank breathing technique nor the C-rank breathing techniques, but I have absolute confidence in defeating Jin's Henan if I can advance the curved hand blade to the perfection realm. The degree of control of combat techniques was split into the 5 major realms: basic realm, proficient realm, mastery realm, perfection realm and intent realm. The higher the realm, the greater the combat strength. Chuzhou's curved hand blade was a mastery realm D-rank combat technique, but it was comparable to a basic realm C-rank combat technique. If his D-rank combat technique reached perfection realm, Its might would surpass that of a basic realm of the C-rank combat technique. The higher the level of the combat technique, the harder it was to comprehend and cultivate. C-rank combat techniques actually corresponded to awakening realm martial artists. Genetic power was involved. A student would not be able to truly master a C-rank combat technique even if they studied it. Therefore, Chuzhou concluded that Jin's Henan would not even be able to achieve the basic realm of the C-rank combat techniques that he was cultivating. I should be able to defeat Jin's Henan with my current life field energy and the mastery realm of the curved hand blade. However, it's best to cultivate the curved hand blade to perfection realm just in case. The most important thing now is to increase my attribute points as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Chuzhou strode towards the school cafeteria. The attribute points came from the excess energy in his body. The only method he could think of increasing the excess energy was to eat. The richer the nutrition of the food he ate, the faster he would accumulate attribute points. Not long after Chuzhou left the forest, two beautiful girls appeared. Kai and Qian, you've already gotten a guaranteed spot. You can definitely enter the martial arts university. Why are you still working so hard? One of the girls asked. The martial arts university is just a higher level platform than our school. There are many things that have to be competed for. After entering it, I would still have to attract their attention if I want to obtain more resources and be selected for nurturing. The elite trial in a month's time will be my chance to shine. Therefore, I have to work hard and strive to enter the top 30. Liu Qianqian explained to her best friend, Jiziroxan, as she searched for a spot in the forest to practice her breathing technique. Suddenly, her eyes focused on the smooth leaves on the ground. Then, she looked at a big boulder not far away. Her expression changed. She squatted down and picked up a leaf to study it. Then, she walked to the side of the boulder and seriously observed the slice. This seems to be caused by the D-rank combat technique, curved hand blade. However, even a proficient realm curved hand blade would not be able to achieve such an effect. Is this from a mastery realm curved hand blade? Her heart skipped a beat. Kai and Qian, why are you looking at these leaves in the boulder, Ji? Xiroxan asked curiously. Look at these leaves, and the fracture on this boulder. It seems to be caused by a mastery realm curved hand blade. What? Mastery realm? You mean to say that there are students in our school who have cultivated the curved hand blade to mastery realm? Jiziroxan was shocked. Could it be Zhou Tong, the guy who is as famous as you, or the commoner genius Chuzhou? It shouldn't be them. Liu Qianqian pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Tong didn't cultivate the curved hand blade, but Chuzhou did. However, Chuzhou's curved hand blade is only in the proficient realm. It's too difficult for him to cultivate it into the mastery realm. Jiziroxan frowned. Could there be students from the 5th high school who have secretly cultivated the curved hand blade to the mastery realm? No, that's impossible. If a student achieved mastery realm for the curved hand blade, I'm afraid it would have shaken the entire school long ago. It's impossible for that person to remain unknown. She denied the possibility herself. There's no need to guess blindly. There must have been a teacher who reached mastery realm training here just now. It's a pity that we were a step too late. Otherwise, we could have consulted this teacher. It is rare to be able to obtain mastery realm for the curved hand blade. Liu Qianqian sighed with regret. Chapter 3, Beating both the master and his dogs. In the school cafeteria. Look, Chuzhou is here. I heard that his guaranteed spot in martial arts university would be given to Jin's Henan. What a pity. It wasn't easy for our school to produce a commoner genius. He still lost to a rich kid in the end. It can't be helped. It would have been fine if Jin's Henan hadn't become an advanced apprentice. Now that he has the vast cultivation resources he has access to compared to Chuzhou with his family background speaks for themselves. Chuzhou, the commoner genius, was considered a celebrity in the 5th high school. Many of the students would greet him as senior brother Chuzhou warmly when they saw him before all of this happened. However, he realized that the situation had changed. Fewer students greeted him. Many of them looked at him strangely. Some were sympathetic. Some were gloating. There were all kinds of gazes. Many people were gossiping about his guaranteed spot being taken away by Jin's Henan. Looks like the news has spread. News sure travels fast. I wonder if someone spread it on purpose. Chuzhou did not care about the gazes and discussions around him. His future was destined to be different from these people since he had awakened his attribute board. He was destined to be a powerhouse, to be at the peak of the human pyramid, as long as he did not fall astray. Only a handful of these people would become martial artists in the end. Why would a dragon care about the opinions and gazes of mere ants? Crackpot, what's going on, man? Why did Jin's Henan replace you in your spot? A spherical creature rolled over from afar. The person was naturally his best friend, Dong Wen. It's just like what you heard, Jin's Henan has become an advanced apprentice. The academic director, Jin Jingmeo, wants him to replace me in the guaranteed spot. Chuzhou did not hide anything from his best friend, Dong Wen. He had even revealed the agreement with Jin's Henan to compete in the elite trial in a month's time to determine who would be given the guaranteed spot. Damn it, it must be because Jin's Henan is the nephew of the academic director. He is obviously playing favorites. Dong Wen said indignantly. Wait a minute. So the person getting the spot has yet to be decided? Why are Jin's Henan's lackeys spreading that the spot belongs to Henan then? Dong Wen told Chuzhou what he had just seen. A few of Jin's Henan's lackeys were telling everyone that Jin's Henan had surpassed Jin's Henan and replaced him in his spot. A cold glint flashed across Chuzhou's eyes when he heard that. Speak of the devil. 4 figures suddenly walked over with Jin's Henan leading the pack. Jin's Henan, Chuzhou's guaranteed spot isn't yours yet, but your lackeys are already spreading rumors everywhere that it is yours. You're too shameless. Dong Wen mocked. What? So that is fake news? Jin's Henan hasn't replaced Chuzhou for the spot. Many students heard Dong Wen's voice and surrounded them in the cafeteria. I say, Kai and Qian, isn't that the commoner genius Chuzhou and Jin's Henan? They seem to be having a conflict. Let's go over and take a look. Jizai Roxanne said to Liu Kai and Qian as they entered the cafeteria. They were no longer in the mood to cultivate after discovering the traces left behind by the Mastery Realm curved hand blade in the small forest. They were about to have dinner when they happened to see the scene in front of them. Damn fatty, spreading rumors. We're telling the truth. They are both advanced apprentices, but young Master Jin cultivates C-rank breathing techniques and C-rank combat techniques. Chuzhou cultivates D-rank breathing techniques and D-rank combat techniques. Young Master Jin even has true martial artists guiding him in his cultivation. How can Chuzhou compare to young Master Jin? His guaranteed spot will belong to young Master Jin sooner or later. What commoner genius! When the cat's away, the mice will play. This commoner genius is not worth mentioning now that young Master Jin has advanced. A wise person submits to his circumstances, Chuzhou. I've asked around. Your martial arts talent was very ordinary when you took the middle school examination. Your potential is actually not much stronger than ours. You may be an advanced apprentice now, but I don't think you have much hope of becoming a true martial artist. It's better to rely on young Master Jin. With young Master Jin's background, he can at least provide you with an elite bodyguard profession in the future. You can earn 10.000 to 20.000 alliance dollars a month easily. Liu Ping, Wang Zhi, and Ma Dong shouted loudly. PFFT, calling him young Master Jin. You dogs are really proud of yourselves. Dong Wen retorted angrily. Jin's Henan, why don't you leash your dogs? Chuzhou asked coldly. I think they're right. Jin's Henan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled calmly. I hate the immoral act of walking a dog without a leash. I'll put them on a leash since you won't. Chuzhou attacked directly. The life force of an ordinary human was about 0.5 and their maximum speed was about 9.58 seconds per 100 meters, which was about 10.43 meters per second. Chuzhou's life field was 3.5, which was 7 times that of ordinary humans. His physical fitness was at least 3 to 4 times stronger than ordinary humans. Therefore, his speed could reach 30 meters per second at least, which was equivalent to 108 kilometers per hour. This speed was rather terrifying. His figure appeared in front of Liu Ping, Wang Zhi, and Ma Dong within a split second. Many people did not see how he attacked. They only saw the three being sent flying a few meters away. Then, they all arched their bodies like prawns, twitching and foaming at the mouth. "Chuzhou, how dare you touch my people?" Jin Zhenan could not help but be furious when he saw Chuzhou directly defeating his lackeys. One should find out who is the master before beating the dog. Chuzhou had beaten his lackeys in front of him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Not just them. I beat you up as well. Chuzhou originally wanted to wait until the elite trial to suppress Jin Zhenan, but now he did not want to wait anymore. He struck again, appearing in front of Jin Zhenan with a single step. His right hand turned into a sharp blade, slashing an arc towards Jin Zhenan. It was aggressive, as if it was an assassin who was beheading someone. Jin Zhenan's expression changed drastically. He had never expected Chuzhou to be so decisive, hitting his lackeys as well as him. C-rank combat technique, killing fist. He punched out violently, his arm instantly became 1/3 thicker, emitting a violent aura. An explosion sounded in the air. Bang! The hand blade and fist collided, stirring up a violent airflow. Jin Zhenan's pupils contracted as he felt a bone-piercing pain coming from his fist. It was as if his fist had been ruthlessly slashed. How is this possible? He actually used the curved hand blade to block my killing fist? Jin Zhenan's expression changed drastically as he quickly retracted his fist. Liu Qianqian's gaze froze when she saw Chuzhou use the curved hand blade in the crowd. She could feel vaguely that Chuzhou's curved hand blade seemed to have exceeded the proficient realm. A shocking thought flashed through her mind. Could Chuzhou be the one who used the mastery realm curved hand blade in the forest? What are you doing? Are you fighting in the cafeteria? A lazy-looking middle-aged man suddenly walked over. It's Fat Wolf! Someone exclaimed. Chuzhou's eyes flashed, immediately recognizing the person. He was their combat technique teacher, nicknamed Fat Wolf. It was rumored that he had once been a mercenary and only came to the 5th high school as a teacher after retiring. There was even a scar on his face. Chuzhou knew that today's battle could not continue since Fat Wolf appeared. "Teacher, I was sparring with Jin Zhenan just now." Chuzhou blinked and smiled. "That's right, it's a spar." Jin Zhenan echoed. There were some things that could not be made known to a teacher even though anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were fighting. They would all be punished otherwise. Fat Wolf glanced indifferently at Chuzhou and Jin Zhenan, who were spouting nonsense, but did not press on. "Go to the martial arts classroom if you want to spar. This is a place to eat. Don't disturb others," he said calmly. "All right, teacher. I'll leave now." Chuzhou glanced at Jin Zhenan and the 3 lackeys who were foaming at the mouth on the ground before pulling his best friend Dong Wen away. Jin Zhenan lowered his head and looked at his right hand. There was a trickle of blood slowly seeping out. Chuzhou. He gritted his teeth and craved the humiliation he felt in his heart. Then, he quickly left. He did not even spare a glance at the 3 lackeys. After Chuzhou and Jin Zhenan left, Fat Wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if a sleeping lone wolf had suddenly woken up. Chuzhou's curved hand blade reached the mastery realm. He seems to be only 17 years old. As expected, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and children of mice burrow into the ground. He muttered in a low voice before the light in his eyes disappeared. His fat body gradually disappeared from sight. Chapter 4, Ambition. In the school cafeteria. 9 dishes. Crackpot, are you trying to turn your depression into appetite? His best friend, Dong Wen widened his eyes when he saw the table in front of Chu Zhou filled with 9 dishes. The food in the school cafeteria contained high-energy substances. Under normal circumstances, 2 dishes were enough for them to eat their fill. Dong Wen claimed to be a huge eater, but even so, he could only eat 3 dishes at most. 9 dishes would make his round stomach explode. His body could not digest so much energy. "Crackpot, are you all right?" Dong Wen reached out and touched Chu Zhou's forehead. "You don't have a fever. Is there something wrong with your mind? Rumor has it that some people will seek relief through overeating when they are traumatized or feel depressed and anxious. Poor crackpot, this must be because your spot is about to be taken by Jin's Henan. How pitiful. So young and you're already mentally ill." Dong Wen sighed in sorrow and sympathy, as if he could not bear to see Chu Zhou seriously ill. "Damn fatty, you're so dramatic." Chu Zhou rolled his eyes and slapped Dong Wen's palm on his forehead. "Have you forgotten that I'm an advanced apprentice?" Dong Wen was stunned for a moment before muttering, "Oh right, I almost forgot that you're an advanced apprentice." The digestive system of an advanced apprentice is much stronger than that of beginner and intermediate apprentices. It's not a big deal even if you eat a little more. But isn't this still too much? Chu Zhou ignored his best friend, Dong Wen, and started eating. Diamond rice with each grain the size of a thumb, golden-colored chives and purple moon melons that emitted a faint purple light. These were all high-energy foods born after the age of cataclysm. It was not easy to plant and obtain these high-energy foods. The school had policy privileges to be able to provide students with so much high-energy food at such a cheap price. Outside of school, many poor people mainly ate synthetic nutrition bars to satisfy their hunger. They would buy ordinary vegetables and meat only on important days. High-energy food was too expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. 1 dish. 2 dishes. 3 dishes. Chu Zhou finished 3 dishes in no time. At this moment, he was already full and had satisfied his body's needs. However, he did not stop there. Eat, he shall continue eating. The remaining 6 dishes were also finished by him in no time. At this moment, he felt that his stomach was so full that he could not eat anything else. Dong Wen was so dumbfounded and forgot to eat. How many attribute points will this meal give me? Chu Zhou thought to himself as he stared at the attribute board that only he could see. At the same time, his stomach was moving rapidly to digest the food. A large amount of energy was constantly replenishing his body to satisfy his body's needs. Under Chu Zhou's gaze, the attribute points on his attribute board finally began to increase. Plus 0.01. Plus 0.01. Plus 0.01. His attribute points were increasing in increments of 0.01 points. Ordinary humans would take about 3 hours to digest a meal of normal meat and vegetables. Chu Zhou only used half an hour to digest all of it. Moreover, they were high-energy food. This meal gave him 0.15 attribute points in total. There's a limit even though I'm an advanced apprentice with stronger digestive ability than ordinary people. If I eat too much, I'm afraid my stomach will be damaged. The gains won't make up for the losses. In that case, it's best to maintain 3 meals a day. Increasing 0.15 attribute points per meal. 3 meals a day means 0.45 attribute points. That would be 4.5 attribute points in 10 days and 13.5 attribute points in a month. Increasing 13.5 attribute points in a month and adding it onto the 2 attribute points I already have, that's 15.5 attribute points. I used 2 attribute points when I was upgrading the curved hand blade from Perfection Realm to Mastery Realm. 15.5 attribute points should be enough to upgrade it to Perfection Realm or even Intent Realm. I might even have enough attribute points left to level up the basic breathing technique. After a simple calculation, Chu Zhou became slightly happy and excited. If the plan went smoothly, he could upgrade the curved hand blade to the Intent Realm in a month. If that was the case, not only would he be able to crush Jin's Henan in the elite trial easily, it would also be possible for him to obtain a spot in the top 10. Or even in the top 3. I heard that the top 3 in the elite trial will obtain the incomparably precious reward, the genetic potion. The genetic potion is a precious potion that helps humans unlock their genes and transform into martial artists. A bottle of genetic potion is worth 10 million alliance dollars on the market. Moreover, it cannot be bought even though it has a price. It would be very difficult to obtain the genetic potion even if I enter the martial arts university. Since there's a chance to obtain it now. A shocking ambition suddenly arose in his heart. In the past, he would not have dared to have such ambitions. The rewards for the top 3 in the elite trial were extremely tempting, but it has been decades since anyone from the 5th high school entered the top 10, let alone the top 3. Jang City's first high school was where such geniuses gathered. In the past few decades, the top 10 of every elite trial had basically been filled by their students. Occasionally, students from the other high schools would enter the top 10, but the top 3 had always been from the first high school. Chu-jo only dared to have such ambitions after he calculated that he would have a chance to upgrade his curved hand blade to the intent realm a month later. However, there's still a problem that needs to be resolved. My food expenses don't seem to be enough if I were to eat like this every day. Under normal circumstances, he would usually eat 2 dishes per meal. This would cost him about 1.000 alliance dollars a month. However, his spending per meal would be more than 4 times what it usually cost now that he was eating 9 dishes per meal. In that case, his monthly food expenses immediately soared to more than 4.000 alliance dollars. There was only a little more than 900 alliance dollars balance in his student card. This was obviously not enough. Father's monthly salary is 3.000 alliance dollars. Other than maintaining the daily expenses of the family, he also has to provide for my sister and I to study. He basically doesn't have much money left. I have to think of a way to earn money myself. Chu-jo felt a headache coming on. What kind of part-time job could earn him more than 3.000 alliance dollars a month and was also suitable for him? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at his best friend, Dong-wen. It was hard to find a part-time job that gives 3.000 alliance dollars a month. But it did not seem that difficult to be crowdfunded. Right now, there was a very suitable crowdfund investor target. Old Dong. How's our relationship? Chu-jo gave his best friend a friendly smile. PFFT. Dong-wen directly spat out a mouthful of rice when he saw Chu-jo's friendly smile. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Chu-jo. Stop with the smile. What do you want to do to me? Chapter 5, Big Sister Saber is shocked. Dong-wen's fat body rippled. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Chu-jo warily. He knew Chu-jo too well as his best friend for many years. Nothing good ever happens when Chu-jo reveals this friendly smile. Ahem, fatty, what kind of look is that? Don't you trust me? Chu-jo said with a hurt look on his face. Dong-wen shook his head violently, not giving him any face. No, I don't trust you. Chu-jo's face darkened. Why did he answer so bluntly? Why wouldn't he give him some face? I knew you would trust me. You want to hear my thoughts? All right, no problem. I'll tell you now. He continued on anyway. Dong-wen. This method again. How many times had he used it? He was in despair. Ahem, fatty, I have a profitable investment project on hand. I'll let you in on it for cheap on the account of our many years of friendship. Chu-jo acted as if he did not see Dong-wen's desperate gaze and continued. Look. The person sitting in front of you now is the future powerhouse of humans. What's the best investment? Talent. You only need to invest a small sum of 4.000 alliance dollars to obtain the friendship of a future powerhouse. Think about it, isn't this investment extremely profitable and worth the while? Crackpot, do you know what your biggest characteristic is? Dong-wen's mouth twitched slightly. You are both shameless and black-hearted. Chu-jo smiled. Defamation, this is definitely defamation. I'm clearly an honest and reliable young man." Dongwen rolled his eyes, but he still transferred 4,000 alliance dollars to Chuzhou on the spot. His family was pretty well off, so 4,000 alliance dollars was nothing to him. Most importantly, he knew that Chuzhou was actually a very self-respecting and proud person. He would definitely not have borrowed this money if it was not very important to him. "Fatty, believe me, this investment of yours will definitely be worth it." Chuzhou received the notification and patted Dongwen's shoulder, remembering his help. At night, Chuzhou and his best friend, Dongwen, came to the cafeteria for a feast again. His attribute points increased by another 0.45. Chuzhou appeared in the martial arts classroom on time the next morning at 6. Big Sister Saber was already waiting for him there. She was wearing a white shirt and tight black leather pants, looking energetic and sharp. "Chuzhou, you're already cultivating the curved hand blade. I'll teach you the sharp blade kick today." Curved hand blade and sharp blade kick are both imitating the attack of a blade with body parts. The principles are the same. These two combat techniques are actually a set of combination skills. When used well, all of your limbs would become blades. There would be blades everywhere. It would be ferocious. This combination skill might be a D-rank combat technique, but if you cultivate it well, its power will not be inferior to a C-rank combat technique. Big Sister Saber briefly introduced the sharp blade kick and walked to a corner of the classroom. There were 4 to 5 huge rocks as tall as a person there. It was used to test the power of combat techniques. "Look closely, this is the sharp blade kick." Big Sister Saber suddenly jumped as she spoke. Her right foot kicked forward like a scimitar, drawing a sharp arc upward. A blue stone, as tall as a person, was cut into 2 like tofu with a swoosh. Big Sister Saber leaped towards the other boulders. Her feet were like 2 incomparably sharp scimitars, constantly carving arcs. All the rocks were cut into 2 in just a few breaths. Furthermore, the fractures on every rock were very smooth. Mastery Realm Sharp Blade Kick. Chuzhou looked at the large stone fragments with smooth cuts. His gaze could not help but focus as he exclaimed softly, "That's right. This is the power of the Mastery Realm Sharp Blade Kick. Do you see now? Even though the Sharp Blade Kick is only a D-rank combat technique, its power is still immense as long as the realm is high enough. The power of a combat technique depends not only on its level but also on the cultivator's mastery." Big Sister Saber explained as she walked out through the rubbles. Chuzhou raised his eyebrows. He had just personally experienced the might of Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade yesterday. Of course he knew how powerful Mastery Realm combat techniques were. Of course, the Mastery Realm Sharp Blade Kick is still far away for you. What you have to do now is to cultivate the Sharp Blade Kick. You can then combine it with your curved hand blade to form a combination skill. This way, your strength will greatly increase. Big Sister Saber specially reminded Chuzhou, worried that he would bite off more than he could chew. "Teacher, I understand." Chuzhou smiled without telling Big Sister Saber that he had already mastered the Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade. "Alright, next, listen carefully to my explanation and learn the key points of the Sharp Blade Kick." Big Sister Saber walked to the podium in the classroom and pressed the remote control. A 3-dimensional image of a human body appeared on the big screen. Big Sister Saber began to explain the muscles, bones, and power roots involved in the training of the Sharp Blade Kick in great detail. She also marked them on the 3-dimensional map of the human body. Chuzhou understood how to cultivate the Sharp Blade Kick in no time since its principle of attack was similar to the curved hand blade. "Do you understand?" Big Sister Saber asked a moment later. "I roughly understand it," Chuzhou replied. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He recalled what Big Sister Saber had just told him while comparing the curved hand blade with the Sharp Blade Kick. About 10 breaths later, his figure suddenly moved, and he kicked forward with his entire leg straightened, fiercely drawing a curved blade-like arc upward. An explosion sounded in the air. "What?" Big Sister Saber's expression stiffened when she saw this. She was asking Chuzhou if he understood the principles of cultivating the sharp blade kick. However, Chuzhou's kick showed that not only did he understand, he also directly cultivated it to the basic realm. He learned it immediately. What kind of monster is this? Big Sister Saber looked at Chuzhou in shock. Chuzhou kept using the sharp blade kick. His legs were like two sharp long knives that kicked out crescent-shaped arcs. Waves of air explosions resounded throughout the entire classroom. The arcs of his legs gave off an increasingly sharp after-image as he continued. A sharp aura spread out and the explosions in the air gradually became like the sound of a piece of newspaper being torn apart. This was the manifestation of more concentrated and sharp power. The proficient realm. Big Sister Dao was so shocked at this scene that she was left speechless. Chapter 6, Perfection Realm Curved Hand Blade. 5 days later in the martial arts classroom. This brat is giving me increasingly greater surprises. Big Sister Saber crossed her arms over her chest and focused her attention on Chuzhou, who was using both curved hand blade and sharp blade kick. Swoosh! 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 Chuzhou's hands were like short knives creating sharp arcs while his legs were like longer knives constantly cutting through the air creating many knife cuts on the floor. At the moment, Chuzhou was like a humanoid monster covered in blades. His hands and his legs were knives, flying everywhere. It gave off a strong sense of tartness and danger. Sister Dao's expression was always cold. However, at this moment, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. She was obviously very satisfied with Chuzhou's performance. In just 5 days, he cultivated the sharp blade kick to the limit of the proficient realm and perfectly combined it with the curved hand blade. Such comprehension is enough to be called a genius even in Guanghei Base City, let alone in the satellite city of Jiang City. It's a pity that his physical talent is a little lacking. Even though he has also become an advanced apprentice, his life field energy is only 3.5. He is still far inferior when compared to those little monsters in Guanghei Base City who have reached 4.5 or even 5. Chuzhou's comprehension ability gave Big Sister Saber quite a surprise. However, she could also tell that Chuzhou's physical talent was only average. Nonetheless, it's enough to deal with Jin's Henan. With that thought in mind, she walked up to Chuzhou and clapped her hands. Chuzhou, let's spar. After saying that, she immediately flew up and kicked at Chuzhou. It was like a sharp blade that cut through the void, fierce and sharp. Okay. Chuzhou's eyes lit up. He immediately counterattacked with his curved hand blade and sharp blade kick. He already knew that Sister Saber had broken through the limits of the human body and unlocked her genetics. She was a true martial artist. To be able to fight with a true martial artist was an extremely rare opportunity for an apprentice. Of course, Big Sister Saber was holding back. Otherwise, she would have killed him instantly. Bang bang bang. The two figures fought fiercely in the classroom. Chuzhou's hands and feet were like knives, slashing with sharp arcs. Big Sister Saber's feet also became incomparably sharp blades. At this moment, it was as if countless knives were slashing at each other. Booms and slashes resounded throughout the entire martial arts classroom, along with surging air currents. A moment later, the battle ended. You're doing well. With your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to defeat Jin's Henan even if he has cultivated C-rank combat techniques. Sister Saber commented as she glanced at Chuzhou. A trace of hope appeared in her cold eyes. There are still 25 days until the elite trial organized by the top 10 high schools. You can continue to cultivate the curved hand blade and the sharp blade kick. If you can cultivate any of these combat techniques to the mastery realm, you might have a chance to enter the top 10 in the elite trial. The elite trial is the biggest competition for the third-year students in Jiang City before graduation. Not only will it attract the attention of all walks of life in Jiang City, it will also attract the attention of the First Military University of Guangdong City and other martial arts universities. If you can enter the top 10 of the elite trial, you will have many more benefits. You might even be specially recruited by the First Military University and may even be nurtured. Chuzhou was enticed. There were a total of 6 martial arts universities in Guangdong City. The best were the first military university and the second military university. However, the admission standards of these 2 universities were very high. It was not enough to just reach the advanced apprentice level. They also required tests on one's physical talent, actual combat strength, spiritual will, mental fortitude, and so on. Moreover, these 2 universities did not offer guaranteed spots. There were only 2 ways to enter these 2 military universities, either pass the high standards set by these 2 universities or be specially recruited by them. When Big Sister Saber saw Chu Zhou's fascinated expression, she immediately understood what he was thinking. Thinking about the difficulty of achieving the mastery realm, she could not help but add on. It's too difficult to cultivate the curved hand blade and sharp blade kick to the mastery realm. Even many true martial artists have yet to attain mastery realm on combat techniques. Don't feel too pressured. The most important thing is that you work hard, regardless of success or failure. With that, Big Sister Saber turned around and left the martial arts classroom, leaving Chu Zhou to continue cultivating. Chu Zhou stared at Big Sister Saber's back until she disappeared. Then, he opened the attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6, plus 0.1, Attribute Points. 4.25, plus 2.25, Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade, Curved Hand Blade, D class, Level 3 Mastery Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade, Sharp Blade Kick, Grade D, Level 2 Proficient Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. For the past 5 days, he had been eating 3 feasts every day, gaining 0.45 attribute points a day. Therefore, he had gained a total of 2.25 attribute points in total. He relied on the experience of the Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade and did not consume any attribute points when upgrading the Sharp Blade Kick. Therefore, he had a total of 4.25 attribute points. What surprised Chu Zhou even more was that his life field energy, which had not moved for a long time, had also increased by 0.1. 0.1 might not be a lot, but it was a good sign. Top 10 in the elite trial? No, I want to be in the top 3 in the elite trial, or even the first in the elite trial. Chu Zhou looked at the attribute board and immediately chose to upgrade the curved hand blade. The translucent attribute board immediately flickered and became blurry. A moment later, it became readable again. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6, Attribute Points. 0.25 Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade, Curved Hand Knife, D class, Level 4 Perfection Realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade, Sharp Blade Kick, Grade D, Level 2 Proficient Realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade. After consuming 4 attribute points, his curved hand blade had successfully advanced to Perfection Realm. At the same time, a large number of memories and scenes of practicing the curved hand blade surged into Chu Zhou's mind. In his memory, he had cultivated the curved hand blade in a stone forest for a long time before his curved hand blade suddenly broke through to a whole new level. His hand was like an incomparably sharp divine knife, cutting off stalagmites one by one with ease as he waved it casually. Is this Perfection Realm curved hand blade? Chu Zhou raised his hand and studied it. With a thought, a large amount of life field energy and blood energy gathered on the edge of his palm, showing a faint sharp red color, like a bloody knife. He waved his hand and struck out with his palm. A blood-colored saber beam seemed to flash in the void. The air was sliced open like butter with a very weak pop. Not only can my knife cut through rocks, it can probably also cut through ordinary steel. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His heart was filled with confidence. At this moment, he was filled with anticipation for the elite trial in 25 days. It was Friday though, he could leave school and go home in the afternoon for the weekend. Jiang City, Elite District. Jin Jingmei, the academic director, received 3 people in a private room of an inn. This is a picture of the man you will be dealing with. This is the street and alley he uses on his way home. He'll be on vacation tonight and definitely go home. I want you to cripple him on his way home. Jinjing Mao's tone was cold and murderous. "Just him, cripple. What a simple task," said someone. "Where's the money?" another person asked. "This is 100.000 Alliance dollars. After this is done, I'll give you another 100.000. Jinjing Mao pushed a stack of cash wrapped in newspapers to the three of them. "Wait for our good news then." The three of them took the money and left immediately. Chapter 7, First Kill. 5th High School. Ring ring ring. The bell rang loudly throughout the campus. The entire campus was in an uproar instantly. A large number of students rushed out of the various teaching buildings and walked towards the school gate in groups of 3 to 5. Crackpot, Global Evolution went online 2 days ago. Many people went crazy playing. "Have you heard?" Dong Wen said to Chu Zhou excitedly. Global Evolution was a 3A game produced by Dream Incorporated. Many of the scenes reproduced the Age of Cataclysm realistically, so players liked it. Global Evolution has gone online. I've been cultivating with Big Sister Saber and attending classes during this period, so I missed it. Chu Zhou and Dong Wen discussed the game that had been released 2 days ago while walking out of the school gate. Suddenly, they paused and looked at a curved display screen on a large-scale supermarket not far away. The screen was 20 meters wide and 50 meters long. A newscaster was reporting an important news on it. 12 students have mysteriously disappeared in our city over the past week. It has been confirmed that this is related to the fallen martial artists. Core members of the police department are hunting the fallen martial artists behind it. Dear citizens, please report any fallen martial artist you find to the police immediately. The police will reward you handsomely if the leads prove to be real. These scumbags actually attacked students again, Dong Wen said with extreme hatred after watching the news. The students around them also cursed. However, many people also had a hint of fear in their eyes. Chu Zhou also frowned. Fallen martial artists, as the name suggested, were a group of martial artists who have gone astray. This group of people was like the dark side of humanity. They have existed since the birth of mankind and could not be eliminated. The origins of the members of this group were also very complicated. There were basically all kinds of people. However, most people in this group have one thing in common: they chose extremity because they were unable to continue improving with normal cultivation methods. The reputation of this group of people was really bad, like rats in a smelly ditch. They were hated by everyone and were ostracized by countless people. One of the most important reasons was, many of them did not hesitate to capture other humans and conduct all kinds of tragic human experiments on them. They did that to study the secrets of human evolution in order to advance further. Fatty, be careful during these 2 days. If there's nothing else, just stay at home and try not to go out. Chu Zhou cautioned. Dong Wen nodded. You too. My ride's here. I'll get going first. A silver-white public bus that looked like a spaceship was driving over on the road. It was a rail bus that could only travel along a fixed track. There were 6 freely retractable wheels at the bottom that could be lowered and raised. It has solar panels on the top where it could receive plentiful sunlight to power the buses. After the bus arrived at the platform, it immediately lowered. Beep. Chu Zhou swiped as he got on the bus. The bus immediately rose and drove away quickly. The bus was moving along quickly on the rail track. Chu Zhou sat in his seat and looked out the window towards the city. Towering skyscrapers rose into the clouds one after another. Some buildings could even spin. Hovering cars came and went. Unfortunately, the skyscrapers or the hovering cars had nothing to do with the poor. Those who could enter skyscrapers and own hovering cars were rich people with status. I will have all of these as long as I can become a martial artist. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. The surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically after passing through 4 streets. It was as if civilization had regressed by nearly 100 years. There were no more high-tech rotating buildings here. Hovering cars could only be seen occasionally. There were many residential areas formed by a large number of tube-shaped apartments everywhere. These tube-shaped apartments were low-rent housing built by the government. The land use rate had reached its limit. The distance between the buildings was extremely small, natural lighting was not even considered. It was similar to Hong Kong's tube-shaped apartments in Chuzhou's previous life. His home was on the 64th floor of Block 38 in Longkan District. However, the bus stop was still a distance away from the part of Longkan District where his family lived. It was about 1.2 kilometers away. Of course, this distance was nothing to Chuzhou, who was an advanced apprentice. After getting off the bus, Chuzhou immediately took a shortcut and went straight home. He passed through an old street and alleys. He could easily jump over these alleys even if they were blocked. He stopped in his tracks suddenly. There were 3 people pushing and fighting in front of him. Chuzhou frowned. He did not want to be a busybody, so he was going to find another way around. However, this alley was narrow. His path was basically filled up by the 3 of them. He could only retreat and choose another path if he were to find another way. He hesitated for a moment. However, the 3 people were getting closer and closer to Chuzhou. Suddenly, one of them raised his head and stared at Chuzhou. He took out a dagger from his pocket and charged at Chuzhou. The dagger was swift, and an explosion sounded in the air. The other 2 also attacked Chuzhou almost at the same time. One of the 2 waved his short knife and slashed at Chuzhou's right leg. The other one was wearing a metal gauntlet that exposed his fingers as he punched towards Chuzhou's shoulder. The progression from infighting until they attacked him was too sudden and confusing, making it impossible to guard against. Moreover, their attacks were extremely ferocious and cruel. No, they're deliberately ambushing me. Chuzhou realized that something was wrong the moment the first person attacked. However, he had been constantly fighting Big Sister Saber over the last 5 days, so he has also sharpened his senses. It allowed him to remain calm even in the face of danger. D-rank combat technique, curved hand blade. D-rank combat technique, sharp blade kick. Chuzhou's right hand turned into a blade and slashed through the air. A sharp blood-colored light flashed. The dagger aiming at his chest and the fist aiming at his shoulders were sliced off instantly. At the same time, his right foot was like a sharp blade that had been unsheathed. It slashed out diagonally and severed an arm that was holding the short knife. 2 miserable screams and a terrified cry sounded almost at the same time, accompanied by the splattering of blood. Jinjing Mayo lied to us. This person isn't an ordinary advanced apprentice at all. He's an advanced apprentice who has mastered a mastery realm or even a perfection realm combat technique. A middle-aged man whose entire arm had been severed roared angrily. Jinjing Mayo, you bastard. The other 2 were also furious. Damn it, how could a person who could slice an arm off with just his hands and feet be an advanced apprentice of average talent? Jinjing Mayo, why don't you just die? Jinjing Mayo, eh? Chuzhou immediately understood what was going on when he heard their conversation. His gaze turned cold and his figure swept past the 3 people opposite him instantly. Sharp red and white arcs flashed. All 3 of them fell to the ground, their heads separated from their bodies and their limbs severed. This was the first time Chuzhou had killed someone in 17 years. Nonetheless, he had no regrets. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause suddenly sounded. Decisive and merciless. You're very suitable to join our organization. Are you interested in joining us? Suddenly, a young man in white suit walked out from the corner, clapping. Chapter 8, Silver Fox Subai. Chuzhou looked warily at the young man in a white suit who suddenly appeared. His muscles instantly tensed up, ready to attack at any moment. His perception of the environment far exceeded that of ordinary humans as an advanced apprentice. However, he did not even notice when this man arrived. He had even witnessed the entire process of him killing 3 people. It was obvious that he had been around all this while without him knowing. This could only mean one thing. The young man in the white suit was very strong and could hide from his perception. Don't worry, I'm not in the same league as them. The young man in the white suit smiled as if he was performing a magic trick. He casually stretched out his right hand and took out a goblet of red wine. The goblet was a crystal goblet. The wine was a dark red wine. The young man in the white suit had a lazy expression and a smile on his face. He took a sip on the spot. He exuded an elegant and noble aura, as if he was a noble young master from ancient times. My name is Subai. The reason why I appeared is purely because I felt that you are to my liking. What do you say to it? Would you like to join my Shadow Alliance? Subai smiled at Chujo. Shadow Alliance? Are you a fallen martial artist? Chujo's expression suddenly changed. He had learned quite a lot about fallen martial artists from news reports and the internet. Information about fallen martial artists might not be comprehensive, but he knew that the Shadow Alliance was one of the strongest organizations among the fallen martial artists. This Subai was not only a fallen martial artist, but also a member of the Shadow Alliance. Chujo never expected to meet a fallen martial artist personally after watching the news about them not so long ago. The term fallen martial artist is just people's prejudice against us. In fact, we're just a group of people who pursue the truth, Subai said lightly. He didn't seem to care that Chujo called him a fallen martial artist. Those hyenas from the police station have sharp noses. They have caught up so quickly. Subai suddenly looked into the distance and frowned in displeasure. Then he looked at Chujo again. You don't seem to have thought it through. Let's meet again when we have the chance. I hope you can make the right choice then. With that, he turned around and jumped onto the roof of a 15-story building. A red rose struck the ground in front of Chujo almost at the same time. There was also a strange vibrational force spreading out with the red rose as the center. A spider web-like crack appeared on the ground. The corpses of the 3 people Chujo had killed were also shattered by this power. Blood splattered in a regular pattern, forming a huge red rose pattern on the ground. Remember, my name is Subai, Silver Fox Subai. A faint voice sounded. Chujo looked at the red rose in front of him with a serious expression. There was also the red rose pattern dyed with blood. He truly felt the terrifying power contained in the red rose just now. He would not have been able to block it at all if the attack was directed at him. There's no doubt that this Subai is a real martial artist who has unlocked his genetic lock. Moreover, he is not an ordinary martial artist. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, I would be in danger today. Chujo heaved a long sigh of relief. This experience was too magical. Not only was he attacked by 3 strangers, he also met a mysterious person like Subai. This made him yearn for strength even more. Otherwise he would be too insecure. When the 3 corpses exploded just now, 3 packages seemed to have flown out of them. Chujo glanced around and suddenly noticed that there were 3 packages wrapped in paper near the blood-colored rose on the ground. His heart skipped a beat. He walked over, picked up a packet, and opened it. A thick wad of money appeared in front of him. His breathing quickened. Is this money? Chujo's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the other 2 packs of money. He took another look at the red rose stuck in the ground, then turned around and left quickly. A middle-aged police officer in a police uniform came to this remote alley not long after Chujo took flight. His expression changed drastically when he saw the red roses stuck in the ground and the red rose pattern dyed with blood. He squatted down and plucked the red rose out from the ground and brought it close to his nose, sniffing it gently. It smells like dragon tongue red wine. Is this really a red rose left behind by Subai the Silver Fox? The middle-aged police officer pressed the electronic button on his collar. A holographic female police officer appeared in midair instantly. Anan, there's an important discovery here. 3 people died here. There's a red rose at the scene and it smells like dragon tongue red wine. This is very likely the work of the Shadow Alliance's Silver Fox Subai. The middle-aged police officer said to the policewoman. What? Silver Fox Subai, one of the 4 princes of the Shadow Alliance, is here in Jiang City? The expression of the policewoman named Anand changed drastically. It's very likely that it's him. We don't know why such a big shot came to Jang City, but his destructive power is too great. We have to pay attention to him. Gather the other officers for a meeting. I'll be right back. With that, the middle-aged police officer turned off the holographic projection. Silver Fox Subai stood on the edge of the rooftop of a tube-shaped apartment and observed the middle-aged police officer from afar. Beside him stood a burly figure in a black robe. "Young master, why didn't you bring the young man away forcefully just now, since you value him? You even helped him in destroying the corpses," the burly figure asked. "Value him?" Subai smiled. "I won't say that. He just caught my eye. It's just a move I made out of a wimp. Maybe it will be of use in the future. By the way, Qin Long seems to have asked someone to build a research base near Jang City." "Yes. Moreover, there will be a big operation soon." "Young master, are you going to interfere?" "Interfere?" Subai smiled coldly. "I'm not like that brainless idiot Qin Long who dares to be so arrogant in Jang City." The burly figure looked puzzled. "You don't understand, this place isn't that simple. There is a real dragon lying dormant here," Subai said lightly and did not explain further. He looked down and a figure appeared in his heart with a trace of awe in his eyes. It seemed like the person who killed his way through Jinghua City in one night and shocked the entire world was living in seclusion in this small city. How could he, Subai, dare to cause trouble here with this real dragon around? Chapter 9, Windfall of 100.000 Alliance dollars. Longquan District. The tube-shaped apartments were like huge square cement pillars. They were very close to each other, making it seem crowded and oppressive. Chuzhou's house was on the 64th floor of Block 38. Fortunately, in recent decades, nuclear technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, and nuclear energy had begun to be used on a large scale. Energy shortage has been alleviated. This allowed for cheap electricity where even the poor could afford to use elevators in the slums. It was tragic decades ago. At that time, energy was scarce and a large amount of electricity had to be used in the city's defense system. As a result, electricity was expensive, and the slums could not afford to use elevators. Chuzhou walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 64th floor. The elevator went up. He arrived at the 64th floor in no time. Beep. He unlocked the lock with his fingerprint and pushed the door open. The strong smell of alcohol hit him as soon as he entered. Father is probably drunk again. Chuzhou sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he saw his father lying crookedly on the old sofa in the hall. The glass coffee table next to the sofa was filled with empty beer bottles. Chuzhou walked to the sofa and sized up his sleeping father. His heart ached when he saw his left leg, which was obviously twisted at the joint. His father was actually a handsome middle-aged man. However, he had a lame left leg and was a drunkard, which made him look especially down and out. As for the reason his father drank so much, Chuzhou was not very sure. His father had been in this state for as long as he could remember. He had never told him the reason. However, he occasionally saw his father holding an old photograph and staring at it for an extended period of time. Sometimes for an entire day. In any case, he did his best to raise and take care of him and his sister even though he drank so much. He had never lost his temper towards them, let alone hit or scold them. Their father would usually stay by them silently if his sister or him were down or bullied. I've read online that the water of life can regenerate broken limbs. Repairing my father's crippled leg would be child's play. However, the water of life is very expensive. It costs at least 1 billion Alliance dollars. I can earn a lot of money by hunting monsters as long as I become a real martial artist. I must become a martial artist, work hard to earn money to buy the water of life for my father. Chuzhou muttered to himself. He reached out and patted his father gently. Dad, wake up. Go take a shower. Xiao, you should be back soon. Little Joe, you're back. Chu Donglei opened his eyes in a daze. Yes, it's Friday again. Xiaoi, when you are having a break. It's not good for Xiaoi to see me like this. He left the sofa and limped into the bathroom. Chu Zhou began to clean up the empty beer bottles on the coffee table and put them all in the trash can. Then, he opened the door and windows to let the smell of alcohol out. The door opened with a beep and a pretty girl of about 13 years old walked in just as he was about to finish tidying up the house. Big brother, your invincible younger sister is back. Chu Yu shouted loudly and walked towards Chu Zhou. I'm not deaf. There's no need to shout so loudly. Chu Zhou said angrily and reached out to rub his sister Chu Yu's little head. Brother, you messed up my hairstyle again. We'll not be able to rule together. Chu Yu screamed and used the 9-yin skeleton claw with both hands to scratch, tear, and pull on Chu Zhou's body like a crazy person. All right, it's your turn to cook today. I have something to deal with. Chu Zhou comforted his good sister and walked into his room. It was time to see how much this unexpected windfall was. He sat on the bed and took out the alliance dollars wrapped in 3 balls of paper. Then, he began to calculate the amount. 100.000 alliance dollars. Chu Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart. He had made a killing this time. 100.000 alliance dollars was nothing to the rich people, but it was a huge sum of money to a family like theirs. It even made him hope that he would be attacked a few more times. It was too profitable. My plan will speed up with this 100.000 alliance dollars. High-energy food can speed up the accumulation of attribute points. And the best high-energy food is monster meat. However, even the most ordinary monsters are comparable to awakening realm martial artists. Only real martial artists have the ability to kill monsters. Also, it is very troublesome to move the monsters' corpses back to the city from the wilderness even after they are killed. The smell of blood will easily attract the attention of other monsters since there are too many monsters in the wilderness. Once attacked by monsters, even an awakening realm martial artist might die. Hence, monster meat is a very expensive ingredient. Only the truly rich can eat them. However, 100.000 alliance dollars should be enough for me to buy some low-level monster meat to eat for a while. I'll deposit the money in the bank first. He went out under his sister's surprised gaze to deposit the 100.000 alliance dollars into his bank card at a bank in the neighborhood. When he got home, he immediately turned on his computer and logged into the mall to search for monster meat. Soon, a large amount of pictures of monster meat and related instructions appeared on the web page. 4-armed violent ape meat, beast general level, 500 grams, 30.000 alliance dollars. Steel-armored dragon lizard meat, beast general level, 500 grams, 30.000 alliance dollars. Goldback wild ox meat, elite level, 500 grams, 6.000 alliance dollars. Iron thorn boar meat, beast soldier level, 500 grams, 1.000 alliance dollars. It was Chu Zhou's first time buying monster meat online. He gulped when he saw the ridiculous price of each of the monster meat. It was too expensive. The 100.000 alliance dollars he had on hand could only buy about 1.5 kilograms of beast general level meat. His father earned 3.000 alliance dollars a month, which was 36.000 alliance dollars a year in total if they did not spend a single cent. He could only buy a little more than a catty of the meat of this grade. High-grade monster meat is ridiculously expensive. Chu Zhou sighed and immediately ordered 10 catties of iron thorn wild boar meat. The logistics company was very efficient. In just 15 minutes, the iron thorn wild boar meat he ordered was delivered to his door. Big brother, what did you buy? Chu Yu, who was cooking, and his father, Chu Donglei, who had just finished bathing, saw Chu Zhou enter with a big bag of things. They both looked curious. This is 10 catties of iron thorn wild boar meat. I just ordered it online. Chu-jo replied without hiding anything. Chu Donglei frowned slightly upon hearing this. Chu Yu pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing that the Iron Thorn wild boar meat was the beast soldier level monster in her textbook. She was shocked. Monster meat was super expensive. Big Brother actually bought 10 catties of beast soldier level monster meat? Where did the money come from? Oh no. Her big brother was so handsome. Could he have sold himself as a gigolo to the rich and powerful sisters? Chapter 10, Intent Realm Curved Hand Blade. Big Brother, are you selling yourself? Chu Yu looked at Chu-jo suspiciously. What do you mean by selling myself? Chu-jo was stunned. There's no need to hide it. I understand. Chu Yu's face revealed a look of understanding. Many people on the internet say that young men don't know the goodness of living off a woman. They have wasted their youth the other way around. It seems that you're more mature than your peers and have understood the true meaning of life. She reached out and patted Chu-jo's shoulder. Big Brother, don't worry. I'm reasonable. I understand and support you. There's nothing wrong with earning money with your own abilities. His father, Chu Donglei, also added on silently. Chu-jo reacted and his face darkened. What the hell did you learn on the internet? He rubbed his sister Chu Yu's head angrily and messed up her hairstyle again. Listen carefully. I happen to make a windfall today. The money used to buy the Iron Thorn wild boar meat is all mine. He told her about how he had accidentally picked up 100,000 Alliance dollars when he took a shortcut home. He wasn't lying. He had indeed picked it up from the ground. What? Big Brother, you actually picked up 100,000 Alliance dollars? What kind of luck is this? Chu Yu was dumbfounded. The next moment, she extended her small hand and placed it in front of Chu-jo. Everyone who sees it gets a share. It's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. Brother, I believe you would not be so stingy as to not spare a strand of hair. Chu Yu looked at Chu-jo with a flattering smile. Not sparing a strand of hair? Am I such a person? Chu-jo was very angry. This little girl actually insulted his character. He lowered his head and looked at his arm. He bared the pain and plucked a strand of hair and placed it on Chu Yu's palm, then helped her close her fingers. Say hair plucked from the ground. Take it. Chu Yu looked at his closed hand in a daze, and his expression collapsed. Big Brother, you miser. Screams resounded throughout the house. When his father, Chu Donglei, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. In the end, Chu-jo still gave her 500 Alliance dollars as a pacification fee to calm her down. Xiao, don't think it's too little. This money is very useful to me now. The elite trial is about to begin. I'll use this money to buy some cultivation resources to increase my strength. I will be able to obtain the genetic potion if I can obtain the top 3 in the elite trial. With the genetic potion, I can try to open the genetic lock and become a true martial artist. Earning money will be easy for me when I become a true martial artist. At that time, it won't be much even if I give you $5 million as pocket money. Chu-jo said to Chu Yu, as he cut the Iron Thorn wild boar meat in the kitchen. Chu Yu stopped frying the vegetables and said to Chu-jo with a worried expression. Big bro, are you participating in the elite trial held by the top 10 high schools? This is risky. Every year, many people die in the trial. Don't you already get a guaranteed spot in a martial arts university? Why are you still taking the risk? His father, Chu Donglei, also looked at Chu-jo. Yes, I'm definitely participating. I have to perform well to fight for more resources even if I can enter the martial arts university. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident that nothing will happen. Chu-jo explained to his sister and father. He did not mention about how Jin's Helen had almost replaced him in the guaranteed spot. There was no need worry his family worry. Chu Yu saw the determination in Chu-jo's eyes and did not continue to persuade him. She knew her brother's personality very well. Once he decided on something, even 9 cows would not be able to pull him back. Moreover, he would have to face all kinds of danger sooner or later as a martial artist. He could not avoid it. The dangers in the elite trials were not worth mentioning compared to the dangers of fighting monsters in the wilderness in the future. Big bro, be careful. You just said that you will give me $5 million as pocket money after you become a martial artist. You have to come back in one piece to fulfill your promise, okay? She could only remind him. His father stared deeply at Chujo and only said, be careful. The dishes were quickly cooked. A mouth-watering fragrance of meat wafted through the room. This was the fragrance of the iron-thorn wild boar meat. They turned on the television and the family began to eat. This was the first time Chujo's family had eaten monster meat. The meat of the iron-thorn wild boar was smooth, tender, and delicious. It also had a unique fragrance that made Chujo's family reminisce. Big brother, eat more. His younger sister, Chuyu, placed pieces after pieces of iron-thorn wild boar meat into Chujo's bowl, filling it up. She wanted Chujo to eat more after knowing that he was going to participate in the elite trial. Chujo looked at the meat piled into a small pyramid, speechless, and could only eat it. At this moment, a piece of news was broadcasted on the television. A female newscaster said, at 5:35 p.m. this afternoon, 3 victims were found in a remote alley near Iron District. The 3 victims died tragically without even a corpse. There was even a red rose stuck at the crime scene. The police have determined that the murderer is an extremely dangerous figure among the fallen martial artists. During this period of time, the fallen martial artists have been committing crimes without rest. 12 students have gone missing in a row, and there are even murder cases now. Citizens, please pay attention to your safety and try not to go to remote alleys. Don't approach anyone you suspect of being a fallen martial artist. There were also a few pixelated images of the murder scene on the television. Chujo raised his eyebrows slightly watching the news. He naturally wanted to see the police identify the murderer as a fallen martial artist. He had actually recorded a video with his phone at the time. It was enough to prove that he was defending himself. In this era, it was completely legal for the victim to kill the other party in self-defense when they were being attacked with weapons such as knives and guns. Therefore, he was not afraid of being discovered. However, it was better to avoid trouble. The current outcome was pretty good. Isn't this alley where you often take shortcuts? Chuyu looked at the photo on the television and could not help but be shocked. There's actually a murder case in this alley, and it was done by a fallen martial artist. Big brother, don't go through this alley. Well, I didn't think that something like this would happen in this alley. I won't be taking this road again anytime soon. Chujo nodded and said calmly. The Jin family. Jinjingmao immediately slammed the table angrily after seeing the news report. No wonder they didn't reply for so long. It turns out that they were killed by the fallen martial artists. I wasted 100.000 alliance dollars. HMPH, consider that kid lucky. Jinjingmao's face was gloomy. It would not be good for him to find someone to attack Chujo so soon after the plan was foiled this time. Recently, the actions of the fallen martial artists in Jiang City had been too rampant. All the police officers in Jiang City were on high alert. It would easily cause a misunderstanding if he made any moves. At Chujo's house. After dinner, he sat down and waited for his digestion to complete. Then, he immediately checked his attribute board. Attribute points. 0.7 plus 0.45. During this dinner, his attribute points had increased by 0.45. The high-energy food feast he ate in school only increased his attribute points by 0.15. The attribute points obtained from a meal of iron-thorn wild boar meat was 3 times that of ordinary high-energy food. Chujo was overjoyed. Looks like there's no need to stay in school for the time being. I can eat at home for every meal. Chujo muttered to himself. He had made up his mind. High school rules were actually more flexible. Students could choose whether or not to live on campus. Many students choose to stay in school mainly because it provides cheap high-energy food. There was naturally no need for him to stay on campus now that Chujo could eat iron-thorn wild boar meat at home. 2 days of vacation passed quickly. Chujo still chose to return home. He ate 3 meals a day at home. In the morning, he would wake up at 5:30 a.m. and rush to the school's martial arts classroom before 6 a.m. to cultivate with Big Sister Deo. Soon, another 2 days passed. It was Tuesday. Chujo sat cross-legged on the grass in the small forest near his school where he had tested the curved hand blade previously. He brought up the attribute board. Name, Chujo, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6, Attribute Points, 6.1, plus 5.4, Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 3, not enough attribute points to upgrade, Curved Hand Blade, D rank, Level 4 Perfection Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade, Sharp Blade Kick, D rank, Level 2 Proficient Realm, enough attribute points to upgrade. I can finally level up again. Upgrade the curved hand blade. With a thought, Chujo's attribute board flickered and became blurry. At the same time, a large number of cultivation memories and details appeared in his mind. A moment later, the attribute board became clear again. Curved hand blade, D rank, Level 5 Intent Realm, not enough attribute points to upgrade. The curved hand blade was finally upgraded to the Intent Realm after spending 5 attribute points. Chapter 11, Assistance Quests. My curved hand blade has finally reached the Intent Realm. Chujo stood up from the grass and raised his right hand against the sunlight. Suddenly, there was a mysterious change in his right hand as a hint of sharp aura was emitted. It was as if it was not a hand but an incomparably sharp knife. At this moment, a fallen leaf fell with the wind and happened to touch Chujo's right hand. His right hand did not move at all. The fallen leaf, however, was silently split into 2. He walked to the side of the big rock that had a cut off with the curved hand knife last time. He faced the big rock with his palm and slowly reached out. Splat! His entire palm sank into the boulder without any resistance. The control of power of the Intent Realm curved hand blade has almost entered the microscopic level. Its might is probably close to a proficient realm C-rank combat technique. Chujo exclaimed and pulled his palm out of the rock, leaving a palm-shaped hole. Then, he looked at the attribute board and saw the curved hand blade that did not have enough attribute points to upgrade. He fell into deep thought. He roughly understood that unupgradable on the attribute board probably meant that there were insufficient attribute points for an upgrade and not that he could not upgrade because he reached the limit. What did that mean? This meant that even if the curved hand blade had reached the Intent Realm, the highest realm in theory, it could still continue to level up. Currently, the curved hand blade is only a D-rank combat technique. When the curved hand blade is upgraded to the 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th, or even the 100th level, will it still be a D-rank combat technique? Greek letter Nu Greek letter beta. If the curved hand blade is upgraded to the 100th level, it should be comparable to a S-rank combat technique. If that is the case for the curved hand blade, it should be the same for combat techniques and breathing. Chujo exclaimed, sighing about how his attribute talent was too abnormal. He looked at the attribute board again. Basic breathing technique, D rank, level 3, unupgradable. This time, his gaze fell on the breathing technique. Breathing techniques were far more important than combat techniques to the martial artists. He could only increase his life field energy and evolve only by cultivating and breathing. Chujo had previously felt that his combat strength was insufficient, and his basic breathing technique had always been unupgradable. That was why he had spent all the attribute points he had accumulated on the curved hand blade. Now that the curved hand blade had already reached the Intent Realm, it was sufficient for his use. His next goal was to upgrade the basic breathing technique. Big Sister Saber said that the basic breathing technique is the core of everything. The basic breathing technique is the only D-rank breathing technique among us humans. It is also the origin of all breathing techniques. All human breathing techniques, regardless of their level, are developed from these basic breathing techniques. Someone once said that even though the basic breathing technique doesn't have any special attributes or characteristics, it's actually the most comprehensive cultivation technique. It might be the strongest breathing technique no matter the level if one can cultivate the basic breathing technique to a higher level. Unfortunately, no one has ever verified it. I'll verify it since no one has verified it before. Chuzhou thought to himself with great ambition. The basic breathing technique only had 3 levels. He had already cultivated it to the limit. Next, he would break through its limits. However, he only had 1.1 attribute points now. He had to continue accumulating them. At this moment, he was sincerely grateful to the 3 attackers who had contributed 100.000 alliance dollars to him. 100.000 alliance dollars allowed him to accumulate attribute points 3 times faster. It's about time to go home for lunch. Chuzhou stood up and strode out of the forest. However, before he left, he stared thoughtfully at a dense patch of flowers in the small forest. Liu Qianqian walked out from behind the patch of flowers sometime after Chuzhou left. The person who used the Mastery Realm curved hand blade here last time was indeed him. Liu Qianqian looked in the direction Chuzhou left in shock. She had serious suspicion that Chuzhou was the person who used the Mastery Realm curved hand blade in the small forest ever since she saw him break Jin's Henan's C-rank combat techniques Killing Fist, with an incomparably exquisite curved hand blade in the canteen. However, she was not familiar with Chuzhou, so she could not ask him directly. Furthermore, the degree of mastery of a combat technique was also related to a martial artist's safety. Asking others about the realm of their combat technique was a taboo. Therefore, she could only choose to squat here. She uncovered the truth unexpectedly. However, the truth was a little scary. She walked to the place where Chuzhou had been meditating, picked up the 2 halves of the leaf that had been cut open, and walked to a large rock. She looked at a palm-shaped hole on it and was in a daze. Mastery Realm curved hand blade definitely doesn't have such power. Could it be the Perfection Realm? Or even Intent Realm? Liu Qianqian was agitated and could not control herself. She did not expect that Chuzhou, who was as famous as her, had actually cultivated the curved hand blade to such a terrifying realm. Chuzhou, he has hidden himself too deeply. He probably wouldn't be inferior to those monsters from the first high school if his physical talent wasn't average and his life field energy wasn't high. Jin's Henan actually wants to snatch his spot. He simply doesn't know his place. She sneered and a trace of disdain flashed across her eyes, thinking of the recent rumors circulating in the school. Another 2 days passed. On this day, Chuzhou suddenly received a message from Big Sister Dao asking him to go to the administrative office immediately. Administrative office? Could Jin Jingmei be planning to play tricks on me again? Chuzhou thought of the attack not long ago and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, Chuzhou, would take revenge all day long. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough and the time and place were not suitable, he really wanted to rush into the administrative office and destroy Jin Jingmei. He quickly arrived at the administrative office and walked in. However, to his surprise, he was not the only one who came this time. Jin's Henan was there. Liu Qianqian and Zhou Tong, 2 advanced apprentices who were as famous as him, were also there. In addition to the 4 students, Big Sister Saber and the academic director, Jin Jingmei, were also present. Moreover, there was also an old man in a suit with white hair. At this moment, Jin Jingmei's office seat was occupied by the old man in the suit. Vice Principal Zhou Sen. Chuzhou immediately recognized the old man in the suit. Chuzhou, you're really arrogant. You're the last to arrive and made Principal Zhou Sen and us wait for you. Jin Jingmei said in a strange voice, seeing Chuzhou enter. Jin Jingmei, you're deliberately making things difficult for my student, Chuzhou. There will always be someone who will be the last to arrive. They will rush over immediately when they receive the message. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I sent the message to Chuzhou. Chuzhou is already very timely. Big Sister Dao glanced at Jin Jingmei coldly and defended Chuzhou. This stinky dog, I must kill him when I have the chance. Chujo thought to himself, staring coldly at Jinjing Mayo. All right, let's get down to business since everyone is here. Vice Principal Joe Sen said. Big Sister Deo and Jinjing Mayo immediately quietened down. You should know that the government's strong support for school and education is the reason why our high school can always provide you students with so much cheap high-energy food and conveniences. Vice Principal Joe Sen spoke, his gaze sweeping across Chujo, Liu Kaianqian, Jin Henan, and Zhou Tong. Chujo and the others nodded slightly. They knew this already. Well, it seems you're all aware of that. Vice Principal Joe Sen revealed a satisfied expression and continued, seeing Chujo and the others nod in agreement. You should know that rights and obligations are equal. The government has paid such a huge price to nurture you, so you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. Before you entered the school signed a contract with you, stating that they can call you for assistance if the government needs help. Chujo and the others nodded again. They had indeed signed such a contract. Now, your mission is here. Recently, Jiang City students have disappeared one after another, and the number of missing people is still increasing rapidly. The police have confirmed that this was done by the fallen martial artists lurking in our Jiang City. However, these fallen martial artists are very cunning. They have many strongholds in addition to their numbers. They are also especially good at hiding and escaping. It will be difficult to capture them all in a short time even if the police dispatch all of their people. Therefore, the police asked all high schools in Jiang City to dispatch advanced apprentices to help capture the fallen martial artists. There are only 4 advanced apprentices in our school. The principal has decided to let all 4 of you participate in this assistance mission. Vice Principal Joe Sen said, revealing the reason why he had summoned Chujo and the others. Chapter 12, The Genius of the First High School. It was actually a mission to assist the police. Chujo, Liu Kaianqian, Zhou Tong, Jin Henan, and the others finally understood why Vice Principal Joe Sen had summoned them. Do you have any objections to this mission? Vice Principal Joe Senator. No. Chujo and the others naturally had no objections. Actually, it was useless even if they had any objections. It was their obligation. Very good. Vice Principal Joe Sen smiled. You don't have to worry too much. The main force of this operation against the fallen martial artists is still the police. You will just be on some simple assistance missions like patrolling and inspection. There's basically no danger as long as you're careful. Such an operation is also a good opportunity for you to train. Besides, if you perform well, the police will reward you. How can you see the rainbow at the end if you don't experience the wind and rain? Big Sister Saber interrupted. Since you've embarked on the path of a martial artist, you won't be able to avoid the bloody storm. There are some things that you should experience sooner rather than later. Vice Principal Joe Sen continued, the top 10 high schools will deploy their elite students for this mission. Therefore, you can treat this as preliminary before the elite trial. Through these preliminaries, you can take the opportunity to understand the situation and strength of your opponents in the elite trial. And I only have one request for you for this mission: don't embarrass the 5th high school. Preliminaries before the elite trial. Chujo, Liu Kaianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin Henan were startled too. They were all prepared to participate in the elite trial. Moreover, they were now given a chance to understand their opponents in advance. This seemed pretty good. Don't worry, Vice Principal. With me around, I guarantee that no embarrassment would come to the 5th high school. Zhou Tong said confidently, emitting an air of arrogance. Chujo glanced at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was not in the same class as him, so he did not know much about him. He only knew one thing. Zhou Tong's life field energy had broken through to level 4. He was also the only student in the 5th high school who had a life field energy at level 4. He was known as the #1 genius of the 5th high school. Vice Principal Joe Sen seemed to be looking at Zhou Tong in a different light. Zhou Tong, you are the top student of the 5th high school. You will be leading the mission this time. Vice Principal Joe Sen said. No problem. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he accepted the order. Chu Zhou did not have much of a reaction to Zhou Tong being the leader. In any case, it was fine as long as it did not affect him. Liu Qianqian, however, frowned slightly. "All right, I've told you everything you need to know. Go to the school gate now. Someone will pick you up," Vice Principal Zhou Sen said. Chu Zhou and the other three immediately left the administrative office and walked towards the school gate. "Brother Zhou, you're the top student of our school. Your life field energy has long broken through level 4. This mission is your chance to become famous in Jiang City and broaden the horizons of the elites of the other schools." Ants Jin Henan and Zhou Tong seemed to be old acquaintances. As soon as he left the administrative office, he began to chat and laugh with Zhou Tong. His words were filled with flattery. Zhou Tong's lips curled up slightly. "I always keep my word. If I said I won't embarrass the school, I definitely won't embarrass the school." He looked at Liu Qianqian as he spoke. However, Liu Qianqian ignored him. Instead, she walked to Chu Zhou's side and greeted him with a light smile. "Chu Zhou, this is our first mission together. Please take care of me." Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect Liu Qianqian to greet him. Moreover, there was a hint of intimacy. He did not think too much about it. He smiled and said, "We're from the same school. Let's take care of each other." Liu Qianqian was slightly elated and immediately took the initiative to communicate with Chu Zhou, seeing how he did not reject her. They chatted about the situation of the elite students of other high schools. Chu Zhou did not know much about the elite students of other high schools. He listened carefully as Liu Qianqian spoke about it. Zhou Tong looked at Liu Qianqian, who was happily chatting with Chu Zhou, and his face immediately darkened. Jin Henan saw Zhou Tong's reaction and then glanced at Chu Zhou and Liu Qianqian, who were chatting happily. He could not help but push up the gold-rimmed glasses on his forehead, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. "I've long heard that Zhou Tong has been pursuing Liu Qianqian, but Liu Qianqian has never agreed." Initially, he thought that these were just groundless rumors. Now, it seemed that it was true. With this thought in mind, Jin Henan suddenly said, "Chu Zhou, your life field energy level seems to be only 3.5, while Liu Qianqian's life field level is at 3.9. You actually have the cheek to say that you're taking care of her?" His gaze turned to Liu Qianqian as he spoke. "Liu Qianqian, even though Principal Zhou said that there's basically no danger in this assisting mission. We're dealing with fallen martial artists after all. It's possible for an accident to happen. I think it's best if you stay by Brother Zhou's side during the mission. There will definitely not be any problems with Brother Zhou protecting you." This kid was sensible. Zhou Tong looked at Jin Henan in satisfaction. He looked at Chu Zhou and said, "You have to know your limits. Don't overestimate yourself. It would be an achievement if you know your limits and take care of yourself during the mission. Just don't cause us trouble. Naturally, I'll be the one protecting Qianqian." With that, he strode towards the school gate without looking back. Jin Henan sneered at Chu Zhou and followed. "Chu Zhou, I'm sorry. It seems that I've caused you trouble," Liu Qianqian explained to Chu Zhou guiltily. "Zhou Tong pursued me for 2 years, but I didn't like him, so I didn't agree to be his girlfriend. He must be unhappy with you now that he saw me chatting happily with you. You might be the target of his wrath." She didn't hide anything and told him the inside story. "It's fine. It's no big deal, you don't have to apologize." Chu Zhou waved his hand with a calm expression. He simply did not care whether or not Zhou Tong was dissatisfied with him or not. If Zhou Tong dared to make a move against him, he would definitely ask Zhou Tong to show him what he could do. However, he truly wanted to kill Jin Henan, rather than Zhou Tong, who was trying to sow discord. A clown. Not only did he want to snatch his spot, he even dared to provoke him repeatedly. He was really tired of living. Chu Zhou and Liu Qianqian quickly arrived at the school gate and stood not far from Zhou Tong and Jin Henan. Swoosh! A hovering police car suddenly flew over from the sky and stopped in front of Chuzhou and the others. You must be students of 5th High School who are participating in the assistance mission. I'm here to pick you up. Get in the car. A young policeman poked his head out of the car and asked Chuzhou and the others to get in. I'll sit in front. Liu Qianqian immediately opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Chuzhou, Zhou Tong, and Jin Henan sat in the back seat. Is this a hovering car? It seems to use nuclear energy blocks. A piece the size of a finger can power it for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was Chuzhou's first time sitting in a hovering car, so he couldn't help but size it up curiously. Zhou Tong and Jin Henan looked at Chuzhou with disdain. Country bumpkin. The hovering police car sped along. In less than a minute, it brought Chuzhou and the others to the police station. Follow me. The young policeman got Chuzhou and the others out of the car and led them into the police station and into a hall. We're here. Wait here for the commander of this operation to arrange a mission for you. The young policeman explained and left in a hurry. Chuzhou and the others looked around the hall and realized that many students from other high schools had already arrived. Basically, they were in groups of 3 to 5. However, there was a special team with more than 30 students. Students of 1st High School. Gasp, those 3 students are the 3 monsters of the 1st High School, Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi. Liu Qianqian looked solemnly at the group of 30 students, especially the 3 students leading them. Zhou Tong and Jin Henan looked at the 3 students with grave expressions. Chuzhou also looked over curiously. He had heard of Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi, the 3 monstrous students of the 1st High School. Probably all third-year students in Jiang City had heard of their names. 1st High School's enrollment criteria was the strictest among all the high schools in Jiang City. Every student who entered the 1st High School was considered a genius to the other high schools in Jiang City. As for Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi, they were the geniuses among geniuses of the 1st High School. They were also known as the 3 monsters of the 1st High School and were famous among the third-year students in Jiang City. Chapter 13, Operation Storm. Are they Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi? Chuzhou looked at the 3 figures surrounded by many 1st High School students. Those 3 figures had very distinct characteristics. One of them was wearing a white training suit. He had silver hair and carried an ancient sword on his back. His expression was cold, like an ancient swordsman. The second person had a strong physique. He was about 2 meters tall and had a wary face. His back was straight, and he had iron-like muscles spreading along the midline of his body. This person was like a ferocious beast in human form. A domineering and violent aura emitted from his body. The third person was an elegant girl with long hair. Chuzhou had seen photos of Ling Zhon and the other 2 on the school forum. Therefore, he immediately recognized the silver-haired person with a sword on his back as Ling Zhon. The burly and domineering person was Xi Meng and the elegant girl was Li Qingxi. These 3 people are indeed extraordinary. They exude the feeling that they are stronger than all the advanced apprentice present. Chuzhou was slightly surprised. Of course, these 3 were strong, but he was not afraid. He had confidence that he was stronger. Those 3 monsters are not something we can compare to. Let's learn more about the other students. Jin Henan said. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He had always been confident that he could be amongst the top 15 of the advanced apprentice in the 3rd year of the top 10 high schools. However, he also knew that he was not on the same level as Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi. He might be comparable to those 3 monsters. Liu Qianqian secretly glanced at Chuzhou and thought to herself. A middle-aged police officer in a police uniform with a dignified expression suddenly appeared on the podium in the hall. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Weiyang, the commander in charge of this operation. I believe that your teacher should have already told you about the contents of this operation before you came here, but I'll explain it again. Our operation this time is code-named Operation Storm. It's a clean-up operation against all the fallen martial artists lurking in Jiang City. We want to clean up all the fallen martial artists in Jiang City in one go, as though we're cleaning up trash," Officer Wang Weiang said with a solemn expression. He waved his hand fiercely, emitting his determination to clean up everything. Everyone listened attentively. "I'll say 2 things that you have to pay attention to now. This concerns your safety. You must remember them. First, the main force of this operation is us, the police, not you. You're only here to help. Once you find the stronghold of the fallen martial artists, you have to report it immediately and not attack the stronghold of the fallen warriors on your own. Cyrillic letter your second, you will follow the police as a team. There are more students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools which will be divided into several teams. Students from the other high schools will form teams with students from the same school. During the operation, you do not separate from your teams. Report immediately and stop the operation if someone is lost or seriously injured. Have you memorized it?" Officer Wang Weiang asked loudly. "Yes." Many students responded. "All right, let's begin the operation. Assign yourselves to your own teams. Police officers will find you later." Officer Wang Weiang's figure moved and turned into a blurry after-image before disappearing after he finished speaking. No one saw how he left. Many students were in an uproar. Only then did they realize that Officer Wang Weiang was a terrifying martial arts master. Is this a real martial artist? He's too powerful. I won't even know how I died if he attacks me. Chuzhou muttered to himself. His heart was filled with yearning to become a martial artist. After a while, a tall and thin police officer walked up to Chuzhou and the others. "Chuzhou, Liu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, Jin Henan, come with me." The tall and thin police officer led Chuzhou and the others out of the hall and into the parking lot of the police station. There were 5 hovering police cars waiting for them. Chuzhou and the others followed the instructions and boarded one of the hovering police cars. Then, 5 hovering police cars immediately soared into the sky. At this moment, night fell and the entire Jiang city became brightly lit. All kinds of dreamy 3-dimensional dynamic images and advertisements floated above the city and fused with the many skyscrapers. Real and fake images combined to form a huge visual impact. This was an advertisement using 3D holographic projection technology. The roars of monsters filled with violence and desolation came from afar, outside of the city. The modern high-tech human city was strangely integrated with the savage and desolate sounds of monsters. This was part of this world. "Officer, what's a mission?" Liu Qianqian asked the tall and thin police officer who was driving in the hovering police car. "My name is Gao Jun." The tall and thin police officer first said his name, then said to Chuzhou and the others, "After our careful investigation, there might be a fallen martial artist stronghold hidden in the Red Maple district on Wenshan Street. In a while, some of our police officers will enter the district directly to search and capture the fallen martial artists. Your mission is to assist the remaining police officers to guard the east, west, and south exits of the district." After hearing Gao Jun's words, Chuzhou and the others heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they were secretly disappointed. They heaved a sigh of relief because they did not need to face the dangerous fallen martial artists directly. Disappointment was also because they could not capture fallen martial artists themselves. They would not be able to hone their skills. It was a contradiction. 5 hovering police cars passed through skyscrapers and streets in the air. In the end, they landed in the Red Maple district on Wenshan Street. "Move out." All the police officers quickly jumped out of the hovering car. 15 of them rushed towards a residential building like cheetahs. The remaining 6 police officers were divided into 2 groups. One group headed to the east gate, while the other headed to the west gate. Chuzhou and the other 3 were sent to the south gate. Soon, sounds of intense fighting and gunshots came from the building where the 15 police officers were heading. Many people in the neighborhood panicked when they heard the commotion. Bang bang. Suddenly, 2 figures crashed through the security net and fell from the 6th floor. Then, they immediately rushed towards the south gate. Chuzhou and the others could clearly see that they were 2 middle-aged men with ferocious gazes. One of them had his arm broken. Ha ha ha, we are too lucky. Joe Tong shot forward like an arrow leaving its bow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two fleeing middle-aged men. Military killing fist. With a loud shout, he punched out with his fists like cannonballs, bringing about a strong air explosion. Bang bang. The chests of the two fleeing middle-aged men were directly penetrated by Joe Tong's two fists, and they slowly fell to the ground, no longer alive. So what if they're fallen martial artists? Most of them are mediocre people with potential and wild imaginations. It's your misfortune to meet me. Joe Tong stood beside the corpses of the two fallen warriors, his face full of disdain. Brother Joe is amazing. Jin's Henan walked over and exclaimed, these two fallen martial artists were actually dealt with by Brother Joe with 2 punches. This is nothing. I only used 30% of my strength. Joe Tong said indifferently. He looked at Liu Qianqian, like a peacock spreading its tail, trying his best to show off. However, Liu Qianqian did not care. She frowned and said to Chu Zhou, the situation is a little abnormal. The fallen martial artists in this stronghold are too weak. It's indeed a little abnormal. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. He also felt that these fallen martial artists were too weak. If the strongholds of the fallen martial artists were so weak, it would not have given the police such a headache. What's abnormal? Do you think that fallen martial artists are very strong? Many of them are mediocre people who have exhausted their potential and have no choice but to choose the wrong path. It's normal for them to be weak. Joe Tong said with dissatisfaction, looking at Chu Zhou with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Chu Zhou did not speak and could not be bothered with Joe Tong. Soon, all the police officers came over. They frowned when they saw the two fallen martial artists killed by Joe Tong. You'd better think of a way to delay them and inform us to rush over instead of fighting them to the death the next time you discover fallen martial artists. You are so irresponsible about your own lives. One of the police officers said. A trace of displeasure flashed across his Joe Tong's eye when he heard it. He did not take the police officer's words to heart. At this moment, another police officer continued. Our judgment was wrong. This is not a stronghold of fallen martial artists. There are only 2 fallen martial artists who happen to be hiding here to recuperate. However, since there are fallen martial artists here, the real stronghold is very likely nearby. Therefore, we have to split up and search Wenshan Street as soon as possible. Chapter 14, Discovering the Stronghold Wenshan Street. Chu Zhou, Liu Qianqian, Joe Tong and Jin Henan walked in a dimly lit alley, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. They were tasked to search for fallen martial artists in this area after splitting up. This area was filled with crowded old houses. It was a classic poor district with poor sanitary conditions and dilapidated roads. I wouldn't even want to come to a shitty place like this if I wasn't on a mission. Jin Henan leaped over the puddle of dirty water on the road and said with disgust. Joe Tong also frowned. He had been born and raised in an elite district that was filled with high-end technology. Skyscrapers, terraces, or villas were common in such areas. There were also museums, libraries, art galleries, and other buildings that were filled with artistic culture. Therefore, he was not used to the environment of the poor district. Chu Zhou was expressionless. He had grown up in the poor district and was already used to it. We searched this area for an hour after the split up, but we still haven't found any traces of the fallen martial artists. There's still no news from Officer Gaojun and the others. Did we fail this mission? Liu Qianqian said. Chu Zhou, Joe Tong, and Jin Henan frowned. If the mission failed just like that, it would mean that they did not have the chance to perform at all and would not get the chance to temper themselves. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of glass shattering came from the ground not far away. Chu Zhou and the other 3 immediately rushed over. A pile of glass shards appeared in front of them. It's a pile of glass that fell from a nearby building. Liu Qianqian looked up at a tall building beside her. Chu Zhou and the others also looked up. They were all advanced apprentices, so their vision was much stronger than ordinary humans. They could also see clearly at night. They noticed that many of the walls of this tall building had signs of serious depressions and spiderweb-like cracks. There were also huge holes in some of the walls. Some huge claw marks were also deeply imprinted on the wall. I just checked out the area. This building is called FACEBOKK Building. Last year, an injured iron-clawed golden eagle suddenly descended and attacked this place. At that time, more than 10 people were killed or injured, causing quite a stir. And after that incident, FACEBOKK Building was also severely damaged by the iron-clawed golden eagle and became a dangerous building even though it was killed by martial artists. All the residents here have moved away. Liu Qianqian took out her phone and pressed the button to activate the 3D holographic projection as she spoke. A laser beam shot out immediately from a pinhole on the phone, and a 3D dynamic image appeared in the air. The building in the image was of the FACEBOKK Building. On the screen, a strange bird that was more than 10 meters long was attacking the FACEBOKK Building crazily. It looked like a small fighter jet, with wings that flickered with a metallic luster and a pair of huge iron claws that looked like they were made of steel. Every attack by its claw left a huge hole in the wall of FACEBOKK Building. Walls, steel bars, they were all broken by the claws. A large area of the wall caved in with spider-web-like cracks spread continuously with a peck of its beak. Everyone in the building was fleeing in panic. Many people were cut in half by the strange bird's wings. At the end of the video, a foot suddenly descended from the sky and crushed the head of the iron-clawed golden eagle. The video ended. Monsters are indeed the greatest enemies of us humans. This iron-clawed golden eagle is only an elite-level monster, but it already has such terrifying destructive power. How terrifying would those emperor-level monsters at the top of the monsters be? Jin's Henan was shocked. The monsters are powerful, but we humans aren't weak either. There are emperor-level monsters, but we humans also have wargods who can emperor-level monsters. There's no need to worry unnecessarily. Zhou Tong said calmly. He had seen countless videos of monsters invading human cities. Brother Zhou is so magnanimous. I'm too narrow-minded. Jin's Henan praised him hurriedly. Chu Zhou did not say anything. He had actually seen the video from last year's news report. He lamented the strength of the monsters and yearned to become a fighter looking at it again. Wasn't it a martial artist who killed the iron-clawed golden eagle with a single kick at the end of the video? There's no one living in FACEBOKK Building now. A pile of glass fell suddenly. The glass must have been loosened and blown off by the wind. Liu Qianqian said. It was normal for a badly damaged building to have pieces of glass suddenly blown off by the wind. Disappointment appeared on Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan's faces. How could they showcase themselves if there were no fallen martial artists? Suddenly, Zhou Tong's gaze turned to look at Chu Zhou and said, Chu Zhou, go upstairs and take a look. Zhou Tong, there are no findings here. There's no need for Chu Zhou to waste his time. Liu Qianqian frowned. Who said that our leader did not have any findings? Didn't he notice the pile of fallen glass? Who knows if someone actually threw the glass from above? He asked Chu Zhou to go upstairs to take a look. This is a cautious and responsible action. Jin's Henan said meaningfully while looking at Chu Zhou mockingly. Chu Zhou, you will listen to the leader's instructions, won't you? Zhou Tong calmly stared into Chu Zhou's eyes. Liu Qianqian was very angry seeing how Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan were obviously targeting Chu Zhou. She was about to suggest for all of them to go together if there was a need to search. However, Chu Zhou spoke before she had a chance to speak. That works too. I happen to want to personally experience the destruction left behind at the scene of an attack by the elite-level iron-clawed golden eagle. Chu Zhou glanced indifferently at Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan. Then, his body moved, and he rushed towards FACEBOKK Building like a cheetah. He stepped heavily on the ground and his body flew a few meters into the air. One of his hands grabbed the window edge nimbly and suddenly exerted strength, his entire body continued to ascend. Just like that, he used the window ledges, balconies, extensions, and other things in the building to grab, step, or borrow strength. He kept ascending the building like Spider-Man. He arrived at a hole that had been scratched by the iron-clawed golden eagle in no time. He carefully observed the hole and discovered that there was power left behind by crushed bricks and broken steel bars in the hole. The destructive power of the iron-clawed golden eagle is indeed terrifying. A person would probably be turned into meat paste in an instant if it was used on a human. Chuzhou muttered to himself and continued to climb. During this process, he saw many claw marks and peck marks left behind. Every mark showed the astonishing destructive power of the iron-clawed golden eagle. Suddenly, Chuzhou paused and hid against the wall. He tilted his head slightly and looked into the building. He saw a faint light shining out from one of the holes covered in blackout cloth immediately. The faint light emitted from the gaps in the blackout cloth was too weak. He wouldn't have been able to see it if he weren't so close. Chuzhou held his breath and looked through the gaps in the blackout cloth. He could vaguely see a few figures with vicious expressions on their faces, as well as a corpse with multiple glass stab wounds, covered in blood. Chuzhou's pupils constricted slightly. He knew that this was probably the stronghold of the fallen martial artists that they had been looking for. He listened attentively, trying to obtain more information. However, the people inside deliberately lowered their voices even though there was isolation from the blackout curtains. Therefore, the information that he could hear was very weak and blurry. Chuzhou could only vaguely hear the words police, plan, and be careful. It's them. Chuzhou thought to himself. He immediately let go of the windowsill carefully and leaped down like an ape. Chapter 15, Attack. Chuzhou flipped over nimbly and descended Fengmei building. Got something. Chuzhou's words attracted the attention of Liu Qianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin Henan. I saw a hall covered with blackout cloth on the 16th floor. I couldn't see exactly how many people were inside. But I did see 3 people and a body stabbed with broken glass. I wanted to listen to their conversation. Unfortunately, they deliberately lowered their voices and I could only vaguely hear words like police, plan, and be careful. Nonetheless, I'm 80% sure that this is the stronghold of the fallen martial artists we're looking for with this level of information. Chuzhou whispered what he had just seen and heard as quickly as possible. Zhou Tong was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to make things difficult for Chuzhou earlier on and make him work for nothing. He did not expect Chuzhou to really discover the stronghold of the fallen martial artists. Jin Henan gritted his teeth with regret filling his heart. He had long known that Fengmei building was the stronghold of fallen martial artists. He had gone up to investigate the situation himself just now. However, Chuzhou became the one who made the discovery. This great credit would, without a doubt, be given to Chuzhou. Liu Qianqian was pleasantly surprised. They had finally found something after a busy night. I didn't expect the stronghold of these fallen martial artists to be hidden in this dangerous building. Let's inform Officer Gaojun and the others immediately. Liu Qianqian whispered. According to the instructions of Wang Weiyang, the commander of Operation Storm, students were to report the discovery of strongholds immediately and should not act on their own. When Zhou Tong heard that Liu Qianqian was going to inform Officer Gaojun and the others, he immediately panicked. The stronghold was discovered by Chuzhou. The credit would go to Chuzhou. If the stronghold was still destroyed by Officer Gaojun and the others, then he, Zhou Tong, would basically have no contributions. Even though he had killed 2 of the fleeing fallen martial artists in the Red Maple District, that credit was actually very small and could not satisfy him at all. He participated in Operation Storm this time because he was prepared to make a huge contribution and make a name for himself in Jiang City's 3rd-year cohort. He wanted to make everyone look at him in a different light. How could he let it end before he achieved his goal? Especially since Chuzhou's contribution would be even greater than his if it were to end now. This was something he would never allow. There's no need to inform Officer Gaojun and the others. We can completely destroy the fallen martial artists ourselves. Zhou Tong said confidently. He had killed 2 fallen martial artists in the Red Maple District with 2 punches not long ago with such ease. It caused him to consider all fallen martial artists inferior to him, unless there were Awakening Realm fallen martial artists in this stronghold. However, how could it be so easy to meet Awakening Realm fallen martial artists? No, Commander Wang Weiang said that we must report the discovery of the fallen martial artist stronghold immediately, Liu Qianqian said solemnly. Qianqian, you're too cautious. I am enough to deal with them alone. Wait for my good news. Zhou Tong directly rushed towards Feng Mei building and scaled the building like Chu Zhou after he spoke, not bothering if the rest agreed with him or not. Brother Zhou, let me help you. Jin's Henan's eyes flashed and chased after him. Damn it, they actually violated the commander's instructions. What should we do now? Liu Qianqian looked at Chu Zhou. Report the situation to Officer Gao Jun and the others. Chu Zhou said calmly. He did not care too much about getting credits. Therefore, he did not want to violate the instructions with Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan. Moreover, he was the one who discovered the stronghold. This was enough credit. Okay. Liu Qianqian contacted Officer Gao Jun directly with her phone. Officer Gao Jun, we found a fallen martial artist stronghold on the 16th floor of Feng Mei building. However, Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan have already acted on their own. What? You found a stronghold? Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan acted on their own? Officer Gao Jun's shocked voice came from the phone. Then, he cursed, are they idiots? Do they really think that fallen martial artists are so easy to deal with? The two of you, chase after them immediately and see if you can stop them. If you can't, try your best to save them. Remember, if you encounter a crisis that you can't do anything about, escape. Don't worry about them. All our officers will be there imminently as well. The call ended. Chu Zhou and Liu Qianqian exchanged glances before scaling Feng Mei building. Chu Zhou and Liu Qianqian arrived at the 16th floor in no time. Bang bang. Two figures covered in blood flew out from behind the blackout cloth and hit the floor heavily. It's Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan. Liu Qianqian exclaimed. Chu Zhou saw Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan, who were covered in blood and had their limbs broken. He could not help but be slightly stunned. He did not expect them to be defeated so quickly. Moreover, in such a miserable way. Ha ha ha, Brother Liao, these two rookies were saying that they want to destroy us even though they are still wet behind the ears. It's really a joke. They've really overestimated themselves, especially the one who rushed up first. He actually said that we're trash and wants to kill us with one punch. Where did he get his confidence from? Maybe he fought with some of us from somewhere and won. However, he probably doesn't know that our groups are completely different from each other. For example, Brother Liao has successfully fused a portion of the golden thread bowback and gene with his genes. Even though he hasn't advanced to the Awakening Realm, he's still much stronger than ordinary advanced apprentices. Aren't we lacking experimental subjects recently? These two rookies actually came knocking on our door. What a gift. 8 people with vicious expressions walked out from behind the blackout cloth. The leader was a scar-faced man. This scar-faced man was very special. His hands were completely different from normal human arms. They were thicker than an ordinary human's arms and were also covered by black carapace with a golden line on it. 2 more. The scar-faced man stepped on Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan's chests, causing their faces to contort as they spat out blood. At that moment, Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan saw Chu Zhou and Liu Qianqian. Embarrassment, shame, humiliation, and various other emotions surged into their hearts like a tide. They were just thinking that the two of them could easily suppress all the fallen martial artists in this stronghold. In the end, they were easily suppressed. There were indeed no awakened martial artists in this stronghold. However, the scar-faced man's strength far exceeded their imagination. His arms were like the arms of a monster. They were too powerful. He had severely injured them in just 2 moves. All sorts of thoughts and emotions surged into Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan's hearts. However, they only had one emotion left in no time: fear. They were afraid of death. What's wrong with this scar-faced man? How did his arms become like this? Chuzhou stared at the scar-faced man and frowned. It was not that he did not understand the situation of fallen martial artists. However, there was no information about the mutation of the scar-faced man's arms from the things he had learned online and in school. Could it be that the government had deliberately blocked this information? Chuzhou guessed. The elders in my family once told me that I must not let my guard down when I encounter fallen martial artists in the future. They said that some fallen martial artists are different. So, this is the difference? Liu Qianqian looked at the scar-faced man's arms and muttered to herself. When Chuzhou heard Liu Qianqian's voice, he immediately knew that he had guessed correctly. Information about the fallen martial artists that was deliberately blocked by the government, perhaps out of some considerations. Moreover, the secrecy was very likely only targeted at ordinary people while it was an open secret to some elites and rich people. Brother Liao, 2 more rookies have come. It seems that our stronghold has been discovered. Perhaps the hyenas from the police station will arrive soon. After seeing Chuzhou and Liu Qianqian, a fallen martial artist immediately became vigilant and reminded the scar-faced man. I understand. The scar-faced man nodded and said, then kill them and move immediately. As he spoke, he exerted force with his feet, wanting to crush Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan. Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan felt the aura of death. They were terrified. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to join you. Zhou Tong's face was pale, and his face was filled with fear. I can also help you take down these 2 people. Brother Liao, what do you think of that woman? She's the genius beauty of our 5th high school and the school belle. I can take her down and hand her over to you for training. Brother Liao, I can also help you take them down. Moreover, my family has some connections in Jiang City. I can also help you find a new stronghold as long as you don't kill me. Jin's Henan quickly said. Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan had completely defected in the face of death threats. You guys are shameless. Liu Qianqian was so angry that her eyes almost spewed fire. She did not expect that Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan not only surrendered to the enemy but also wanted to capture her and let the scarred-faced man play with her in order to survive. At this moment, these 2 people were even more hateful to her than the fallen martial artists in front of her. These 2 rookies are quite sensible. They actually know how to please Brother Liao. A fallen martial artist laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you are indeed sensible. Since that's the case, I'll spare your lives for now. However, I don't need your help to capture them. You're too slow. The scarred-faced man exerted a little force with his feet, knocking Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan unconscious. Then, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Chuzhou and Liu Qianqian. However, Chuzhou was even faster. Swoosh! A sharp arc of blood flashed, and the scar-faced man instantly retreated. He glanced down at one of his carapace-covered arms. A line of blood slowly appeared on the elbow of this arm. Then, one section of the arm dropped to the floor. Chapter 16, Challenge. The scar-faced man lowered his head and looked at the upper half of his arm that had fallen to the ground in shock. His arm was cut off by a rookie? How? How is this possible? Brother Liao's arm couldn't even be pierced by ordinary small-caliber bullets, but that rookie actually cut it off with his bare hands. Damn it, he's using a D-rank combat technique, the curved hand blade, but is it that powerful? Many fallen martial artists looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Mastery Realm Curved Hand Blade? No, it doesn't have such power. Could it be the Perfection Realm Curved Hand Blade? The scar-faced man assessed Chuzhou's curved hand blade's realm in his heart, his expression extremely solemn. He did not expect to meet a pervert like Chuzhou today. A rookie, still wet behind his ears, had actually cultivated a D-rank combat technique to a realm that he could not understand. I'm very curious. How did your hands become like this? Chuzhou said calmly and walked towards the scar-faced man step by step. You want to know the answer? Ask in hell. The scar-faced man smiled sinisterly. His other intact arm suddenly grabbed the broken cement pillar beside him. With a loud bang, the cement pillar that was half as thick as an arm was forcefully extracted from the ground. He swung the cement pillar violently and smashed towards Chuzhou. There was an explosion. A hurricane swept across the entire hall, bringing with it a handful of dust. Liu Qianqian's face turned pale when she saw the violent scene. She knew that she could not block such an attack. She would have been smashed into meat paste if the scar-faced man had attacked her. However, Chuzhou's expression remained calm. He walked towards the scar-faced man and instantly sped up. His palms were like peerless sabers that were suddenly unsheathed, slashing out scarlet arcs. Ching ching ching. The heavy cement pillar crashed down, cut into dozens of pieces in the blink of an eye and scattered everywhere. The cement pillar in the scar-faced man's hand disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a piece the size of a faceplate was left in his hand. His expression changed drastically, and he chose to retreat decisively. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chuzhou chased after him. His hands and his legs were knives, and there were knives everywhere. Sharp and white arcs enveloped the scar-faced man at the same time as the scar-faced man's figure suddenly stopped. Chuzhou also stopped and looked at the scar-faced man quietly. Lines of blood appeared on the scar-faced man's neck, feet, legs, waist, and other places. In the next moment, the scar-faced man's entire body split into pieces and fell to the ground. Is this the power of an intent realm curved hand blade? So powerful. Liu Qianqian's jaw dropped. Run away quickly. The remaining 7 fallen martial artists looked at their boss, Brother Liao, who was actually cut into pieces by Chuzhou like raw pork. They had almost peed in their pants. They quickly rushed to jump off the building in their escape. A sword appeared as soon as they did that. The sword was as fast as lightning and also ruthless. In less than 3 breaths, the 7 fallen martial artists were all beheaded. Headless corpses spurted out blood like spring water. A young man with silver hair and a cold expression, like an ancient swordsman, appeared in Chuzhou and Liu Qianqian's line of sight. He was, without a doubt, the person who beheaded the 7 fallen martial artists. Ling Zhan from the first high school. Why is he here? Liu Qianqian recognized the person and exclaimed softly. Could it be that he's also carrying out a mission nearby? Chuzhou's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Ling Zhan walked past the 7 corpses. His gaze landed on the pieces of meat that was the scar-faced man with a trace of regret in his eyes. I wanted him to test my sword when I found out that there was a mutant here. Unfortunately, I was a step too late and he was killed. He sighed softly and shifted his gaze to Chuzhou. I didn't expect someone like you hidden among the third-year students of Jiang City. You actually managed to cultivate a D-rank combat technique to the intent realm forcefully. Interesting. Looks like this elite trial will not be boring after all. I'll wait for you in the elite trial. With that, he turned around and walked to the edge of the building before jumping down. Wow, Chuzhou, Ling Zhan actually challenged you. Liu Qianqian said in shock. Ling Zhan is the top amongst the 3 monsters of the first high school. I heard that he has always been cold and arrogant. He doesn't even take the other 2 monsters of the first high school seriously. He actually challenged you. Heavens, this means that he treats you as a formidable opponent. If this news gets out, I'm afraid all the third-year students in Jiang City will be in an uproar. A challenge? Interesting. Chuzhou smiled. A trace of battle intent surged in his heart. His expectations for the elite trial became even greater after he achieved the intent realm for his curved hand blade. Previously, his goal was to enter the top 3 of the elite trial and obtain the genetic potion. Now, his goal has changed. He wanted to be first. Liu Qianqian. Chuzhou glanced at the scar-faced man's corpse and suddenly shouted. What's the matter? Liu Qianqian looked at Chuzhou in confusion. I don't want to reveal my strength for the time being. Please help to cover up the matter here. Don't say that I killed this scar-faced man. Just say that it was Ling Zhan who killed him. Chuzhou said. the genetic potion was related to whether he could successfully open the genetic lock, awaken his genetic power, and advance to an awakening realm martial artist. Therefore, while it might not affect him much even if his strength was exposed, he still chose to be more cautious before successfully obtaining the genetic potion. He did not want any trouble that could come with exposing his strength. He did not value reputation that much. He only valued tangible benefits. You want to continue hiding your strength? Liu Qian revealed a surprised expression. The Scarface man is obviously the leader of this stronghold. Killing him will be a huge contribution. You're giving it to Ling Zhan just like that? Sure. I don't care. Chu Zhou said calmly. Liu Qian was speechless. She did not understand why Chu Zhou was so obsessed with hiding his strength. He even gave such a huge contribution to others in order to hide his strength. She would not be able to do it if she was in his shoes. If it were Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan, they would probably want to spread the news everywhere and let the entire world know. All right. I agree. However, Ling Zhan also saw you kill the scar-faced man. If he wants to tell the truth, then there's nothing I can do. It's fine. He probably can't be bothered to tell anyone about this. If he does, then so be it. After Chu Zhou heard Liu Qian's agreement, he began to search the bodies of the scar-faced man and the other 7 fallen warriors. How could he not loot the corpses of monsters he killed? Unfortunately, the scar-faced man and the 7 fallen martial artists did not have much cash on them. They only had a little more than 10,000 alliance dollars. They did have bank cards on them, but Chu Zhou did not know the password. Even if he knew the password, there would be verification with fingerprints before he could withdraw the money. If the withdrawal amount was large, verification had to be done through genetic information. In other words, these bank cards were useless to him. He casually threw them on the ground. There's still meat on a mosquito, no matter how small it is. Chu Zhou happily stuffed the cash he found into his pocket. He wasn't afraid that Officer Gaojun and the others would find out. Before the operation, Gaojun had told them that the things on the fallen martial artist would belong to them if they killed them during the operation. Of course, if the items of fallen martial artists were important, such as more important clues and evidence, the police would confiscate these items and compensate them in monetary terms. Liu Qian did not say anything when she saw Chu Zhou pocket the money. The credit belonged to Chu Zhou. Moreover, she was not short of money. Chu Zhou and Liu Qian went behind the blackout cloth to search the place. They found the body of an adult male with shards of glass embedded in his body. It was the body Chu Zhou had seen earlier. In addition to this corpse, they also found 2 unconscious female students inside. These fallen martial artists are indeed capturing students. What are they trying to do? Liu Qian looked at the 2 female students with a furious expression. Fortunately, these 2 female students were only unconscious and were not injured. Let's wait for Officer Gaojun and the others to handle the rest. Chu Zhou said. Liu Qian nodded. Suddenly, she looked in the direction of Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan with disgust and said, then, how should we deal with those 2 scum? We'll also let Officer Gaojun and the others handle them. We'll tell them what they did. Chu Zhou said expressionlessly. He felt that it was a pity. If only the Scarface man had killed these 2 when he stepped on them just now. Liu Qian was beside him, and Ling Zhan had also been here before, so it was not good for him to kill these 2. Otherwise, today would be their death anniversary. However, it did not matter. There was still a chance during the elite trial. They have nowhere to hide. Chu Zhou, Liu Qian, it's good that you're fine. Officer Gaojun and the others arrived. They heaved a sigh of relief seeing how Chu Zhou and Liu Qian were fine. However, they all gasped when they saw the scar-faced man and the headless corpses of the 7 fallen warriors. Chu Zhou, Liu Qian. Did you kill these people? Officer Gaojun said in shock, his pupils constricted slightly especially when he saw the scar-faced man's arm that looked like the hand of a monster. Of course, he knew how terrifying mutants like the Scar-faced man were. Chuzhou and Liu Qianqian had actually killed the Scar-faced man. This was unbelievable. Officer Gao-jun, you've misunderstood. We didn't kill these people. It was Ling Zhon from the first high school. He just appeared here. Chuzhou explained. Oh, he was killed by Ling Zhon from the first high school. That makes sense. Officer Gao-jun and the others revealed expressions of understanding. They had heard of Ling Zhon, the genius monster of the first high school. They also believed that Ling Zhon could kill a mutant like the Scar-faced man. What about them? What happened? Officer Gao-jun's face darkened when he looked at the unconscious Zhou Tong and Jin Henan. He hated people who were self-righteous and refused to listen to instructions. Officers, this is what happened. Liu Qianqian told him everything that Zhou Tong and Jin Henan had done bluntly. Officer Gao-jun and the others' faces turned even darker. They did not expect Zhou Tong and Jin Henan to be so afraid of death. Not only did they choose to join the enemy, they even wanted to take down their teammates and give them to the enemy in order to survive. Cuff them and bring them back. The commander will deal with them. Two police officers walked coldly to Zhou Tong and Jin Henan's side. They directly cuffed the owners with alloy handcuffs and lifted them up. Two more police officers carried the two unconscious female students out. This operation is over. I will report your contributions to the commander. Let's go back to the police station. Gao-jun brought everyone downstairs as he spoke. Chapter 17, The Three Monsters' Concerns in the Police Station. Chuzhou, Liu Qianqian, and the many students who participated in Operation Storm gathered in the original hall again. There were fewer students. Some were accidentally injured and were sent for treatment. There were also people who were treated specially for special reasons, for example, Zhou Tong and Jin Henan. Chuzhou, Officer Gao-jun said that Zhou Tong and Jin Henan are already locked up in the detention center. Liu Qianqian whispered into Chuzhou's ear. Only in the detention center? Chuzhou asked. A hint of helplessness appeared on Liu Qianqian's face as she said, I do hope that these two scums will be sentenced to life imprisonment or even death. But I know that this is unrealistic. You still don't know, right? Zhou Tong is actually Vice Principal Zhou Sen's youngest son. As for Jin Henan, you should know very well that he is from Jiang City's Jin family. The Jin family is not only a wealthy family. More importantly, the Jin family has a true martial artist. Their backgrounds aren't ordinary. Even if they made mistakes, I think the people behind them will bail them out as long as there's no hard evidence. Liu Qianqian sighed. Chuzhou did not say much. Such a situation would happen in any society. He had seen many of such in his previous life. The people behind them will probably pay a huge price to save these scumbags. Liu Qianqian sneered. Chuzhou no longer thought about Zhou Tong and Jin Henan. To him, these two people were already in the past. He looked at Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi. He wanted to win first place in the elite trial. These three people were his greatest opponents. At this moment, Ling Zhon suddenly turned around and looked at Chuzhou. There was a hint of seriousness in his cold eyes. Xi Meng and Li Qingxi were right beside Ling Zhon, and they immediately noticed the change in his expression. They were slightly surprised. They had known Ling Zhon for almost 3 years, but this was the first time they had seen such a serious expression on his face. Oh gravy with Argonek S. Ling Zhon, is there anything special about that person? You seem to value him very much. Xi Meng followed Ling Zhon's line of sight and also noticed Chuzhou. However, Chuzhou was nothing special in his eyes. Ling Zhon, that person actually made you so serious. Is he very strong? Li Qingxi asked with a smile. Ling Zhon nodded slightly and said, he's indeed very strong. You guys are probably not his match. Xi Meng and Li Qingxi's faces stiffened. If anyone but Ling Zhon said that, they would think that he's crazy. They were the genius monsters of the first high school. To randomly find someone and say that he was stronger than them was either crazy or foolish. But they knew Ling Zhon very well. Ling Zhon was a man of his word. There was no need to lie to them. Interesting. That seems to be a student of the 5th high school. I didn't expect a divine dragon hidden in the small pond of the 5th high school. Xi Meng's eyes burst with light, like a sleeping beast waking up, emitting a silent deterrence. He should be participating in the elite trial. When the time comes, Xi Meng, you can challenge him, Li Qingxi said with a smile. Of course. I'll defeat him first, Xi Meng said as his gaze shifted to Ling Zhon. Then, I'll defeat you, Ling Zhon said calmly, 128 times. Xi Meng was stunned. What 128 times? Ling Zhon, your challenge against me has already failed 128 times. Xi Meng. Li Qingxi shook her head and smiled lightly, seeing this all-familiar scent. However, Xi Meng and Li Qingxi remembered Chu Zhou because of Ling Zhon's words. They would get someone to inquire about Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, did you notice? Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi, the 3 monster geniuses of the 1st high school, were all looking at you just now. Could they be concerned about you? Liu Qianqian looked at Chu Zhou with a shocked expression as she spoke. 5th high school was completely incomparable to the 1st high school in terms of martial arts. In fact, it was far inferior to 2nd high school and 3rd high school. However, who would have thought that a monster that even the 3 monsters of the 1st high school valued would appear in a small pond of the 5th high school? Yes. In Liu Qianqian's eyes, Chu Zhou was also a monster. So be it. It's not like I'll lose anything. Chu Zhou smiled. Swoosh. Commander Wang Weiang suddenly appeared on the podium in the hall like a ghost again. Students, we meet again. Operation Storm went very smoothly. We basically destroyed all the strongholds of the fallen martial artists in Jiang City and wiped them all out. I now announce that Operation Storm has ended perfectly. We'll remember your contributions. Pay attention to your bank account information. The finance staff will transfer the corresponding bonus to you based on your contributions in this operation later. With that, he disappeared again like a ghost. Upon hearing that there would be a reward, many students in the hall were excited. Beep. Liu Qianqian quickly took her phone out when she heard it ring. I received 3.000 alliance dollars. She smiled broadly. She wasn't actually short of money. But this was the first time she had earned money herself. The feeling was different. Chu Zhou's phone rang too. He picked it up and saw a notification. 30.000 alliance dollars. His reward was 10 times that of Liu Qianqian's. His father had to work for 10 months to earn 30.000 alliance dollars. TSK, 30.000 alliance dollars. Chu Zhou, you've made a killing this time. Treat me. Liu Qianqian leaned over and saw the amount Chu Zhou had received. She immediately chuckled. Treat? No problem. The weird flavored buns in the school canteen have a unique flavor. I'll treat you to 100 of them, Chu Zhou said in a forthright manner. Liu Qianqian's face stiffened. The weird flavored buns in the school canteen was the cheapest of all the high-energy food in the canteen. The taste was indescribable, and it was especially easy to gain weight after eating it. The female students of the 5th high school avoided the monster bun as much as possible. They regarded it as a taboo item that they would not touch even if they were beaten to death. Chu Zhou, who had made a fortune, was actually treating her, the genius beauty and school belle of the 5th high school, to 100 of the cheapest monster buns? Christ! What kind of strange creature was this young man in front of her? Could he be a top-notch, invincible miser? Chapter 18, Breaking Through the Limit of the Basic Breathing Technique. The next day. 5th High School. Chu Zhou was practicing his cultivation in the woods when Liu Qianqian came over and told him a shocking piece of news. Chu Zhou, I have good news for you. Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan have indeed been released. However, their families have also paid a huge price. Vice Principal Zhou Sen and Jin Jingmeiao, the academic director, have both been dismissed. Furthermore, Jo Tong's guaranteed spot has been revoked. Jin Henan has also lost the right to continue competing for the guaranteed spot. Liu Qianqian beamed with joy as she spoke, as if she had vented her anger. It was a very normal outcome since Jo Tong and Jin Henan actually wanted to capture her and let the Scarface man play with her yesterday. This made her hate Jo Tong and Jin Henan to the core. Even though Jo Tong and Jin Henan were not convicted of serious crimes by the police, their families behind them had also paid a huge price. That made her feel a little better. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect Vice Principal Zhou Sen and Academic Director Jing Mao to be fired just like that. That's indeed good news. He smiled and used his sharp blade kick on a man-sized rock. Ching! A sickle-like foot swept across the rock and instantly cut open the entire rock. The cut on the rock was as smooth as a mirror. My sharp blade kick has also advanced to the mastery realm. A hint of joy appeared on his face. The technique of exerting force and the principle of attacking were similar for both the curved hand blade and the sharp blade kick. Therefore, he did not use his precious attribute points to upgrade this combat technique. Rather, he cultivated it by himself. He had finally successfully upgraded his sharp blade kick to the mastery realm with the experience of the intent realm curved hand blade as a reference. Oh Chu Zhou, you're truly a freak. You've actually cultivated your sharp blade kick to the mastery realm. Liu Qianqian's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. It's nothing, I just entered the mastery realm. Chu Zhou waved his hand, indicating to her not to be caught up by it. Liu Qianqian rolled her eyes, pissed. This person's words were simply infuriating. What does he mean by just enter the mastery realm? She had been practicing a few combat techniques for so many years. Her family had even hired a special teacher to teach her, but she had yet to reach the mastery realm on any of the techniques. Master Chu, I didn't rest much last night. Especially to help you gather information about the competitors so that you can suppress the crowd in the elite trial. Come and take a look. Liu Qianqian sat down beside Chu Zhou, took out her phone, and tapped lightly. A holographic projection interface appeared in the air. There was a folder called Top 10 Experts in the interface. These top 10 experts are the 10 most famous students in Arjiang City third-year cohort. 8 of them are from the first high school, 1 is from the second high school, and 1 is from the third high school. Liu Qianqian tapped the folder icon in the air as she spoke. Another 10 folders appeared at the same time. The title of every folder was of a person's name, school, etc. This is the cultivation and battle video of Zhuang Cheng from the first high school. Liu Qianqian opened a folder at random. 6 videos started playing in the air at the same time instantly. The protagonists of these 6 videos were all of the same tall and thin student. Some videos played the scenes of his cultivation. Some videos showed his battle scenes. Student Liu Qianqian, your intelligence work is very good. You actually collected their cultivation and battle videos so thoroughly. This is what you are in terms of intelligence gathering. Chu Zhou stared at Zhuang Cheng's cultivation and battle videos. He clicked his tongue in amazement and gave Liu Qianqian a thumbs up. Of course. The corners of Liu Qianqian's mouth curled up slightly as she smiled. I'm not a useless person. Chu Zhou did not let down Liu Qianqian's hard work and watched all the videos seriously. He did so especially for the videos on Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. He watched each cultivation and battle video 3 to 4 times. You can only win every battle if you know yourself and your enemies. He did not underestimate Ling Zhon and the others just because his curved hand blade had reached the intent realm. Chu Zhou was even more confident for the elite trial after watching the cultivation and battle videos of Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi multiple times. 9 days later. In the small forest, Chu Zhou's heart skipped a beat as he opened the attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field 3.6, Attribute Points, 13.25, +1215, Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 3, Upgradable, Curved Hand Blade, D rank, Level 5 Intent Realm, upgradable, sharp blade kick, D rank, level 3, mastery realm, upgradable. Chuzhou was delighted as he looked at the information on the attribute board. His guess was right. He could not upgrade his breathing technique or combat technique because he did not have enough attribute points previously. He could update the basic breathing technique that he had cultivated to the limit, or even the curved hand blade that had reached the intent realm once he had enough attribute points. Upgrade the basic breathing technique. He chose to upgrade the basic breathing technique without hesitation. The entire attribute board trembled and flickered violently immediately. The information on it became blurry. This time, the vibration of the attribute board was clearly greater than the previous times when he upgraded the curved hand blade. Chuzhou's body also began to change. He instinctively entered the cultivation state of the basic breathing technique and sat cross-legged with his 5 cores facing the sky. Exhale. Inhale. Every breath he took carried a mysterious frequency as wisps of cosmic energy surged into his body. The countless cells in his body seemed to have awakened from their slumber and were absorbing the cosmic energy. Buzz! His entire body shook as if some invisible shackle had shattered suddenly. The cosmic energy that surged into his body instantly doubled. His muscles, bones, cells, 5 viscera, and so on were also absorbing the cosmic energy at a rapid speed. His physical fitness was undergoing a violent transformation. A moment later, this violent transformation slowly ended. Chuzhou opened his eyes and looked at the attribute board. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy Level 4, Attribute Points. 1.25 Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 4, Unupgradable, Curved Hand Blade, D rank, Level 5 Intent Realm, Unupgradable, Sharp Blade Kick, D rank, Level 3 Mastery Realm, Unupgradable. My basic breathing technique has broken through the limit. Originally, there were only 3 levels, but now, I've raised it to the 4th level. My life field energy has also increased by 0.4, from 3.6 to 4, breaking through 4. Chuzhou looked at the changes in his attribute board and was overjoyed. He could also clearly feel that his body had undergone a huge transformation. His vision, hearing, touch, taste, and smell had become stronger. Even his thinking speed had greatly increased. This is evolution. An all-rounded evolution. Upgrading the basic breathing technique to the 4th level not only increases my life field energy by 0.4, but also allows me to absorb cosmic energy faster. This transformation is still not over, but the momentum is not as fierce as before. Chuzhou muttered to himself and calculated in his heart. There were still 11 days before the elite trial began. In that case, he might be able to continue upgrading the basic breathing technique. 11 days later. Chuzhou looked at the information on the attribute board and smiled. Attribute points. 16.1, plus 1485, basic breathing technique, D rank, level 4, upgradable, upgrade the basic breathing technique. With a thought, Chuzhou's attribute board trembled again. He went through the process of upgrading 11 days ago. After everything calmed down, the information on the attribute board changed again. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy 4.5, Attribute Points. 1.1 Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 5, Unupgradable, Curved Hand Blade, D rank, Level 5 Intent Realm, Unupgradable, Sharp Blade Kick, D rank, Level 3 Mastery Realm, Unupgradable. His basic breathing technique had been upgraded to the 5th level. His life field energy increased to 4.5. Chapter 19, Death Waiver Agreement. My life field energy has reached 4.5. Chuzhou was very excited. Advanced apprentices had a life field energy within the range of 3-5. However, it was very difficult for most advanced apprentices to break through to level 4. Those with a life field energy of 4 were all extraordinary talents. They could be considered elites among advanced apprentices. Those with a life field energy of 4.5 could basically be called geniuses. The geniuses here did not only refer to the geniuses of Jiang City, but also the geniuses of all mankind. Chuzhou's talent was actually average. Normally speaking, it was very difficult for his life field to break through for when he was an advanced apprentice. However, he relied on his attribute board to forcefully raise his basic breathing technique, which was only at the 3rd level, to the 5th level. He also forcefully raised his life force to 4.5, reaching the standard of a genius. The current me is probably enough to defeat 3 of me when I was in Operation Storm. I'm definitely going to get first place in the elite trial. Chujo muttered to himself as he exuded a strong sense of confidence. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. He took out his phone and saw a message from Big Sister Saber. Big Sister Saber wants me to go to the administrative office now. A trace of doubt flashed across Chujo's eyes. He immediately walked towards the administrative office. Chujo met Liu Qianqian on his way to the administrative office. You also received Big Sister Saber's notification? Chujo asked. Yes. Liu Qianqian smiled. Don't tell me you don't know the reason. Chujo, my lady, don't keep me in suspense. Who's your lady? Liu Qianqian blushed and rolled her eyes at Chujo. Only a martial arts fanatic like you would care about nothing but cultivation all day long. You've already signed up for the elite trial, but you don't even know some of the rules of the elite trial. Chujo smiled awkwardly. There's a risk of death in the elite trials. There are deaths in the elite trials every year. The elite trials are voluntary. The school will not bear the responsibility of any death. Therefore, Big Sister Saber must be asking us to sign the death waiver agreement. Liu Qianqian explained. I see. Chujo understood. At this moment, Liu Qianqian's expression stiffened slightly. She looked behind Chujo with an unfriendly gaze. Chujo noticed the change in Liu Qianqian's expression and turned around. He immediately saw 2 familiar people, Zhou Tong and Jin Henan. Chujo and Liu Qianqian, how dare you complain about me to the police? How dare you? Zhou Tong walked over and stared coldly at Chujo and Liu Qianqian. How would he, Zhou Tong, be captured and imprisoned if it wasn't because these 2 people told the police officers that he had defected to the enemy and was prepared to attack his own people? The Zhou family had paid a huge price to protect him. Even his father had been removed as the vice principal. His martial arts university guaranteed spot was also gone. How could he not hate Chujo and Liu Qianqian? Moreover, Chujo and Liu Qianqian had seen him begging the scar-faced man for mercy. He would not let Chujo and Liu Qianqian off just based on this alone. Zhou Tong, you're a scum with an ugly character. Fortunately, I didn't agree to be your girlfriend in the past. Liu Qianqian sneered. HMPH, I only pursued you in the past because I wanted to play with you. Who do you think you are? I can find any woman I want with my conditions. Zhou Tong's expression was slightly distorted as he coldly looked at Liu Qianqian. Then, he stared at Chujo's eyes murderously and smiled sinisterly. Chujo, I wouldn't have bothered with trash like you from the slums, but you shouldn't have angered me. People die in the elite trial. Do you think you'll die this time? With that, he walked towards the administrative office with his head held high. Jin Henan followed, but he paused and sneered when he passed by Chujo. Chujo, you're very good, very good. I hope you will do well in this elite trial. They seem to be threatening me. Liu Qianqian, what do you think I should do? Should I tremble in fear? Chujo said with a playful expression. Liu Qianqian could not help but laugh. Chujo, Dong Wen said that you are not only shameless, but also thick-skinned and black-hearted. I had some doubts before, but I believe him now. You're really two-faced. What? Old Dong, how dare you slander me? Chujo gritted his teeth. This damn fatty actually smeared my glorious image. I must punish him the next time round. Are you still using the word slander? Liu Qianqian smiled mockingly. She blinked her eyes as if she was looking forward to something. Zhou Tong and Jin Henan probably still don't know that you killed the scar-faced man. Tell me, how would they react if they knew the truth? Chu-jo touched his chin and thought about it seriously. He said, "It will probably be very interesting. Perhaps they will pee their pants." So vulgar. Liu Kaianqian rolled her eyes at Chu-jo, as though she despised Chu-jo's choice of words, but she quickly smiled. "I thought so too." Chu-jo and Liu Kaianqian soon arrived at the administrative office. Big Sister Saber was sitting in the academic director's seat. That's right. Big Sister Saber was now the new academic director. Jin's Henan's face twisted slightly when he saw Big Sister Saber sitting in the academic director's seat. This position belonged to his second uncle, Jin Jingmeo. In the end, he lost his position because of him. This made him hate Chu-jo even more. He did not consider himself as the root cause of the current outcome. Some people were like that. They would always blame others when things went wrong. They would rarely find the blame on themselves. The elite trial has certain dangers involved. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to withdraw? It's not too late to withdraw now. Big Sister Saber said expressionlessly, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Chu-jo and the others would naturally not back out. All right, sign this death waiver agreement since you've all decided to participate in the elite trial. She placed 4 death waiver agreements on the table. Such an important agreement not only had to be signed electronically, but also on paper. Chu-jo and the others stepped forward to sign and pressed their fingerprints on the paper version of the agreement. Then, they continued to sign and pressed their fingerprints on the electronic version. I'll be at the school gate at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning to go with you to the elite trial. Big Sister Saber let Liu Kaianqian and the others leave after she finished speaking. However, she left Chu-jo behind. Big Sister Saber looked at Chu-jo with admiration in her cold eyes. For the past month, Chu-jo had been cultivating with him in the martial arts hall every morning other than during the Saturday and Sunday break. She saw how Chu-jo was improving at an unimaginable speed with her own eyes. However, she gradually realized that Chu-jo had been hiding his strength. She suddenly increased the strength of her attack to an unprepared Chu-jo during a sparring session in order to test Chu-jo's true strength. She increased the strength of her attack to the extent that even those geniuses in Guangdong City had to seriously resist. The result shocked her. Chu-jo blocked her attack easily. What did that tell her? This meant that Chu-jo's true strength was no longer inferior to those geniuses in Guangdong City. Moreover, Chu-jo was personally nurtured by her. This gave her a huge sense of accomplishment. Chu-jo, are you confident? Big Sister Saber asked with a rare smile. The first place is mine. Chu-jo's expression was very calm, but his eyes revealed absolute confidence. You're quite confident, eh? But those 3 genius monsters from the first high school are not easy to deal with. They are the most outstanding students in Jiang City in the past 10 years. They are not inferior to those geniuses in Guangdong City. Big Sister Saber reminded him. Teacher, wait for my good news. Chu-jo said confidently. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Big Sister Saber nodded slightly. It was good for young people to have confidence and drive. If young people lost their confidence and drive, lost their fighting spirit, and were overcautious, they would be doomed. That kind of martial artist would not be able to go far. She gave Chu-jo a few more instructions and told him to be careful before letting him leave. There was a saying in the old era, it never rains but it pours. Tomorrow's elite trial will be when you shock the entire Jiang City. Big Sister Saber looked in the direction where Chu-jo left before and muttered to herself. Chapter 20, Wilderness Town the next day. 8 in the morning. Chu-jo, Liu Kaianqian, Zhou Tong, and Jin's Henan appeared at the school gate on time. Vroom. A domineering hovering car that looked like an armored vehicle flew over from the sky towards the school gate accompanied by a low and powerful roar. This car was about 6 meters long, 2 meters wide and tall. Ordinary models looked like toys compared to it. This is a top luxury car, the Tyrant? Chu-jo and the others' eyes lit up when they saw this wild and domineering car. The Tyrant series was one of the top 10 luxury cars in the world. It was a representative of hard-style cars. A Tyrant costs at least 100 million yuan. However, even rich people with assets of more than 10 billion yuan would not buy a Tyrant. It's too extravagant and wasteful, Liu Qianqian exclaimed. Chu Zhou's eyes flashed with passion. The Tyrant style was domineering and generous. It suited his taste so well. He also wanted to own one. Unfortunately, he had no money. Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan were also guessing who this extravagant Tyrant belonged to. Come on. Suddenly, the Tyrant stopped in front of Chu Zhou and the others. The car window was rolled down, revealing Big Sister Saber. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but swallow. This Tyrant was actually Big Sister Saber's. The rich lady has always been in front of me? Chu Zhou was tempted. Would it be too late to start learning how to freeload off a woman? The four of them got into the car in a daze. The next moment, the Tyrant roared and soared into the sky like a monster. Chu Zhou and the others were secretly sizing up Big Sister Saber's figure in the car, guessing her background and identity. It was obvious that Big Sister Saber had a shocking background. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to buy a top-notch luxury car like the Tyrant even if she was a teacher for the rest of her life. Sister Daya seemed to have guessed what Chu Zhou and the others were thinking. She addressed their concerns, turning her head. Don't be envious. It's just a Tyrant. It's nothing. When you become real martial artists and kill a few monsters, you'll have a Tyrant. Every martial artist is rich. A mere 100 million is not even a small target in the hearts of true martial artists. Chu Zhou and the others felt their blood boiling upon hearing those words. The Tyrant flew through the air at high speed and soon arrived in front of a majestic city wall that was 100 meters tall and shining with a metallic luster. Nor in this era, human cities built huge city walls at the edge of the city to defend against monsters. We're leaving the city. Chu Zhou and the others were somewhat excited. Monsters roamed the wilderness outside human cities. Normal people could not survive in the wilderness. Therefore, many ordinary people live their entire lives in a city surrounded by high walls. Chu Zhou and the others did not leave the city either. They were inexplicably excited now that they were about to leave the city and see the scenery outside. I'll teach you a lesson now. The wilderness and the city are two completely different worlds. It's not a problem for cars to fly in the city, but when you reach the wilderness, it's best to drive on land. That's because there are countless flying monsters in the wilderness. When cars fly in the air, it's easier for them to attract the flying monsters' attention and be surrounded by them. Being surrounded by flying monsters while driving in mid-air. You can imagine that predicament. Big Sister Saber lowered the car's altitude and flew close to the ground, passing through the city gate while she spoke. Is this the wilderness? Big Sister Saber is right. It's a totally different world from the city. Ordinary humans can't survive here. Chu Zhou looked at the outside world through the car window. It was as if they had entered a primitive world ever since they left Jiang City. There was more and more vegetation. Thick trees with a diameter of 1 to 2 meters could be seen everywhere. Groups of beasts could be seen along the way from time to time. All of this meant that this place was far away from human civilization and was not suitable for human settlement. On the other hand, rusty cars, trucks, and other things that occasionally appeared in the wilderness, as well as some collapsed houses from the old era, proved that humans had once lived here. The car arrived at the entrance of a wilderness town soon. At this moment, there were already many hovering cars parked in front of this wilderness town. There were also hundreds of teachers and students gathered here. This is a top luxury car, the Tyrant? Many people became restless seeing the arrival of a Tyrant. Big Sister Saber brought Chu Zhou and the others out of the car and immediately became the center of attention. They're from 5th High School. This female teacher from the 5th High School doesn't look simple. She can actually afford a Tyrant. Many people curiously sized up Big Sister Saber. This wilderness town is the location of the elite trial. You guys should wait here for the arrangements. I'm going to meet up with the teachers from the other schools." With that, Big Sister Saber left. Chuzhou, Liu Qianqian. The elite trial is about to begin. Treasure your last moments. Zhou Tong smiled coldly and left with Jin's Henan as soon as Big Sister Saber left. Chuzhou, I feel that Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan will most likely attack us in this trial. Liu Qianqian frowned as she watched Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan leave. I'll wait for them to make a move. It's a good opportunity to get rid of them. Chuzhou's eyes flashed with coldness. He would take the initiative to attack Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan this time even if they did not make a move. More than 100 meters away, Ling Zhon, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi from the first high school were sizing up Chuzhou from afar. Ling Zhon, I really don't understand why this Chuzhou is so important to you. I've checked his information during this period of time. He's just an ordinary advanced apprentice. He's known as a commoner genius in the number 5 high school, but a commoner genius with a life field energy of 3.5 is nothing. He can only make a name for himself in the small ponds that is 5th high school with that level of life field energy. I don't think he can even enter the top 100 if he's in our first high school. Xi Meng said with slight contempt. He did not mean to look down on Chuzhou. However, he really could not understand what was so important about Chuzhou. I've also checked his information, but I didn't find anything special about him. Liu Qingxi said. Ling Zhon recalled the scene of him personally witnessing Chuzhou kill the Scarface man that day while listening to Xi Meng and Liu Qingxi. The might of that intent realm combat technique still shocked him to this day. You believe too much in the life field energy. You have to know that life field energy is life field energy. Combat power is combat power. The two are different. Don't underestimate Chuzhou. Otherwise, you might be defeated very miserably once you encounter him. Ling Zhon said calmly. Ha ha ha, I'll be defeated miserably? Xi Meng felt uncomfortable. It was as if a ferocious beast had awakened. His entire body emitted a domineering and fierce aura. No one from the entire cohort of advanced apprentice of Jiang City can defeat me besides you, Xi Meng. Since you think so highly of him, I'll go find him and defeat him immediately when the trial begins. I'll also test his strength if there's a chance. Li Qingxi chimed in. Ling Zhon did not say anything else. He only stared at Chuzhou's figure, and a trace of fighting spirit grew in his heart. Chapter 21, The Trial Begins. Wilderness Town. Chuzhou, look! Big Sister Saber and the teachers of the other high schools seem to be receiving a group of distinguished guests. Among them are 2 people in military uniforms. Liu Qianqian looked in Big Sister Saber's direction, her eyes shining. I've asked around. Every year, many important figures of Jiang City would come to watch the elite trial of the top 10 high schools. More importantly, the 6 martial arts universities in Guangdong-based city, including the first military university and the second military university, will also send commissioners to the event. Those 2 in military uniforms are most likely the commissioners from the first military university and the second military university. She was clearly too excited at this moment and kept talking. Those who have outstanding performance in the elite trials might be directly recruited by the first military university, the second military university, and the other 6 martial arts universities. They will be specially nurtured. My goal this time is to enter the top 30 of the elite trial. This way, I have a chance to obtain a special spot. Chuzhou also looked at the VIPs and saw 2 martial artists in military uniforms. Are they commissioners from the first and second military university? He was not particularly excited. He had been thinking about something recently. He should be able to obtain a tube of genetic potion if he were to obtain first place in the elite trial this time. However, the success rate of successfully opening the genetic lock and becoming an awakening realm martial artist was only about 50%. The higher the talent, the higher the success rate. He had the attribute board even though his talent was ordinary. He had even upgraded the basic breathing technique to the 5th level. He would basically be able to become an awakening realm martial artist if he upgraded the basic breathing technique by another 1 or 2 levels and used the genetic potion. What was the main purpose of all these advanced apprentices' desire to enter a martial arts university? Wasn't it just to use the various resources in the martial arts university to unlock their genetic lock and advance to an awakening realm martial artist? In that case, would he still need to enter a martial arts university if he became an awakening realm martial artist in advance? I should get a genetic potion before thinking about the future. Chuzhou muttered to himself and quickly restrained his thoughts. However, the other students were not Chuzhou. They knew that they had no chance of getting into the top 3 with the 3 monsters from the first high school around. In other words, they had basically lost the opportunity to obtain genetic potions. To these students, their goal here was to obtain a good ranking and obtain a special spot in the 6 martial arts universities. When these students learned that the commissioners of the first military university and the second military university had arrived, all of them were incomparably excited. They rubbed their palms together, wanting to perform well in the elite trial. The smell of gunpowder filled the air among the students. Teacher Yang Ming, are those 3 students Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi? Guo Tao from the first military university looked at their figures and asked Yang Ming, the teacher in charge of the first high school, with a smile. Yes, that's them. Yang Ming's face showed a hint of pride. These 3 can be said to be the best seedlings in Jiang City in recent years. Shi Meng and Liu Qingxi's life field energy have both reached 4.4 while Ling Zhon's has even reached 4.5. More importantly, they don't just have life field energy. They are all combat-type talents. During the past 3 years, the 3 of them have fought hundreds of battles each. They grew through battles and are not flowers grown in the greenhouse. As the expression on Yan Qing from the second military university changed. To be able to reach 4.4, 4.5 in the life field energy and be combat-type talents means they are not inferior to the geniuses of Guangdong City. Furthermore, the cultivation resources that those geniuses in Guangdong City obtained are far superior from what Ling Zhon and the others can get. Ling Zhon and the others might be even more outstanding than those geniuses in Guangdong City if they can receive the same resources and be nurtured. Yan Qing said excitedly, her eyes lit up when she looked at Ling Zhon and the gang. Her mission would be complete if she could recruit Ling Zhon and gang into the second military university. Guo Tao glanced at Yan Qing with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He also came with the same mission this time, to recruit Ling Zhon and gang into the first military university. Especially Ling Zhon, who was ranked first. He had to get him no matter what. The eyes of the commissioners from the other 4 martial arts universities flickered when they saw Ling Zhon and gang. They also had their eyes on the 3. Big Sister Saber looked at this scene with a strange expression. The commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities are now fighting over Ling Zhon and gang. If Chuzhou wins first place in the elite trial, how would these people react? Students. Yang Ming, the teacher in charge of the first high school, suddenly walked to the front with a loudspeaker. My name is Yang Ming. Now, let me announce the rules of this elite trial. This wilderness town in front of you has many groups of monsters living in it. Don't worry. We've cleared out all the monsters above the beast soldier level in the town. The remaining monsters are all underage monsters. Their strengths are equivalent to that of apprentices. You can fight them. The more monsters you kill, the more points you get and the higher your ranking will be. After the trial ends, the top 3 on the scoreboard will be rewarded with a tube of genetic potion worth 10 million alliance dollars. There will be no reward for the other rankings. But I believe you've seen the commissioners sent by the 6 martial arts universities behind us. If your ranking is high enough, you will have a chance to gain their favor and obtain a special spot in the martial arts university. All the students at the scene were in an uproar before teacher Yang Ming finished speaking. They looked at the commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities with excitement, as if they saw an opportunity to soar into the sky. Even Chuzhou, Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi and the others were unable to remain calm. That was because genetic potions were very important to them. Ahem. Teacher Yang Ming coughed and continued. This elite trial will be conducted the same way as the previous elite trials. It will start now and end at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, that's all the rules. Everyone, come up and collect a communications watch. This communications watch will not only record the number of monsters you kill. You can also press the button on it to ask for help when you encounter danger. Of course, you will be eliminated once you ask for help. All your points will be nullified. Everyone went forward to receive a communication watch. Chujo took one and wore it on his left hand. Now, all students, enter the monster town. The elite trial officially began with an order from teacher Yangming. All the students rushed into the monster town at that instant. Chapter 22, An Overnight Celebrity. Hundreds of students surged into the town like a wave and quickly dispersed in search of their prey. Is this a town from the previous era? Chujo and Liu Qianqian walked on the street that was almost submerged in weeds. There were many abandoned cars from the old era and even a bus that overturned on both sides of the street. The nearby houses were also covered in green vines. After so many years, this town once filled with humans gradually became a part of nature again without the interference of humans. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dense bushes by the road. Two thick black shadows flew out from the grass with a foul smell and collided with Chujo and Liu Qianqian before they could look towards the bushes. Be careful. Chujo's figure flashed with the slightest movement, dodging a fang in the shape of a scimitar that was attempting to pierce his chest. At the same time, his eyes turned cold. All the strength in his body gathered in his right hand, which turned into a blade. He slashed fiercely at the black shadow's head, creating an extremely sharp scarlet arc. A ferocious beast head left its body and flew away with a poof. Fresh blood spurted out from the severed neck like a fountain. Its body ran for several meters more before it collapsed. Liu Qianqian also dodged the black shadow nimbly on the other side. Seeing this, Chujo rushed over and kicked his right foot up like a sickle, drawing a sharp arc. The black shadow split into two from the middle and fell to the ground. Only then did Chujo carefully examine the monster corpses on the ground. These two monsters looked similar to wild boars from the old era. However, they were 3 times larger, like a tank. They were also covered in black and hard iron spikes. The 2 fangs were sharp and long, like 2 sharp scimitars. They were terrifying. It's the Iron Thorn wild boar from pig-type monsters. Chujo recognized the monster. Speaking of which, he had been eating Iron Thorn wild boar meat for almost a month. Yet this was the first time he had seen how the Iron Thorn wild boar actually looked like. 1 catty of B soldier level Iron Thorn boar meat costs 1.000 alliance dollars. These 2 Iron Thorn wild boars haven't reached the beast soldier level, but it shouldn't be a problem to sell them for 500 alliance dollars per catty. I estimate that each of them weighs about 600 catties. In other words, each of them is worth 300.000 alliance dollars, and 2 makes 600.000 alliance dollars. This doesn't include the most valuable items of the Iron Thorn wild boar, their tusks and their equally expensive fur. Fuck, it's too profitable. No wonder Big Sister Saber said that every true martial artist is rich. Chujo's heart started beating violently just by calculating how much the 2 Iron Thorn wild boars were roughly worth. He finally understood why being a martial artist was so profitable. They could earn the money that ordinary people would not be able to earn even if they worked hard for more than 10 years just by killing a low-level monster. Of course, he also knew that it would not be so simple for him to kill these 2 Iron Thorn wild boars under normal circumstances. He could only enter this town so leisurely, because the monsters in this town had already been cleared by the teachers of the top 10 high schools. All the monsters above the beast soldier level had been killed. Otherwise, the danger level of the wilderness town would increase greatly. He might be instantly killed by a beast soldier level monster if an advanced apprentice like him wandered into this place. However, the martial artist profession had a very profitable path no matter what. What a pity. I still have to continue hunting monsters. I can't bring the corpses of these 2 Iron Thorn wild boars with me. Chujo looked at the corpses of the 2 Iron Thorn wild boars and felt his heart ache. Chuzhou, we have to split up. Liu Qianqian looked at the iron thorn wild boar that was easily cut in half by Chuzhou and chuckled. You're too strong. I would lose the chance to train and sharpen myself even though it's safer to be with you. Be careful then. Chuzhou did not object to Liu Qianqian acting alone. How could one see a rainbow without weathering the storm? Only by enduring the wind and rain could one truly grow. He understood these principles. Chuzhou, you've been hiding for so long. It's time to explode. I believe you'll definitely surprise everyone this time. Liu Qianqian chuckled and ran away immediately. Explode? It's indeed time. Chuzhou smiled. He suddenly saw a fleeting figure in a villa in front of him from the corner of his eye. He instantly rushed over like an arrow to the front of the villa that was covered in vines and leaped to the second floor of the villa. He stepped on the balcony on the second floor and leaped up into the third floor. Swoosh! Chuzhou had just entered the third floor of the villa when a grey shadow pounced on him at lightning speed. Chuzhou instantly felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if a sharp claw was about to tear his neck apart. It was too late for him to dodge. Attack is the best defense. Chuzhou's hands and feet turned into incomparably sharp sabers that slashed out intersecting arcs in the air instantly. There was a sizzling sound in the air. Meow. Blood bloomed in the air accompanied by a shrill and ear-piercing scream. Swoosh. A large grey cat the size of a puppy appeared on a metal box in the living room on the third floor. Two sharp claws that shone with a metallic luster dug deep into the iron box. One of the claws had an additional line of blood that was slowly seeping out. No wonder it's so fast. It's a grey shadow cat, a cat-type monster. Chuzhou looked at the grey shadow cat on the iron box. His eyes narrowed slightly, and became more vigilant. Cat-type monsters were relatively fast. Moreover, their actions were silent. They were natural assassins. Many fighters were suddenly ambushed and killed when they encountered cat-type monsters in the wilderness. He might have been decapitated if he had not unleashed his full strength in time. However, its speed must have decreased greatly now that I've injured one of its front claws. Chuzhou looked at the grey shadow cat's bloody front paw and smiled. The grey shadow cat's dark red eyes glared at the human in front of it with the intention to retreat. However, Chuzhou rushed over before it could even move. I'll take your life while you're down. How could Chuzhou miss such a good opportunity? A hand blade tore through the air, turning into a beautiful scarlet arc that slashed across the grey shadow cat's body. With a swish, the grey shadow cat and the metal box under it were instantly cut open. Blood flowed all over the ground. Chuzhou looked at his communications watch. It read 3. These were his points. It meant that he had killed 3 monsters. The efficiency of killing monsters like this is too slow. I have to find monsters that like to live in groups. Chuzhou glanced at the grey shadow cat's corpse, turned around, walked to the balcony, and jumped down. It must be fate. Chuzhou saw 8 iron thorn wild boars gathered in a square covered in weeds not long after he left the villa. He had encountered a group of iron thorn wild boars so quickly. If this wasn't fate, what was? Bang! He stomped hard on the ground, shattering it. His entire body turned into an arrow that left the bow as he charged towards the iron thorn wild boars. His flying body tore through the air with a series of explosions. Fuck, who is he? He's actually so brave. That's 8 iron thorn wild boars. He actually charged straight in. There were many students hiding in the buildings near the square. These students were also targeting this group of iron thorn wild boars. However, they did not dare to attack 8 iron thorn wild boars when they were together. They originally wanted to wait for the 8 iron thorn wild boars to disperse before killing them one by one. They could not help but be dumbfounded seeing Chuzhou charge towards the iron thorn wild boars. Every iron thorn wild boar was comparable to an advanced apprentice. In fact, their lethality far exceeded that of human advanced apprentice due to their powerful physique. In the eyes of these students, Chuzhou was courting death by fighting 8 of them by himself. However, these students were struck with awe in no time. After Chuzhou rushed into the group of iron-thorn wild boars, his hands and feet seemed to have turned into incomparably sharp knives. His hands and his legs were knives, and there were knives everywhere. He seemed to have transformed into a blade demon. Sharp blades kept slashing out from his body. In the blink of an eye, all 8 iron-thorn wild boars were slaughtered by him. Then, he left elegantly, leaving only his silhouette. Fuck. Fuck, who is he? Who is he? He's too terrifying. What the hell? He was using the D-rank combat techniques, curved hand blade and sharp blade kick, right? These 2 D-rank combat techniques are actually so terrifying. We probably witnessed the birth of a monster today. The students lurking near the square were all shocked. Next, Chuzhou encountered all kinds of monsters. However, he could not be bothered with monsters that acted alone. He targeted only monsters that were in a group. He rushed into a group of 2-tailed dogs, leaving behind corpses, and then left elegantly. He then charged into a herd of iron-clad mad bulls and butchered them. He charged into yet another group of bloodthirsty ants and started a massacre. He created one shocking scene after another in the town. Many students were dumbfounded. In fact, the teachers outside the town and the 6 commissioners from the martial arts university were also dumbfounded when they saw the scoreboard on the screen. First place, Chuzhou, 95 points. Second place, Ling Zhon, 93 points. Third place, Shi Meng, 84 points. Fourth place, Li Qingxi, 83 points. That was the top 4 on the scoreboard. Who is this Chuzhou? His points actually surpass Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. Li Ming, another teacher in charge of the first high school, said with a dull gaze. The eyes of Guo Tao from the first military university, Yaqing from the second military university, and the other 4 commissioners from the other martial arts universities were sparkling at this moment. There was actually someone who surpassed Ling Zhon and the gang. This was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 23, Accidental Kill. In Wilderness Town, the teachers in charge of the top 10 high schools and the commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities looked at Chuzhou, who was ranked first on the scoreboard, with their expressions changed. Teachers, may I know which school is Chuzhou from? Guo Tao from the first military university asked the teachers in charge of the top 10 high schools. He's a student at my school. Big Sister Saber said. What? Chuzhou is a student of the 5th high school? Many high school teachers were in an uproar. They were originally wondering if he was the hidden trump card of the first high school, preparing to give them a surprise in the elite trial. Even if he was not a student from the first high school, it would be barely acceptable if he was from the 2nd high school or 3rd high school. The 2nd high school and 3rd high school were not as good as the 1st high school, but they were far better than the remaining 7 high schools. They did not expect him to be from the 5th high school. The small pond of the 5th high school actually raised a true dragon. It's unimaginable. One of the teachers in charge sighed. Guo Tao, Yaqing, and the other commissioners of the 6 universities immediately surrounded Big Sister Saber when they found out that Chuzhou was a student of the 5th high school. Teacher Li Jie, as everyone knows, my first military university is the best martial arts university in Guangdong City. Chuzhou will definitely receive the best training if he chooses us. Guo Tao, why are your words so uncomfortable to my ears? What do you mean by he will receive the best training if he chooses your first military university? Is my second military university any inferior? Ahem, I think Guo Tao and Yanqing should stop fighting. Your military universities are not lacking in geniuses at all. There is too little meat for so many wolves. My Dragon Tiger Martial Arts University is more suitable for Chuzhou. PFFT, Dragon Tiger Martial Arts University? The name is so phony. In my opinion, my South China Martial Arts University is Chuzhou's best choice. Your opinion does not hold any weight. My Nanshan Martial Arts University is the best in international integration. The 6 commissioners fought until their faces turned red in front of Big Sister Saber. They promoted their martial arts university without any shame to Big Sister Saber. Their intention was obvious. They hoped that Sister Dao could influence Chu Zhou and let him join their university. Li Ming was speechless when he saw this scene. "Weren't you here for Ling Zhan and gang? Why did you change your target so quickly?" In the wilderness town. "Brother Zhou, where do you think Chu Zhou is hiding? Why can't we find him after searching for so long? Let's search again. I've already searched the south, east and west, but there is no sign of him. Then, he must be on the north side of the town. HMPH, he caused us to be locked up in the detention center. We must cut him into 1,000 pieces when we find him. That's right. We have to keep him here today, no matter what." Zhou Tong and Jin Henan were searching for Chu Zhou in the small town. They hated Chu Zhou to the core and decided to kill him in the town. Chu Zhou killed another pack of beasts at the northern side of the wilderness town. "Let's take a rest. I'm a little tired after killing so many monsters in a row." Chu Zhou muttered to himself and prepared to find a place to rest. "Chu Zhou, I finally found you." A thunderous voice sounded suddenly. A tall and strong violent figure rushed over from afar like a humanoid monster, bringing with him a trail of dust. Shi Meng. Chu Zhou recognized the person immediately. However, he did not know why he was looking for him. He was not familiar with Shi Meng and did not have any grudges with him. "Chu Zhou, Ling Zhan said that you're stronger than me. I don't believe it. Let me test your strength." Shi Meng took heavy steps and rushed over like a divine elephant. He directly threw a heavy punch at Chu Zhou. The heavy and majestic fist force directly exploded in the air and formed a surging airflow. So it's because of Ling Zhan? Chu Zhou understood why Shi Meng had come. He raised his eyebrows, and a trace of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. It was getting boring fighting monsters all the time. I'll accept this change of scenery since you challenged me. Chu Zhou let out a long howl and his entire body flew up. His right leg was like a sickle as it fiercely slashed out, tearing apart the airflow and emitting an ear-piercing noise. S-bang. The punches and kicks collided with a loud bang. A powerful airflow swept in all directions. Chu Zhou's right foot went numb and he was sent flying into the air. Shi Meng felt a slight pain in his fist, as if he had been cut by a knife. He also took a big step back. Chu Zhou was in mid-air. His sharp eyes locked onto Shi Meng, who was below him. His hands turned into palms, and at the same time, he struck the sky causing vibrations in the air. A recoil force acted on his body, and his entire body instantly accelerated as he descended. At the same time, his legs drew a series of blade-like arcs at high speed. From afar, it looked like sharp saber beams had descended and enveloped Shi Meng's figure. What a powerful sharp blade kick! However, my ninefold tremor punch isn't bad either. Shi Meng grinned and punched at Chu Zhou's legs. Leg blades and fist shadows intertwined. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in just a few seconds. Violent explosions spread far and wide, and the surrounding ground shattered. Both Chu Zhou and Shi Meng felt how powerful the other party was. Both sides had the urge to fight to their heart's content. Shi Meng, it will inevitably delay the number of monsters we kill if we continue to fight like this. Why don't we fight while killing monsters? What do you think? Chu Zhou suddenly suggested. So we fight and kill monsters at the same time? Good suggestion, I agree. Shi Meng's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Zhou's suggestion. There are a few tiger mastiffs hundreds of meters away. Let's kill our way over. Chu Zhou glanced around and saw a few tiger mastiffs suddenly appear hundreds of meters away. He immediately moved in that direction. Shi Meng followed Chu Zhou's rhythm. However, none of them were simply moving. They moved at high speed while exchanging blows. Violent explosions continuously sounded from between them. Many trees were destroyed and mountain rocks were shattered along the path they traveled. The scene was tragic. Soon, they arrived at the location of the 3 tiger mastiffs. The 3 tiger mastiffs were a little dumbfounded. They all died before they knew it. Ha ha ha, Shi Meng, I killed 2. HMPH, I will definitely surpass you for the next pack. The 2 figures quickly moved away from the tiger mastiff's corpses and flew towards the next target. The students nearby were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Fuck. One of the 2 people who were fighting while moving seems to be she-men. Who's the other? They're so powerful. The other person seems to be the mysterious student who created many terrifying killing scenes recently. I don't know who he is. These 2 people are too scary. We're not on the same level as them at all. Many students were shocked. Chu Zhou and Shimeng passed by monster groups one after another as they fought. They killed monsters as they fought, delaying neither. Many students were shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan finally arrived at the northern side of the town. They saw a few iron thorn wild boars and rushed forward, preparing to kill them. After all, they did not participate in this elite trial just to take revenge on Chu Zhou. They also wanted to obtain a good result and be specially recruited by the martial arts universities. Therefore, they also had to kill monsters. But at this moment, 2 hurricanes swept past. A few iron thorn wild boars were instantly blown up. Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan, who had just arrived, were also sent flying while spitting out blood. No. They did not only vomit blood. They even spat out their internal organs. Damn it. Zhou Tong and Jin's Henan looked at the 2 departing figures in fear and despair. They could not understand why they had encountered such a disaster. They had only wanted to kill 3 iron thorn wild boars. However, they had inexplicably suffered a fatal blow from 2 experts who had suddenly appeared. I can't accept this. Zhou Tong groaned. Then his head tilted to the side, completely dead. I don't want to die. Jin's Henan struggled to stand up, but he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Shimeng, we seem to have hit someone accidentally just now. I think so. Don't worry so much. Consider them unlucky. Let's continue to focus on the battle. Chu Zhou and Shimeng exchanged a few words and continued fighting several miles away. Chapter 24, Speed Battle. Wilderness Town. Ruins of a collapsed villa, covered in vines. No one would have thought that a mysterious experimental base existed deep beneath the ruins of this villa. The entire underground experimental base was half the size of a football field, giving off a rough industrial style. It was more like a large prison rather than a base. There were dozens of steel cages in the dimly lit base, with more than 10 prisoners with numb expressions in every steel cage. The air was filled with a dilapidated and unpleasant smell. There was blood, sweat, and excrement. All kinds of smells mixed together, completely stimulating one's sense of smell. There were also dozens of armed patrolmen patrolling back and forth. Supervisor, it's 6 in the afternoon. The sun is almost setting. A man in combat uniform reported to Zhang Yaoyang, the head of the base. Zhang Yaoyang placed his feet on the desk. His gaze was dark and fierce, like a vicious wolf that was about to devour someone. Have all the test subjects been injected with the type B beastification potion? Zhang Yaoyang said calmly. All injections have been completed. It will be effective in about 10 minutes. The man in the combat uniform hurriedly replied. Very good. Zhang Yaoyang held the chair with both hands and suddenly stood on the desk with a fierce expression. Open all the cages immediately and release all the test subjects. Let the advanced apprentices of the top 10 high schools in Jiang City test the effects of the type B beastification potion for us. Let's see if there are any areas that need improvement. The man in the combat uniform left to carry out the order immediately. Not long after, ferocious roars came from the depths of this base, as if countless monsters had been released from their cages. On a dilapidated old street. Rumble. 2 figures that kept colliding and intersecting suddenly appeared. The violent power directly shattered the surrounding abandoned cars of the old era into countless scrap metal. No more fights, no more. Suddenly, a burly and strong figure took more than 10 steps back and stopped on the old street. He kept panting and sweat dripped from his head. So soon? Chu-jo smiled and looked at Shi-meng, who was covered in blood. Shi-meng rolled his eyes. Chu-jo, you bastard. You're too evil. You had at least 50 chances to defeat me, but you stop every time. Are you treating me as a tool to train your combat techniques? Tool? That leaves such a bad taste. Even though it's the truth? Chu-jo chuckled. He actually admitted it directly. Shi-meng was speechless. He would definitely beat Chu-jo until his face was covered in peach blossoms if not for the fact that he couldn't beat him. TSK, Shi-meng, what is this look about? Is it the latest beggar outfit? It's quite unique. A light laugh sounded and an elegant woman with long hair appeared at the top of the two-story house. It was Li Qingxi. Li Qingxi, what are you laughing at? Are you his match if I'm not? Fight him too if you have the ability. Shi-meng looked at Li Qingxi on the roof and rolled his eyes. Chu-jo, can you still fight? Li Qingxi blinked mischievously. Sure. Definitely. Chu-jo puffed out his chest. How could a man say no? I'll attack then. Li Qingxi's figure instantly disappeared from the roof. The next moment, a sharp dagger appeared in Chu-jo's vision. So fast. Chu-jo's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately used his curved hand blade and slashed out an incomparably sharp scarlet arc towards the dagger. However, before the sharp scarlet arc could cut the dagger, it suddenly disappeared. Swoosh! The dagger appeared from another direction and went for Chu-jo again. Another scarlet arc cut towards the dagger. The dagger disappeared again and reappeared abruptly behind Chu-jo, stabbing towards his back. Chu-jo suddenly turned around and slashed down like a death scythe. The dagger disappeared again. Just like that, the two sides clashed dozens of times in a flash, but not a single formal collision occurred. Such a battle was fast and thrilling. Anyone who was slow to react would be pierced by a dagger or slashed by an incomparably sharp hand blade. It was like two artists dancing on the tip of a knife were crossing swords. There was an artistic conception to it. Chu-jo, you're amazing. Shi-meng looked at the lightning-fast confrontation and exclaimed, even Li Qingxi, who is extremely skilled in assassination, couldn't do anything to him. He didn't even panic. He had a deep understanding of Li Qingxi's assassination skills. Li Qingxi's unpredictable assassination techniques put him in a very difficult position every time. Basically, he relied on the nine-fold tremor punch to shake the air or the ground, forming a large-scale attack that forced Li Qingxi to fight him head-on and turn the situation around. In the end, he relied on his more abundant physical strength to drag Li Qingxi down. Chu-jo's performance was clearly much better than Shi-meng's. Shi-meng could tell that Chu-jo was able to handle Li Qingxi's assassination attempts easily. Even the rhythm of his breathing was not disrupted at all. Fuck, that bastard Chu-jo is deliberately holding back his strength again. He's using Li Qingxi as a tool to train his combat techniques. Shi-meng widened his eyes and saw through Chu-jo's intentions. However, he soon smiled. I'm not the tool this time. Then it doesn't matter. Besides, I can't be the only tool. Shi-meng chuckled and did not remind Li Qingxi. He simply sat on the grass and watched the show. Li Qingxi exerted all her strength in her movement technique. She attacked Chu-jo again and again with the assassination techniques she had practiced for many years. Her figure was like a ghost, and her dagger was even more elusive. However, after 108 consecutive failed assassination attempts, she suddenly thought of something when she saw Chu-jo's calm expression. Chu-jo's reaction was very fast. But he could actually still be faster. She knew that Chu-jo had also cultivated the sharp blade kick. It was an offensive combat technique, not a movement technique. However, it was related to his legs after all. He could speed up to a certain extent. Especially when it came to short-range speed explosions, the effect of the sharp blade kick was very obvious. However, Chu-jo did not use his sharp blade kick to increase his speed. Otherwise, the scale of victory would have long leaned towards Chu-jo. It was obvious that Chu-Jo had deliberately held back his strength. This bastard is using me as a tool to train his combat technique. Li Qingshi suddenly retreated more than 10 meters and stared at Chu-Jo angrily. Ha ha ha, Li Qingshi, you finally realized that Chu-Jo is using you as a tool. Shi Meng burst out laughing. You're an asshole too. Li Qingshi glared fiercely at Shi Meng. Shi Meng had discovered the truth and did not tell her. To think that she had been used by Chu-Jo for so long. Sigh, neither of you are good enough. You're too weak and lack tenacity. Besides, what's wrong with being a tool? A tool is still a human. Chu-Jo clicked his tongue and sighed. He lifted his right foot and suddenly slashed at a mossy bus beside him like a sickle. The bus was cut open with a poof. His face was filled with joy. His sharp blade kick had finally advanced to the perfection realm through training with Shi Meng and Li Qingshi. Perfection realm sharp blade kick. Shi Meng and Li Qingshi's eyes widened when they saw this scene. Then, they remembered that Chu-Jo's sharp blade kick had advanced to perfection realm most likely because of them. They instantly felt disgusted. Ling Zhan's foresight is really accurate. This is indeed a very scary guy. Li Qingshi sighed. They say we're monsters. But I think he's the real monster. He's got an intent realm curved hand blade and a perfection realm sharp blade kick. Moreover, his life field energy is definitely not just 3.5. It's at least 4. Have you heard of such a high school student? Ling Zhan has really met his match this time. Shi Meng said. Li Qingshi nodded slightly, agreeing with Shi Meng's words. They knew how powerful Ling Zhan was. However, they felt that Ling Zhan might not be Chu-Jo's match after exchanging blows with him. Ah! Help! There's a monster! There's a monster! Suddenly, an extremely miserable scream came from not far away. Chu-Jo, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a student with a broken arm fleeing in panic. Suddenly, a human-shaped monster with exposed muscles, as if its entire body had been skinned, caught up from behind and pushed the student to the ground. Then, it bit the student's throat. What's that? That's not a monster. The expressions of Chu-Jo and the others immediately changed. Miserable screams sounded one after another near the street in no time. Humanoid monsters with exposed muscles kept appearing in the vision of Chu-Jo and the other two. Something's wrong. These humanoid monsters definitely don't exist in this town. I'm afraid an accident has happened. Chu-Jo, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi had ugly expressions. This sudden change made them feel a huge impending crisis. It was obvious that the origin of those humanoid monsters was not simple. Such a crisis was very likely not something that advanced apprentices like them could deal with. Chapter 25, Extraordinary Realm Expert. Fuck, what kind of monsters are these? Where did these monsters come from? Shi Meng's violent punch shattered half of the humanoid monster's body. But what was shocking was, this humanoid monster did not seem to feel any pain. It still opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and bit at Shi Meng even after half of its body was shattered. Shi Meng could only throw another punch and blow up the humanoid monster's head. Chu-Jo cut off the head of a humanoid monster with his hand blade. He frowned at the humanoid monster on the ground. It was clearly a human whose skin had been peeled off. However, this human seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. The muscles on his entire body became extremely developed, and blood-red muscles bulged. His 10 fingers turned into thick and sharp claws. These monsters should be mutated by humans. Chu-Jo's tone was heavy. Look at this monster. Li Qingshi's expression was solemn as she pointed at the corpse of a humanoid monster. Chu-Jo and Shi Meng immediately looked at the humanoid monster's corpse. Their expressions changed slightly instantly. That was because this humanoid monster was different from the two humanoid monsters from before. This humanoid monster still had half a sleeve on its arm. Look at his sleeve. There's the logo of the third high school on it. Li Qingshi seemed to have thought of something and looked furious. I heard that an advanced apprentice from the third high school suddenly disappeared some time ago. He was suspected to have been captured by a fallen martial artist. This humanoid monster is most likely the missing student from the 3rd high school. Damn it, could it be that these humanoid monsters were created by fallen martial artists? Shi Meng's eyes widened in anger as he gritted his teeth. A hint of anger could be seen in the depths of Chu Zhou's eyes. In the past, he actually did not feel much when he learned from the internet that fallen martial artists would capture humans for experiments, even though it was evil. No, because it was too far away from him. However, a trace of killing intent arose in his heart now that he had personally seen a monster transformed by a fallen martial artist appear in front of him. He was not a saint. He did not have much mercy. Perhaps it was a matter of like feels for like. Or perhaps it was pure displeasure. Or perhaps there was another reason. In short, he wanted to kill the people who created these monsters using humans. Screams came from all directions. Those humanoid monsters not only attacked humans, but also monsters. Chu Zhou and the other two leaped onto the roof of a building and looked down at their surroundings. He saw many students and monsters fleeing crazily at that moment. Then, they were pounced on by the ferocious humanoid monsters and torn apart. The scene was extremely bloody. The entire town was in chaos. There were too many humanoid monsters. Chu Zhou and the other two discovered at least 100 of them with just a glance. Moreover, these humanoid monsters were extremely brutal and bloody, like killing machines. They would pounce on anything that was living immediately. Moreover, they did not seem to feel pain. They did not care about their own life and death at all. They would fight to the end even if they only had their upper bodies left, as long as their heads were still around. Damn it, how did those fallen martial artists create these terrifying monsters? That's right. Such monsters are too terrifying. They seem to exist purely for the sake of killing and destruction. Shi Meng and Li Qingxi's faces turned pale when they saw this. Chu Zhou's expression was also very solemn. He thought of a phrase, humanoid weapons, looking at the humanoid monsters that were crazily hunting down all creatures. There are too many humanoid monsters. Moreover, they are not afraid of getting injured or dying. We don't know if they carry some kind of virus on them. Will we be infected with the virus if they injure us? In short, it will be very dangerous once we are surrounded by them. Chu Zhou said in a deep voice. Shi Meng and Li Qingxi also nodded. They agreed with Chu Zhou. These humanoid monsters were too dangerous. What do we do now? Li Qingxi asked. Let's rush to the entrance of the town. People who encounter such an unstoppable crisis will definitely escape to the place they feel the safest most of the time. There are the teachers from the 10 high schools and the commissioners of the 6 universities outside the entrance of the town. Everyone must be thinking that it's safe there and will definitely head towards that place. We'll also rush to the entrance. It's naturally best if we can also escape from the town. If we can't, we can unite more people and resist these humanoid monsters together. Chu Zhou thought for a moment and said decisively. You're right. Let's rush to the entrance of the town immediately. Shi Meng and Li Qingxi nodded. Then, they flew towards the entrance of the town at full speed together with Chu Zhou. I hope Liu Qianqian is alright. Chu Zhou was secretly worried for Liu Qianqian as they flew. However, he could not do anything more now that he could not even protect himself. He could only pray that Liu Qianqian would be fine. Outside the wilderness town, Big Sister Saber and the other teachers of the top 10 high schools, as well as Jiuo Tao, Yaqing, and the other commissioners of the 6 martial arts universities, were shocked when they saw the names on the scoreboard. At the same time, the teachers leading the 10 high schools also received distress calls. Shit, something big has happened. Big Sister Saber and the other teachers of the top 10 high schools, as well as Jiuo Tao, Yaqing, and the other commissioners, all turned into after images without hesitation and flew towards the entrance of the town at full speed. However, a violent and ferocious figure turned into a shadow from a tall building in the town before they could enter the town. It flew down and punched the ground at the entrance of the town. A loud rumble resounded in the surroundings like a thunderclap that tore through the sky. It was as if a bomb had been dropped on the ground where the fist hit. A large area of the ground shattered amidst the earth-shattering sound, raising curtains that were several meters tall in all directions. The curtain hung in mid-air and fell with a whoosh. Big Sister Saber and the others, who were about to rush into the town, could only stop in their tracks when they felt the evil wind coming at them. Extraordinary Realm Expert. Big Sister Saber took a deep breath and looked at the violent figure standing in the center of a huge pit. Could the sudden changes in the town be related to this Extraordinary Realm Expert? They all had very heavy expressions. Extraordinary Realm Experts were existences that surpassed Awakening Realm Experts. Awakening Realm Experts were the first step of evolution. After unlocking the genetic lock and releasing the genetic potential hidden in the depths of the human body, all aspects of the body would be enhanced. However, Extraordinary Realm Experts were much more terrifying than Awakening Realm Experts. The word extraordinary was not just for show, people of this realm really possessed extraordinary power. An Extraordinary Realm Expert could easily kill 10 Awakening Realm Experts. How could Big Sister Saber and the others not treat him seriously now that an Extraordinary Realm Expert had appeared and might even be the instigator of the mutation in the town? Everyone, my little cuties are playing games inside. I think they're having a lot of fun now. Why don't you guys go in after they finish with their game? Zhang Yaoyang raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with hostility. His expression was unruly as he spoke arrogantly to Big Sister Saber and the others. Who the hell are you? Do you know what you're doing? Can you take the responsibility? Teacher Li Ming from the first high school shouted with a livid expression. You won't be able to escape punishment for creating such a terrible disaster today no matter who you are. You won't be an exception even if you are an Extraordinary Realm Expert. The commissioner of the first military university, Guo Tao, said coldly. Ha, punish me? I'm so scared. Zhang Yaoyang laughed wildly. His face was savage, like a vicious wolf that was about to devour someone. Haven't I, Zhang Yaoyang, been facing punishment all this time? Unfortunately for you, I'm still living well. What? You're Zhang Yaoyang? Vicious wolf Zhang Yaoyang? Ya Qing's expression could not help but change when she heard Zhang Yaoyang's name. She immediately thought of someone. The expressions of the other 4 university commissioners changed drastically almost at the same time. Chapter 26, Big Sister Saber's Origin. Vicious Wolf Zhang Yaoyang, an Extraordinary Realm Expert from the Shadow Alliance. He is brutal and bloodthirsty. He once infiltrated the base city of Guangdong and massacred 10 families in one night, creating a sensational tragedy. Guo Tao and the other commissioners from the 6 universities thought of the information they knew about Zhang Yaoyang, the vicious wolf, and their faces instantly darkened. The tragedy that Zhang Yaoyang had caused in Guangdong City caused a huge sensation. All of them knew about it. The 10 families that Zhang Yaoyang had slaughtered back then were not ordinary families. They were all martial arts families. Among them were 3 families with Extraordinary Realm Experts guarding them. However, they were all still destroyed by Zhang Yaoyang. One could see how powerful Zhang Yaoyang was from this point alone. Not only was he an Extraordinary Expert, he was probably not an ordinary Extraordinary Realm Expert. So it's this villain. The government has been looking for him all these years. I didn't expect him to be hiding here. Big Sister Saber also knew about Vicious Wolf Zhang Yaoyang. I hope nothing happened to Chu Zhou. Big Sister Saber looked at Zhang Yaoyang with a cold killing intent, thinking that something might happen to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was her proudest disciple. She thought very highly of Chu Zhou. She was also filled with anticipation for Chu Zhou. If anything happened to Chu Zhou here, she would not let Zhang Yaoyang off. She pulled out the 2 sharp daggers on her thighs. She clenched her fists and locked her gaze on Zhang Yaoyang. Li Ming and the other teachers from the top 10 high schools remembered Zhang Yaoyang's background in no time. They immediately became worried for the many students in the elite trial. Was Zhang Yaoyang going to create another terrifying tragedy here? Kill? Big Sister Saber was the first to attack. She stepped on the ground, and a large area of the ground collapsed. Her entire body turned into a blurry afterimage that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Then she flew towards Zhang Yaoyang at lightning speed. The two daggers in her hands emitted traces of blue light. Two long tails of blue flames appeared as she moved at high speed. She suddenly sped up again. The daggers in her hands emitted a thunderous sound. The two sharp daggers emitted an azure brilliance that seemed to have transformed into two thunderclaps that tore through the sky as they stabbed towards Zhang Yaoyang. Oh? This is an A-rank combat technique, the Thunderbolt Sword technique. Zhang Yaoyang's pupils constricted when he saw the two daggers charging at him like lightning. He had not expected an Awakening Realm martial artist like Big Sister Saber to have mastered an A-rank combat technique. One had to know that even he, an extraordinary realm expert, had not mastered an A-rank combat technique. Combat techniques ranked from the lowest to the highest: D-rank combat techniques, C-rank combat techniques, B-rank combat techniques, A-rank combat techniques, and so on. The ranks also applied to the realms: apprentices, Awakening Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Control Realm, and so on. Usually, very few people would cultivate combat techniques that exceeded their martial arts level. The combat techniques corresponding to each realm were actually developed according to the characteristics of the realms and the transformation of the body. Cultivating a combat technique that exceeded one's martial arts level was not only difficult to cultivate, but it was also usually impossible to truly master. As a result, it would be very difficult for it to unleash its true power even if one managed to cultivate a combat technique that surpassed their realms. They might as well cultivate combat techniques befitting of their realms. Also, irreparable damage could have been done if they had rashly cultivated a combat technique that exceeded their realms. However, these factors mentioned above were only for ordinary martial artists. There was one exception for a class of people. Some people could not only quickly master combat techniques that surpassed their realms, but they could also unleash true power without damaging themselves. We usually call such people geniuses. Big Sister Saber was such a genius without a doubt. At this moment, Big Sister Saber's dagger suddenly broke through the sound barrier under the enhancement of the A-rank combat technique, Thunderbolt Sword technique, which was more than 30 times stronger. The air could not disperse in time wherever the sharp dagger passed. It was compressed crazily in an extremely short period of time, causing the water vapor in the air to condense into fog. It looked like two bolts of purple lightning were shuttling through the clouds from afar. What? It actually broke the sound barrier? Zhang Yaoyang could no longer remain calm. It was already a shock to him that Big Sister Saber had cultivated an A-rank combat technique, the Thunderbolt Sword technique, as an Awakening Realm martial artist. However, he did not expect Big Sister Saber's attack speed to break through the sound barrier. Attack speed breaking the sound barrier was usually a characteristic that only experts above Extraordinary Realm expert would have. Big Sister Saber, an Awakening Realm martial artist, achieved it. This meant that the strength of Big Sister Saber's attack had also reached the Extraordinary Realm. Zhang Yaoyang did not dare to lower his guard anymore. A trace of ruthlessness suddenly shot out from his eyes. His fists, which were covered in black gloves, struck out like lightning. They were wrapped in two cone-shaped clouds, and also broke through the sound barrier. The fists collided with the daggers in an instant, creating a thunderous sound. The violent power wreaked havoc, and the ground within dozens of meters was shattered into countless pieces. After countless fragments flew into the air, they instantly disintegrated into sand, forming waves of sand that were several meters tall. Big Sister Saber's figure stepped on the undulating sand waves and retreated at lightning speed after the confrontation. However, she quickly charged forward again. Zhang Yaoyang snorted coldly and threw another heavy punch. Violent origin power poured out and condensed into a roaring wolf head in midair. Ow! A wolf's howl shook the world. The violent tremors echoed in the air, making Li Ming and the other teachers, as well as Guo Tao and the other commissioners, feel their scalps tingle. It was as if a sharp electric current had passed through their bodies, and their ears kept ringing. Sister Dea retreated again and stood on a big tree dozens of meters away. Her cold gaze locked onto Zhang Yaoyang. However, this intense confrontation not only surprised Zhang Yaoyang, but also shocked the teachers as well as the other commissioners. They did not expect Big Sister Saber to be so powerful. An awakening realm martial artist could actually fight against an extraordinary realm martial artist. I finally know who you are. Zhang Yaoyang stared at Big Sister Saber and suddenly said, "You're Li Jie, the head of the Li family in Guangdong City. You were once the top amongst the youths in Guangdong City. Later, you suddenly left the Li family for some reason. I didn't expect you to be a high school teacher in a small city like Jiang City. So it's her. No wonder she's so strong." Guo Tao and the other commissioners were enlightened after hearing Zhang Yaoyang's words. "I didn't expect her to hide in Jiang City either," Yanqing said. "I haven't heard any news about her for a long time. Moreover, she rarely appeared even though she used to be the top amongst the youth in Guangzhou City. So much so that we didn't recognize her just now." The commissioner of South China Martial Arts University sighed. "I've heard some rumors. She seemed to be dissatisfied with the Li family's arrangements and fell out with them. That's why she left the Li family," another commissioner said. Li Ming and the other teacher in charge didn't know anything about Big Sister Saber's past. They were confused listening to this chatter. However, they now knew that Big Sister Saber had a powerful background. Big Sister Saber did not say anything. She locked her gaze on Zhang Yaoyang. Suddenly, she moved and attacked again. "We can't just let Teacher Li Jie fight alone. Let's kill this villain together." The 6 university commissioners and 9 teachers immediately joined forces to kill Zhang Yaoyang. Ha, a mere 16 awakening realm martial artist dare dream of taking me, Zhang Yaoyang, down? How naive. Zhang Yaoyang laughed arrogantly. He was not afraid at all even though he was besieged. His fists were like cannonballs as he attacked heavily. Chapter 27, Mutant in the Town. Chu Zhou and the other 3 rushed towards the entrance of the town at full speed while killing the humanoid monsters. After about 15 minutes, they finally arrived near the town's exit. "Chu Zhou, you're right. Everyone is running towards a safe place after this turn of events. I believe that most of the survivors have already gathered here." Xi Meng looked at the more than 100 terrified students around him and said. Chu Zhou guessed correctly. "However, we are unlucky. We are surrounded by those humanoid monsters." Li Qingxi looked around the crowd with a bitter smile. She saw many extremely ferocious humanoid monsters surrounding this place. Furthermore, humanoid monsters kept flying over and joining the encirclement from further away. "Looks like we can only fight." Chu Zhou glanced at the densely packed humanoid monsters outside the crowd, his heart a little heavy. However, he could not give up no matter how many humanoid monsters there were. Because giving up means death. Chu Zhou. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou was overjoyed. He immediately turned around and saw Liu Qianqian. Liu Qianqian's clothes were stained with blood. She looked tired and her hair was messy. "It's great that you're fine." Chu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. "What are these monsters?" "They are bloodthirsty and violent. They will attack crazily as long as they encounter living creatures. They are not afraid of death or pain. Such monsters are too terrifying," Liu Qianqian said with lingering fear. She was attacked by a humanoid monster not too long ago. Fortunately, she reacted in time and pierced the other party's heart with a dagger. However, she did not expect that the monster was still alive and was still struggling to bite her even though its heart had been pierced. It was not until she cut off the monster's head with a dagger that the monster's life ended. However, she was still shocked. "These monsters are man-made." Chu Zhou sighed. "Man-made? What? Who did this? It's too cruel." Liu Qianqian looked at the human-shaped monsters that seemed to have their skin peeled off and felt a chill down her spine. "It's most likely related to fallen martial artists." We found a portion of school uniform hanging from a dead humanoid monster's arm. It was the uniform of the third high school. Coincidentally, a student from the third high school suddenly disappeared some time ago. The police deduced that the fallen martial artists were behind it. With Karen, the monster with the uniform from the third high school is probably the missing student from the third high school. Therefore, the birth of these monsters is definitely related to fallen martial artists. Chujo deduced. These fallen martial artists are really harmful to mankind. Liu Qianqian gritted her teeth. Shimeng, Qingxi, and Chujo. Another familiar voice sounded. Chujo quickly saw a familiar figure. White-robed, silver-haired, carrying an ancient sword on his back. His expression was cold, like an ancient swordsman. Such dressing and temperament could only belong to one person, Ling Zhon. Ling Zhon, you're finally here. I thought that you, white-haired old man before your time, had already been eaten by these monsters. Shimeng's face lit up when he saw Ling Zhon. Ling Zhon. Li Qingxi also heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Ling Zhon. They were actually very close, even though many people in the outside world regarded the three monsters as competitors. They often cultivated and sparred together. Therefore, neither of them wanted to see anything happen to the other two. Ling Zhon nodded slightly at Shimeng and Li Qingxi. Then, he looked at Chujo and said regretfully, Chujo, I was going to compete with you in this elite trial. However, I didn't expect such a development. Let's continue a competition if we can survive today. Ling Zhon said. We will definitely survive. Chujo smiled and stared into Ling Zhon's eyes. There's no need to wait if we want to compete. These monsters will definitely attack us later. Let's compete with something else. Whoever kills the most humanoid monsters will win. How about that? Ling Zhon was slightly stunned, and the fighting spirit in his heart suddenly erupted. All right. Why are you still thinking about competing at a time like this? You're really perverted. Shimeng, Li Qingxi, and Liu Qianqian were also speechless at how arrogant Chujo and Ling Zhon were. At this moment, the humanoid monsters that surrounded the crowd suddenly pounced at the crowd like a tide. Not good. The monsters are attacking. Repel them quickly. Damn it, why are these monsters so difficult to deal with? They were cut in half at the waist, but they didn't die. Fuck, I was bitten by a monster. Will I be infected by the virus? Will I become a monster too? Damn, this is too ugly. Many students panicked and screamed. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 students died. However, only a dozen humanoid monsters were killed. Chujo swung his hand and beheaded a humanoid monster that pounced on him. However, he frowned immediately when he saw the humanoid monsters swarming over and killing more than 30 students in a short period of time. We can't go on like this. It's too chaotic. We have to organize everyone. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by the monsters in no time. Chapter 28, Mutant 2, Chujo made up his mind and shouted immediately. Everyone, don't panic. Don't fight alone. Cooperate with each other. It's best if you work in groups of 3 or 4. Kill these monsters together. After shouting, he immediately rushed towards the humanoid monsters that had already killed their way into the crowd. Sharp arcs flashed, he had beheaded 3 more monsters. Then, he attacked the other humanoid monsters that were attacking the students. Listen to Chujo if you want to survive. When Ling Zhon, Shimeng, and Li Qingxi saw Chujo's actions, they immediately understood Chujo's intentions. They also shouted as they cleaned up the monsters that had already rushed into the crowd. The dozen or so monsters that rushed into the crowd were cleared by Chujo and the others in no time. Those students finally reacted and immediately cooperated with the people around them. They formed small teams of 3 to 4 people. They cooperated and assisted each other in fighting against the monsters that continued to swarm forward. Their tacit understanding was very poor since the cooperation was spontaneous after listening to Chujo. Even so, it was much better than the state of disunity just now. no monster could charge easily into the crowd again. The occasional one that slipped through would still be killed quickly by groups of teams. However, there were too many monsters swarming over, wave after wave, like a tide. Soon, many people became extremely tired. Many of them made mistakes from exhaustion. They were directly pounced on by the humanoid monster and bitten to death. Chuzhou, Ling Zhong, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi could only put out the fire to the best of their abilities. They would rescue whichever small team that was in danger. Wherever monsters broke into the crowd, they would clear them. Time passed slowly. The battle was extremely tragic. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone fell into a frenzied state of slaughter. Fresh blood. Slaughter. Death. This theme filled every corner of this place. At every moment, people and monsters fell. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. There were fewer and fewer people. In the blink of an eye, there were only about 30 of them left. Everyone, including Chuzhou, Ling Zhong, Xi Meng, Li Qingxi, and Liu Qianqian, was very tired and covered in blood. But no one dared to stop. Because the result of stopping was death. After an unknown period of time, all the humanoid monsters suddenly stopped attacking. Is it over? Chuzhou and the others were standing among the corpses all over the ground, looking at the many monsters that had suddenly retreated in confusion. However, their minds suddenly tensed up before they could even heave a sigh of relief. A humanoid monster that was 3 times the size of other monsters crawled up from behind the sea of monsters. The huge figure, with blood-colored muscles the size of a faceplate, and the sharp claws that were even larger than a dustpan emitted a terrifying aura. All the other humanoid monsters trembled when this huge humanoid monster appeared. Damn it, this monster is much more terrifying than other monsters. The surviving students looked at the huge humanoid monster, their faces showing signs of mental breakdown. The humanoid monsters from before were already terrifying enough. Something even more terrifying actually appeared. How could they not break down? This is probably a mutant amongst these humanoid monsters. Chuzhou said in a deep voice with a serious expression. He felt a huge threat from this mutant. Let me test its strength. Xi Meng took a deep breath, bringing a gust of wind with him. His muscular body was trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a human-shaped ferocious beast. A domineering and violent aura emanated from his body. Ninefold tremor punch. He stomped on the ground with a loud shout, causing it to explode. He shot towards the mutant like a cannonball. His fists punched out heavily one after another. Balls of air exploded, emitting loud explosions. Xi Meng's heavy and domineering fists directly struck the huge mutant under everyone's gaze. 2 bloody holes appeared on its chest. Did Xi Meng succeed? When everyone saw this scene, they were slightly stunned. The terrifying aura when this huge mutant appeared just now, and the fear of the surrounding small humanoid monsters made everyone think that this humanoid monster was extremely terrifying and impossible to win against. However, they did not expect its body to be directly penetrated by Xi Meng's 2 iron fists. Did it work? Xi Meng retracted the 2 iron fists that had pierced through the mutant's chest. He could not help but be stunned looking at the 2 bloody holes that were gurgling with blood. He did not expect it to succeed so easily. However, his expression quickly froze. The 2 bloody holes were healing at an astonishing speed. When Chuzhou, Ling Zhong, Li Qingxi, and the others saw this, their hearts sank. Xi Meng, get back quickly. Chuzhou and the others shouted at the same time. Actually, there was no need for them to shout. Xi Meng was already retreating after realizing that something was wrong. However, he retreated less than a meter before a blood-red claw slapped him hard. Xi Meng was sent flying dozens of meters and slammed into a wall with a bang. Then, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene shocked everyone. Boom. After sending Xi Meng flying, the huge mutant suddenly accelerated and charged towards Chuzhou and the others. Swoosh. Li Qingxi attacked. Her speed was still very fast. She turned into a shadow and appeared beside the humanoid monster that was rushing over. A sharp dagger slashed the humanoid monster's arm. Then, the dagger appeared in another location and stabbed the heart of the humanoid monster again. Then, the dagger pierced through the humanoid monster's ear like a ghost and stabbed it ruthlessly. Swoosh! 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 In less than 3 breaths, Li Qingshi's dagger had made dozens of holes on the humanoid monster. The most serious one had even pierced the humanoid monster's ear. The humanoid monster was bleeding profusely. Blood spurted out of its ears like a fountain. However, this humanoid monster ignored all of this as if it was completely unharmed. It didn't even slow down. It seemed to ignore Li Qingshi's attack. In the end, it roared impatiently and slammed its huge palm on the ground. The ground shattered and a violent wave of sand swept out with a loud bang. Whoa! Li Qingshi's figure was sent flying back while vomiting blood. Chapter 29, Breathtaking Cut. Ling Zhan admits defeat. This monster's self-healing ability is too strong. I can't cause damage to it. Li Qingshi clutched her chest and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Could this mutant evolve to the awakening realm? Shi Meng returned to Chu Zhou and the others and said with a serious expression. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter after being slapped by the mutant just now. Impossible. You probably wouldn't have the chance to talk to me now if it was at Awakening Realm. Ling Zhan glanced at Shi Meng and said lightly. Shi Meng. Awakening Realm, it might not be yet, but I think it's possible to describe it as quasi-awakening realm. Chu Zhou said with a serious expression. At this moment, Ling Zhan glanced at Shi Meng and Li Qingshi. The three of us haven't worked together for a long time. Today, we'll work together to destroy this mutant in front of us. Attack! He suddenly stomped hard on the ground and his figure instantly flew out after saying that. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, open your eyes wide and take a look at the combined power of the 3 monsters of First High School. Shi Meng became excited, as if he had forgotten the pain on his body. His burly body emitted the aura of a wild beast. With a boom, he rushed out like a cannonball. That's right. It's been a long time since the 3 of us joined forces to fight an enemy. A trace of confidence appeared in Li Qingshi's eyes. With a swish, she turned into an after-image and caught up to Ling Zhan and Shi Meng. I can finally see the 3 monsters of First High team up. Liu Qianqian said to Chu Zhou excitedly. Chu Zhou, you might not have heard. The most shocking thing about the 3 monsters of the First High School is the power of their combined forces. A teacher from the First High School once revealed that each of the 3 monsters might just be geniuses from a satellite city like Jiang City. But there's still a huge gap compared to those geniuses who are famous in Guangdong City, the entire country, and the world. But if the 3 monsters join forces, there will be a huge qualitative leap. The power of their team will not be inferior to a team formed by 3 famous geniuses. Is that so? Then I'll study the power of the 3 of them working together. Chu Zhou's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. At this moment, Ling Zhan and the other 2 had already rushed in front of the mutant. Roar! The huge mutant roared ferociously when it saw Ling Zhan and the other 2 charging over. It suddenly waved a huge claw at Ling Zhan and the other 2. Even though this mutant was huge, its attack speed was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying and ferocious claw appeared in front of Ling Zhan and the other 2. I'll do it. Ling Zhan shouted and the alloy sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Streaks of sword shadows remained in the void like a forest of swords, crashing towards the giant claw. Pooh! 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 In an instant, dozens of bloody holes appeared on the giant claw and arm. The speed of his entire arm also slowed down. Ling Zhan easily dodged the giant claw that had slowed down. Ha ha ha, it's my turn. Shi Meng laughed wildly and instantly used the 9-fold tremor punch. Moreover, he punched 9 times in a row. However, he did not attack the mutant directly. Instead, all 9 punches landed on the ground. Boom boom boom. It was as if 9 bombs had exploded. The ground within a dozen meters exploded. The ground shook and dust flew. The ground collapsed, forming a huge pit with a radius of 2 to 3 meters and a depth of 4 meters. The mutant was caught off guard and fell into the huge pit. Only the upper body above the chest was left visible. An opening. Ling Zhong and Li Qingshi's eyes lit up as they seized the opportunity to attack the mutant's upper body. Swoosh! 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 Swordlight flashed. The dagger left many afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhong and Li Qingshi had left hundreds of wounds on the mutated body. Many of the wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Fresh blood gushed out from the wounds on the mutant's body, dyeing its upper body red. Die! In the end, Shi Meng added another critical hit. His entire body leaped up like a ferocious beast. He then dived head first, sending his fists attacking like a flood dragon, smashing heavily into the mutant's head. The mutant was blasted into the ground with a loud bang. HMPH, could it still be alive? Shi Meng leaped to the edge of the huge pit and knelt on one knee, looking at the huge pit proudly. He had been sent flying by this mutant with a slap just now. He was very aggrieved. He had finally taken revenge. He should be dead. Ling Zhong and Li Qingshi also thought that it was impossible for the mutant to survive after being injured by them. The coordination of these 3 people is indeed amazing. Their timing is very precise. Chu Zhou sighed. Just then, a bloody and ferocious hand suddenly broke out of the edge of the huge pit with a loud bang. Bang! Shi Meng was sent flying again. He screamed and crashed into a building not far away like a meteor. Shit! Ling Zhong and Li Qingshi's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from the bottom of the huge pit. Then, a bloody behemoth jumped out. It was as fast as an afterimage and caught up to Li Qingshi and Ling Zhong almost instantly. A sharp claw that was as fast as lightning grabbed at Li Qingshi's head. Shit! Li Qingshi's face was pale. She felt that she could not dodge any more and might die here. Chu Zhou, Liu Kai and Qian, and dozens of students were startled upon seeing this. At the critical moment, Ling Zhong's expression turned cold. He suddenly soared into the sky and flew above the mutant before diving down. Rainstorm sword technique. He shouted and the alloy battle sword in his hand stabbed out like a storm. He had stabbed out hundreds of times within an instant. Sword shadows rained down on the mutated creature. Poo-poo-poo. Sword shadows crisscrossed and pierced through the mutant's hands, feet, torso, and other parts. The mutant looked like it had become a porcupine. Fresh blood spurted out of the mutant's body. The mutant suddenly stopped. Li Qingshi looked at the giant claw above her head and heaved a sigh of relief. She flew away and quickly retreated 10 meters away. This is a perfection realm sword technique that's close to the intent realm. Chu Zhou's expression changed slightly. He could discern the realm of Ling Zhong's sword technique. Even though he had cultivated his sharp blade kick to perfection realm and his curved hand blade to the intent realm. However, he clearly knew how difficult it was to cultivate a combat technique to perfection realm. He advanced so smoothly only because he had the help of the attribute board. He might not be able to reach the perfection realm even if he trained hard for decades without the attribute board. Ling Zhong cultivated the rainstorm sword technique to the perfection realm and was close to breaking through to the intent realm by himself. This meant that Ling Zhong was a true genius. The monster should be dead this time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief seeing the mutant that Ling Zhong had almost dismembered. Ling Zhong panted heavily as he looked nervously at the mutant whose body was riddled with countless bloody holes. That move just now had consumed most of his strength. He did not have much strength left. He only hoped that he had already killed the mutant. But the mutant that had stopped suddenly moved again. It was so fast that many people had yet to see how it attacked, and Ling Zhong was sent flying like a cannonball while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chu Zhou's figure flashed and caught Ling Zhong. "Ling Zhong, are you all right?" Chu Zhou asked. "I'm fine. I won't die yet." Ling Zhan said as he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This monster's self-healing ability is too strong. You have to kill him with one strike. I don't have the strength to fight anymore. It all depends on you now, Ling Zhan said with a bitter smile. He did not even have the strength to stand up and was almost paralyzed. Li Qingshi hurriedly came over to support him after seeing this scene. One strike. I know what to do now, Chu Zhou muttered to himself and walked towards the mutant step by step. Roar! The mutant was infuriated after being severely injured by Ling Zhan and the others. It roared angrily. Its two arms, which were as thick as buckets, kept hammering the ground, causing large areas of the ground to explode. It vented its anger. Looking at the huge mutant that kept waving its arms, and then at Chu Zhou who was slowly enveloped by the shadow of the mutant. Everyone's heartstrings tightened. Their lives would be decided by this battle. They would live if Chu Zhou wins. They would die if Chu Zhou lost. One strike. One strike it is. Chu Zhou raised his head and stared seriously at the huge mutant opposite him. Then, he stomped on the ground heavily and rushed towards the mutant like a cannonball. Roar! The mutated creature roared and opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth to bite Chu Zhou when it saw that there were still insects that dared to attack it. At the same time, its two stone pillar-like arms violently swept toward Chu Zhou. It could be foreseen that the outcome would be very serious no matter whether Chu Zhou was bitten by the mutant or swept by its two huge arms. He might even lose his life instantly. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Chu Zhou became. His feet suddenly exerted the force of his sharp blade kick, and his speed increased explosively. Left bend. Right turn. Diagonal jump. Charge. He dodged all the attacks of the mutant with a small section of showy movement and rushed in front of it. Then, he attacked with his hand. No. He did not only attack with his hand. He also attacked with his leg. Intent Realm Curved Hand Blade. Perfection Realm Sharp Blade Kick. They were ignited at the same time. His hands and feet turned into knives that slashed at the mutated creature's neck. Even an Intent Realm Curved Hand Blade might not be able to cut off the mutant's head in a single attack. All the attacks must overlap. Only then can the power of the slash reach its strongest. At this moment, Chu Zhou's mind was unprecedentedly calm. His hands and feet drew beautiful arcs. The arcs of his hands and feet actually overlapped perfectly. In the end, the two overlapping arcs overlapped again. He seemed to have slashed countless times, but also seemed to have only slashed once. Finally, a blade-like arc cut across the mutant's neck. The mutant's entire body suddenly stiffened, and its ferocious head fell. Then, a fountain of blood shot into the sky from the mutant's neck. What a stunning slash! There's no need to continue my duel with him. I've lost. A dazed Ling Zhan muttered to himself, looking at Chu Zhou who had beheaded the mutant. Chapter 30, First Place. Goal achieved. The mutant collapsed, bleeding all over the ground. Everyone was so immersed in Chu Zhou's stunning slash that they only realized that the mutant was dead after some time. This terrifying monster is finally dead. Ling Zhan, Li Qingshi, Liu Qianqian, and the others let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally survived this calamity. He's too strong, far surpassing me. Ling Zhan watched Chu Zhou, who was standing beside the mutant's corpse, with a complicated expression and a trace of admiration in his eyes. Chu Zhou was also reminiscing about that slash just now. He imprinted the state he was in just now into his heart bit by bit and turned it into an indelible memory. He was confident that he would be able to use such a move at will after a period of time. However, we still have some trouble to deal with even though I killed the mutant. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at the other humanoid monsters around him. Something seems to have happened to these humanoid monsters. Chu Zhou discovered that all the humanoid monsters were lying on the ground twitching and letting out miserable roars. What's wrong with these monsters? Li Qingshi, Liu Qianqian, and the others walked to Chu-Jo's side and looked curiously at the monsters lying on the ground twitching. "I don't know." Chu-Jo pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps these created monsters have some fatal flaw and can't survive for long. And their time is up." All the twitching humanoid monsters suddenly froze before Chu-Jo could finish speaking. He walked to a humanoid monster and squatted down to take a look. He realized that this humanoid monster no longer had any vitality. "Dead," he said calmly. "It's good that they died. If these monsters are still alive, we'll be in trouble." Everyone finally relaxed, feeling like they had survived a calamity. They were truly safe only at that point in time. Many students couldn't help but cry. It was really too dangerous. They were the lucky few that survived. At the entrance of the town, Zhang Yaoyang suddenly broke away from Big Sister Saber and the others. He took out an electronic machine and looked at the display screen on it. There were several grey dots on the screen. They were all dead in less than an hour. Looks like the Type B beastification potion still needs improvement. He muttered to himself and then looked at Big Sister Saber and the others. "Everyone, the game is over. I still have something on, so I won't be playing with you any longer." He laughed loudly and turned into a shadow before disappearing. Sister Deo and the others were helpless. They could not stop an extraordinary realm expert from leaving at all. Get into town and see how many people are still alive. Big Sister Saber and the others quickly reacted. The most important thing now was the safety of the students. They immediately rushed into the town at full speed. Odieresis e circumflex. A moment later, Big Sister Saber and the others arrived in front of Chu-Jo and the other surviving students. Chu-Jo. Big Sister Saber's tensed heart immediately relaxed seeing that Chu-Jo was fine. "Big Sister Saber, you're here. Only Liu Kai and Qian and I survived. I've not seen Jotong and Jin's Henan. I reckon that they died at the hands of these humanoid monsters," Chu-Jo said. "It's good that you survived. As for Jotong and Jin's Henan, I can only say that they were unlucky. The elite trials are already dangerous to begin with. It's normal for them to die with this sudden turn of events," Big Sister Saber said lightly. She knew of Jotong and Jin's Henan's bad deeds during Operation Storm and did not have a good impression of these two people. She naturally did not care about their lives. At this moment, the teachers in charge of the high schools and the commissioners of the 6 universities also learned the entire story from the other students. Their expressions changed when they learned that it was Chu-Jo who had turned the tide and killed a quasi-martial artist mutant, saving all the survivors. "Chu-Jo, we all agree that you are the first place in this elite trial based on your points and your contributions. We will reward you with a tube of genetic potion according to the rules. In addition, you've done a lot this time. The city government will definitely reward you." After a discussion, the teachers of the 10 high schools confirmed that Chu-Jo was the first place in this elite trial and announced it on the spot. Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and all the surviving students did not have any objections. They all thought that Chu-Jo deserved it. "I did it. I've obtained the genetic potion." Chu-Jo was overjoyed. His goal of participating in the elite trial had finally been achieved. How difficult would it be for him to become a true martial artist with the genetic potion? The teachers of the top 10 high schools announced Ling Zhon as 2nd place, Shi Meng as 3rd place, and Li Qingxi as 4th place. Ling Zhon and Shi Meng also received the genetic potion as reward. Li Qingxi, on the other hand, was a little sad. However, she quickly perked up. This was because a teacher had said that Li Qingxi's performance in this unforeseen event was outstanding and her contributions were sizable. It was very likely that the higher-ups would make an exception and reward her with a tube of genetic potion too. This gave Li Qingxi hope again. "All right, we will only announce the top 4 in this elite trial for the time being. We will inform you of the other rankings soon. Such a big event happened here. We have to first contact the police to deal with the matters here." The teachers did not continue to announce the rankings. Instead, they contacted the police station and asked them to handle the matter. They had to take the entire situation seriously, especially the corpses of those humanoid monsters. They could foresee that this incident would probably cause an incomparably huge storm. Chuzhou, my name is Guo Tao. I'm from the First Military University. I wonder if you have time. I want to have a chat with you. Ahem ahem. Chuzhou has just experienced a cruel and bloody battle. He must be very tired. Mr. Guo Tao, don't make things difficult for him. Chuzhou, you must be hungry and tired now. I've reserved a private room at the Four Seasons restaurant. Why don't we go eat something first? Yanqing, you've learned how to play tricks, haven't you? Chuzhou. At this moment, Chuzhou was surrounded by the commissioners from the 6 universities. These commissioners greeted Chuzhou warmly. Some even wanted to talk to Chuzhou alone. They were too enthusiastic. However, it was no wonder that these commissioners were so enthusiastic. Chuzhou had killed a quasi-martial artist mutant. An advanced apprentice had actually killed a quasi-martial artist creature. How much potential did he have? It would be foolish not to quickly think of a way to pull Chuzhou into their university. Chuzhou looked at the university commissioners who were staring at him like wolves and tigers and felt his scalp tingle. Of course he knew what these commissioners were after. However, he had yet to figure out his future path, so he could not give these people an answer. He had to go back and think carefully about his next step after advancing to a true martial artist. Commissioners, sires, I'm not feeling well right now. I don't want to consider the matter of joining the university for the time being. I'll give you an answer after a few days of consideration. Teacher, let's go back. Chuzhou said politely to the commissioners and followed Big Sister Saber out of the place quickly. All right. Let's go back. Big Sister Saber nodded with a smile. She scooped up Chuzhou and Liu Qianqian's hands and left, leaving only a shadow. In a forest. Vicious wolf Zhang Yaoyang's figure quickly flew into this small forest, but he realized that the subordinates he had asked to wait for him were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Damn it, where did they go? He said angrily. They're waiting for you in hell. A lazy, fat middle-aged man who seemed to have no motivation suddenly walked out from behind a big tree. He even broke a tree branch and held it in his hand. Who are you? Zhang Yaoyang's body suddenly tensed up and his pupils constricted. He looked at the fat middle-aged man in front of him with extreme vigilance. He, a dignified extraordinary realm expert, actually did not even notice when the other party got here. This was too abnormal. Do dead people need to know so much? The fat middle-aged man said lazily. Escape. Zhang Yaoyang looked arrogant on the surface, not even caring about the government's arrest warrant. However, he was, in fact, an extremely cautious person. Otherwise, he would not have lived until this day with his arrogant personality. He immediately turned around and fled without probing further, sensing that this lazy fat middle-aged man might be an extremely dangerous figure. However, he had just turned around and fled less than 10 meters when a young tree branch pierced through the back of his head and emerged from his forehead. Pooh! Zhang Yaoyang, who was incomparably arrogant in front of Big Sister Saber not long ago, died silently in this unknown forest. What kind of trash character dares to come to Jiang City to cause trouble? Don't you know that boss likes peace and quiet? Sigh, it was supposed to be a weekend. I originally had plans to plaza dance with Aunt Wang and the others, but it was wasted just like that. The fat middle-aged man muttered unhappily. He stepped over Zhang Yaoyang's corpse and lazily walked out of the forest with his hands in his pockets. However, he took a long look in a certain direction of the forest before he left. After the fat middle-aged man disappeared, 2 figures jumped down from a dense tree. One of them was Silver Fox Subai. The other person was a burly figure in a black robe. What a terrifying person. Did you see that? The waters in Jiang City are deep. I might die here without anyone knowing, like that idiot Zhang Yaoyang, if I dare to cause trouble here. Subai said to the black-robed figure beside him. Young master is right. The waters of Jiang City are indeed deep. The black-robed figure nodded solemnly. I've never heard of that person. I don't think many people know that there's such an expert hidden in Jiang City. All right, the waters of Jiang City are too deep. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. We don't want to get in the way of some existence that will end up killing us. With that, he disappeared with the black-robed figure. Chapter 31, Basic Breathing Technique Level 10 Jiang City, Longkan District. Chuzhou, you obtained first place in the elite trial. This is a genetic potion rewarded by the City Hall. Use your fingerprint to open it. A young woman in a work uniform handed Chuzhou a sealed alloy box. The genetic potion had finally arrived. Chuzhou suppressed the excitement in his heart and ran his finger across the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. An electronically synthesized voice sounded. Then, the alloy box opened, revealing a tube of light blue potion. There was also a white label on the syringe. There were 2 words written on it, genetic potion. Chuzhou, please sign this if you're sure there's no problem. The woman in uniform said to Chuzhou with a smile, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes. This was a genetic potion that could change a person's fate. The market price was 10 million. However, 10 million alliance dollars did not mean one could get it. Because almost no one would sell it. Chuzhou quickly signed and the woman in uniform left. Bang! Chuzhou closed the door. His sister, Chu Yu, and father, Chu Donglei, immediately walked over. Big brother, is this the genetic potion? Chu Yu's eyes widened as he curiously examined the light blue genetic potion. That's right. This is the genetic potion. Chuzhou smiled and reached out to stroke his sister's little head. Your big brother will be a true martial artist soon. Big brother, you're really amazing. You actually obtained first place and obtained the gene potion. Chu Yu praised. Her eyes lit up, as if she suddenly thought of something. Big brother, remember what you said. You have to give me 5 million alliance dollars as pocket money when you become a martial artist. Got it, you money grubber. Chuzhou snapped. His father, Chu Donglei, did not speak. He only looked at Chuzhou gently. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Chuzhou took out his phone and saw an additional notification. 1,000,000 alliance dollars entered your account XXXX at 10 a.m. on the 2nd of January. Your balance is 1,016.000 alliance dollars. Another notification came before Chuzhou could figure out where the money came from. 100.000 alliance dollars entered your account XXXX at 10 a.m. on the 2nd of January. Your balance is 1,116.000 alliance dollars. Then, Chuzhou received 2 more messages. Chuzhou, the city government has specially rewarded you with 1 million alliance dollars in view of your great contribution in the elite trial. Chuzhou, the school is rewarding you with 100.000 alliance dollars since you won first place in the elite trial and brought honor to our school. Chuzhou finally knew how these 2 sums of money came about after seeing the last 2 messages. At this moment, Chuzhou only wanted to say one word, exhilarating. Wow, 1.1 million as prize money. Brother, you've made a fortune. His younger sister, Chu Yu, leaned over. She immediately cried out in excitement when she saw the notifications and text messages on Chuzhou's phone. Her eyes almost turned into money symbols. This was the first time she had seen so much money in her life. I can switch to consuming higher-level monster meat with this sum of money. The higher the level of monster meat, the faster I can increase my attribute points. Chuzhou thought to himself and decided not to inject the genetic potion so quickly. He would first accumulate attribute points and raise his basic breathing technique to a higher level to increase his life field energy. In that case, his success rate in advancing to a martial artist would be even higher when combined with the genetic potion. Chuzhou didn't even go to school anymore. He took leave and ate beast general level monster meat that cost 30.000 alliance dollars per catty every day. He basically ate 1 catty of monster meat per meal. 3 meals a day meant 3 catties of meat. In other words, his meals cost 90.000 alliance dollars a day. It was ridiculously expensive. His father, Chu Donglei, only earned a total of 36.000 alliance dollars a year. It was not even enough for him to eat for a day. He would not have been able to afford it if not for the 2 bonuses. However, the attribute points increased with the Beast General level meat was 9 times more than that of Beast Soldier level meat. Beast Soldier level monster meat could increase 0.45 attribute points per meal, which meant that he could increase 1.35 attribute points per day. Beast General level monster meat, on the other hand, could increase 12.15 attribute points a day. His efficiency increased exponentially. Therefore, Chuzhou felt that it was worth it even though the price was much more expensive. 12 days later, Chuzhou only had 36.000 alliance dollars left in his bank account. Back to poverty. However, Chuzhou looked at the attribute board and smiled. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy 4.5, Attribute Points, 146.9, plus 145, 8, Basic Breathing Technique, D rank, Level 5, Upgradable, Curved Hand Blade, D rank, Level 5 Intent Realm, Upgradable, Sharp Blade Kick, D rank, Level 4 Perfection Realm, Upgradable. His attribute points had increased by 145.8 points. I'm rich. Upgrade the basic breathing technique. With a thought, he let the attribute board upgrade the basic breathing technique until it could no longer be upgraded. The attribute board flashed crazily instantly. This time, the attribute board flashed more violently than ever. All the information on it became blurry, leaving behind afterimages. Chuzhou automatically entered a cultivation state and activated the basic breathing technique at the same time. Countless refreshing cosmic energy surged into Chuzhou's body in the dark. A tsunami of energy swept through every muscle, every bone, every cell in his body. All the cells in his body and even his genes were crazily devouring the energy and undergoing a transformation. Chuzhou slowly opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. An invisible and intense life force spread out from his body. A gust of wind blew in the room. Name, Chuzhou, Advanced Apprentice, Life Field Energy 7, Attribute Points, 26.9 Basic Breathing Technique, B rank, Level 10, Colored Vortex Form, Unupgradable, Curved Hand Blade, D rank, Level 5, Intent Realm, Unupgradable, Sharp Blade Kick, D rank, Level 4, Perfection Realm, Upgradable. Basic Breathing Technique Level 10. Life Field Energy has broken through to Level 7. Chuzhou looked at the change in information on his attribute panel and was overjoyed. Level 10 of the basic breathing technique had already far exceeded the original limit. Chuzhou sensed it carefully and made a rough calculation in his heart. He could absorb about 30 units of cosmic energy in one circulation with level 10 of the basic breathing technique. All breathing techniques were basically divided into 3 levels. The higher the level, the higher the efficiency of absorbing cosmic energy. According to his understanding, even if a C-rank breathing technique was cultivated to the 3rd level of the highest realm, it could only absorb 27 units of cosmic energy with one circulation. A B-rank breathing technique at the 1st level would absorb 15 units of cosmic energy with one circulation. He would be able to absorb 30 units of cosmic energy with one circulation only if he could cultivate it to the 2nd level. In other words, the 10th level of the basic breathing technique had already surpassed all C-rank breathing techniques and was comparable to the 2nd level of the B-rank breathing technique. Did I upgrade the basic breathing technique to a level comparable to the B-rank breathing technique in such a short time? Chuzhou muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 32, Gene Awakening. Advancing to Awakening Realm Martial Artist. All breathing techniques are derived from the basic breathing technique. Someone said that even though the basic breathing technique doesn't have any special attributes, it's actually the most comprehensive breathing technique. It might be the strongest breathing technique at every level. It's just that no one has ever verified it. I've already upgraded the basic breathing technique to the second level of B-rank breathing technique. Let me see what's different about this basic breathing technique. Chuzhou muttered to himself and immediately activated the basic breathing technique. His body seemed to have transformed into a hungry monster that violently devoured the cosmic energy in the air instantly, faintly emitting a suction force. The light in the room dimmed visibly. Rays of light faintly wrapped around his body, forming a white light vortex. Then, countless colorful light spots surged out of the surrounding void and entered the light vortex. The light vortex also turned into a gorgeous colorful vortex. Chuzhou sensed the situation in his body carefully. In the beginning, he only felt the normal cosmic energy in his body. Then, came the feeling of energy from light. Finally, he felt the energy of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other elements. This is unbelievable. Chuzhou was shocked. Actually, be it light, metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, they were all cosmic energy. However, unlike normal cosmic energy, light, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy displayed certain characteristics. As far as he knew, all breathing techniques focused on absorbing certain energy except for the basic breathing technique. For example, the solar breathing technique, one of the top 10 SSS rank breathing techniques, focused on absorbing solar energy. The moonlight breathing technique, which was also one of the SSS rank breathing techniques, focused on absorbing moon energy. Absorbing different energies would also cause the body of a martial artist to undergo different transformations. It might even affect the combat techniques used by martial artists. ANB's warriors who practiced the solar breathing technique not only had a body that was resistant to high temperatures and flames, but they could also emit terrifying high temperatures and flames. Their combat strength could also be greatly increased when the sun was still up. In short, all breathing techniques focused on absorbing one type of energy and had a huge impact on one's evolution and battle techniques except the basic breathing technique. However, Chuzhou's current basic breathing technique had broken the norm. It could absorb light, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental energy in addition to absorbing normal cosmic energy at the same time. So the rumors were true. The basic breathing technique is indeed the most comprehensive. Because the higher the level of the basic breathing technique, the more energy it absorbs. It's not limited to a certain energy at all. This is equivalent to a more comprehensive tempering and strengthening of a martial artist's body and genes. Chuzhou exclaimed. He realized that the basic breathing technique actually contained such a shocking secret just then. He was sure that it would shock the world if he revealed this secret. However, it was impossible for Chuzhou to reveal this secret before he felt it was safe enough. As for when he would feel safe enough, that would naturally be when he becomes invincible. Chuzhou looked at his life field energy again after experiencing the amazingness of the 10th level of basic breathing. He was also pleasantly surprised that his life field energy could reach 7. No matter how monstrous an apprentice is, 5 is the limit according to the information released by the Alliance. No human's life field energy has ever been able to break through 5 while he's still an apprentice all these years. But now, I've broken through this limit. Looks like the so-called geniuses in this world are actually fake. I'm the real genius. Who is able to have talent like mine? Chuzhou muttered to himself proudly. He unceremoniously treated his attribute board as his talent. At the same time, he could clearly sense how powerful he was now. He was confident that he could slap the mutant into a meat patty if he were to meet it again. To be able to reach 7 on the life field energy, this is already far beyond the limit of apprentices. Then, it's time to inject the genetic potion. Chuzhou made up his mind and picked up the syringe containing the genetic potion decisively. He stabbed his arm. All the genetic potions were injected into his body in no time. The genetic potion quickly fused into Chuzhou's blood and spread throughout his body. At this moment, Chuzhou suddenly felt that his 5 senses had been magnified at least 10 times. He closed his eyes and vaguely sensed that his father and sister were talking in the hall. He also heard a few little cockroaches crawling in the corner of the house. He even heard the sound of people walking and talking in the neighborhood. There was also the sound of blood flowing, stomach squirming, and cells absorbing energy. He had such a deep understanding of his body for the first time. He felt that his body was actually a world. Suddenly, all the muscles, bones, internal organs, cells, and even deeper genes in his body shook violently. His entire inner world seemed to have awakened at this moment. The sleeping genes became unprecedentedly active. Transformation, transformation. His muscles, bones, internal organs, cells, genes, everything were transforming. It was as if countless wills were shouting in his body, evolution. 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 Boom. A thunderclap seemed to have torn apart the pitch-black sky. A wave of rumbling shook and suddenly swept through Chu-Joe's entire body. An invisible shackle exploded at this moment. The power that was slumbering in the deepest part of his genes surged out like a raging river. Chu-Joe's life field energy continued to rise. A strong aura of life force swept out of his room, bringing with it a strong wind. Chu-Yu, who was talking to his father Chu-Donglei in the hall, suddenly felt that it was difficult to breathe and was oppressed. Her small face could not help but turn slightly pale. His father, Chu-Donglei, narrowed his eyes slightly and towards Chu-Joe's room. He muttered to himself in an almost imperceptible voice. As he advanced to an awakening realm martial artist. With that, he used his rough hand to gently pat Chu-Yu, his daughter's small head. The huge hand seemed to have a strange magic power. The suffocating and oppressive feeling that enveloped Chu-Yu's heart directly disappeared. At this moment, she felt very warm and safe. The transformation in Chu-Joe's body slowly stopped in the room. He looked at the information on the attribute board and smiled happily. Name, Chu-Joe, beginner awakening realm martial artist, life field 17. He had successfully broken through the first stage of the genetic lock and advanced to become an awakening realm martial artist. Chapter 33, Small Goal, Earn 1 billion first. My life field energy has exceeded 17. Chu-Joe was pleasantly surprised. Normally, the life field energy of a martial artist who had advanced from an apprentice to the awakening realm would have just broken through 10. Those with better talent could reach 11 on the life field energy. Only true prodigies could reach 12. However, Chu-Joe had reached 17. How could he not be happy? According to the official information, the life field energy of a beginner awakening realm martial artist can exceed 10, and the life field energy of an intermediate awakening realm martial artist can exceed 20. In other words, I'm only 3 points away from becoming an intermediate awakening realm martial artist. Chu-Joe suddenly felt that he had done the right thing by upgrading his basic breathing technique to level 10 before injecting the genetic potion. How could his life field energy have reached 17 when he had just become an awakening realm martial artist otherwise? So this is an awakening realm martial artist? It's indeed completely different. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the state of his body. He felt that his body was filled with vitality, as if he had endless energy. If I want to understand the changes in my body, I have to go to the martial arts school and use the advanced equipment inside to measure all aspects of my body. Furthermore, I'm already an awakening realm martial artist. It's time for me to go to the martial arts school to obtain the martial artist certification. I can only enjoy the various benefits and privileges of a martial artist when I pass the martial artist certification and obtain the official recognition. He roughly sensed his body and thought to himself, I'll share the good news of my advancement to a martial artist with my sister and father now. I reckon that they are also very anxious. His father and sister knew that he was trying to break through to the martial artist realm. They must be waiting for his news in the hall. Chu-Joe got up, got off the bed, and pushed open the door. Swoosh! Swoosh! Both his sister and father's gazes landed on him instantly. His sister looked a little impatient, but also a little worried. His father's gaze was very calm. Yes, his father had always been like this. He had never seen him show negative emotions such as worry, nervousness, excitement, and so on. Brother, Did you succeed? His sister, Chu-Yu, asked softly, as if she was worried that Chu-Jo failed and that it would provoke him. Sigh. Chu-Jo sighed in melancholy. Her younger sister, Chu-Yu, instantly tensed up. Her big eyes revealed traces of worry. Of course I succeeded. How could an outstanding person like me fail? Chu-Jo suddenly smiled, seeing that his sister was about to comfort him. Success. Success? Chu-Yu, who was about to comfort Chu-Jo, was slightly stunned. Then, she flew into a rage. Big brother, are you crazy? You've already succeeded. Why are you still sighing? You made me worry for you for nothing. How could Chu-Yu not know that her brother was teasing her? She grabbed the small school bag on the sofa angrily and threw it at Chu-Jo. Ha, are you happy that I've become a martial artist? Chu-Jo laughed and grabbed the bag. Chu-Yu also smiled happily. I'm happy. Big brother, I heard that you can move into those villas in the elite district as long as you pass the martial artist certification of the martial arts school. She looked at Chu-Jo expectantly. She had seen many videos of villas in elite districts on television and on the internet. The residential area, where those villas were located, was spacious and had beautiful scenery. There was even a fountain. The interior of the villas were incomparably spacious and comfortable. It was much better than the small house that they were living in now. She wanted to live in a big villa as well. Something like that. Chu-Jo smiled. There were indeed many special privileges after becoming a martial artist. Being assigned a villa was amongst them. This was also the reason why many people dreamed of becoming martial artists. Basic necessities for the entire family would no longer be a problem when one became a martial artist. It could directly change the fate of a family. Of course, enjoying an extremely luxurious life was another matter altogether. Yay, that's great. I can live in a big villa now. Chu-Yu jumped excitedly on the dilapidated sofa. When Chu-Jo saw this scene, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. He worked hard to become a martial artist. He wanted to change his family's situation apart from the desire to become stronger. He would soon be able to change his living environment now that he had become a martial artist. It would be even better if I could heal father's limp. I've checked online. The water of life seems to cost $1 billion. Then, the most important thing next is to earn money. I'll set a small goal. To earn $1 billion first. Chu-Jo looked at his father's crippled leg and set a small goal in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Chu-Jo took out his phone and saw a message from Liu Qianqian. He also saw 5 or 6 messages that he did not have time to read when he was trying to break through. He browsed through them one by one. Chu-Jo, are you free? Do you want to meet at school? This was from Liu Qianqian. Fuck, crackpot, you're awesome. You actually won first place in the elite trial. You may not know it, but the entire school's teachers and students were in an uproar when the news spread to the school. Almost all the teachers and students cheered. The scene was spectacular. I've also benefited from your good fortune. I'm very popular with the girls in school now. This was from his best friend, Dong Wend. Come to school. This was from Big Sister Saber. Chu-Jo, the first military university promises to immediately provide you with a scholarship of 10 million alliance dollars as long as you join us. There are also 3 secret manuals, breathing techniques, movement techniques, and combat techniques, worth less than 20 million yuan for you. Chu-Jo, the second military university promises to immediately provide you with a scholarship of 12 million alliance dollars when you join us. C-rank breathing technique, C-rank movement technique, C-rank combat technique, C-rank body tempering technique, C-rank combat uniform, C-rank weapon. You can choose any 4. The school will provide the funds. In addition to messages from Liu Qianqian, Dong Wend, and Big Sister Saber, there were also messages from the commissioners of the first military university and the second military university. They basically invited Chu-Jo to join the university and promised some rewards. Zhou looked at these messages from the university commissioners and felt extremely emotional. Not long ago, he had become enemies with Jin Henan because Jin Henan was going to replace him. Now, he could enter any university he wanted. Moreover, he could also obtain an unimaginably high scholarship and other incomparably generous rewards. This change in fate was truly miraculous. However, he no longer needed to enter a martial arts university. He was already an awakening realm martial artist. There was not much point in entering a martial arts university. After becoming a true martial artist, there were usually only 4 paths. One was to join the army. The second was to join the martial arts school. The third was to join a financial group. The fourth was to become a mercenary. Each of these 4 paths had its own advantages and disadvantages. Zhou had to think carefully before deciding which path to take. He replied to the 6 university commissioners seriously and thanked them for their invitation. Then, he said that he had already advanced to a martial artist and did not want to continue with the university path. Soon, he received replies from 6 university commissioners congratulating him on successfully advancing to a martial artist. No one continued to invite him to join their university. Obviously, these commissioners understood that there was no need for Zhou to join their universities anymore. Zhou smiled calmly after reading the replies of the 6 commissioners. Dad, Xiao, I have something to do at school. Don't prepare my portion for lunch. With that, Zhou pushed the door open and left. He planned to go to the school to meet Liu Qianqian, Dong Wend, Big Sister Saber, and the others. Then, he would go to the martial arts school to undergo the martial arts certification. Chapter 34, Their Own Paths. 5th High School. Senior Brother Zhou. Congratulations on obtaining first place in the elite trial. Senior Brother Zhou. You're too amazing. You've set a record in our school. Senior Brother Zhou, you are my idol. Zhou returned to school. Along the way, all the students he met greeted him warmly. Many students were congratulating him for obtaining first place in the elite trial. This made him feel like he was returning home in glory. This feeling seemed pretty good. Zhou soon met Dong Wend, his best friend, and Liu Qianqian. TSK, crackpot, I really didn't expect you to perform so well in the elite trial and take first place. You have no idea. I was dumbfounded when I first heard the news. Crackpot, even though you're usually powerful, I didn't dare to think that you could sweep through all the elites of the top 10 high schools. Especially since you actually defeated those 3 monsters from the first high school. His best friend, Dong Wend, clicked his tongue in amazement. He sized Zhou up, as if he had just met him. I say, fatty, that's enough. Zhou rolled his eyes at Dong Wend. You can't blame me. You've really changed too much. Dong Wend chuckled and asked curiously. Crackpot, which martial arts university did you choose? Liu Qianqian also focused her gaze on Zhou. None of them. Zhou said lightly. How? None of them? Dong Wend was dumbfounded. Liu Qianqian seemed to have thought of something. She was shocked and could not help but ask. Zhou, could it be that you've successfully advanced to a martial artist with the help of the genetic potion? What? Zhou has advanced to a martial artist? Dong Wen stared at Zhou. It worked. It went quite smoothly. Zhou said with a smile. As expected. For some reason, Liu Qianqian felt a little melancholic. However, she smiled and said, I should have known that you would succeed, Zhou. You obtained the genetic potion coming out as the top in the elite trial. How could you not succeed? No wonder you didn't choose to join a martial arts university. There's no need for you to join a university now that you're an awakening realm martial artist. Yes, congratulations. At this moment, Dong Wen let out a pig-like howl. Martial artist. Zhou, you've actually become a true martial artist. This is unbelievable. Fuck, I've cozied up to someone powerful. Dongwen cried out repeatedly. He looked at Chu Zhou as if he was looking at a shining treasure. Chu Zhou ignored Dongwen. He looked at Liu Qianqian and asked, "What about you? Which university did you choose? Do you think I'm like you, able to choose whichever university you want?" Liu Qianqian rolled her eyes. "South China Martial Arts University. They gave me a special spot after seeing my performance in the elite trial." South China Martial Arts University? That's not bad either. Even though it's not as good as Military 1 or Military 2, you will also have your freedom after graduation. You don't have to join the army. I'm thinking that way too. I'll be in a difficult position if Military 1 and Military 2 really gave me special spots, because I'm not sure if I want to enter the army in the future. It might be very difficult to meet again in the future, so Chu Zhou and Liu Qianqian chatted for quite a while. "Chu Zhou, you must look for me at South China Martial Arts University if you're in Guangdong City in the future," Liu Qianqian suddenly said. She gazed into Chu Zhou's eyes seriously. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. "All right. Remember, you can't break this promise." Liu Qianqian gave Chu Zhou a smile and left. TSK, Chu Zhou, Liu Qianqian seems to be interested in you," his best friend, Dongwen, said playfully as he watched Liu Qianqian leave. "You're so nosy." Chu Zhou glared at his best friend, Dongwen, then went to look for Big Sister Saber. Women would only affect his cultivation speed now. The place where Big Sister Saber had arranged to meet Chu Zhou was not the administrative office where she worked, but the martial arts classroom where she had taught Chu Zhou throughout the previous month. Chu Zhou saw that familiar figure again walking into the martial arts classroom. Long leather boots, hip-hugging skirt, short hair. Her temperament was fierce and sharp. She was like a scimitar, one would feel as if his throat was cut when he met her gaze. This was the Big Sister Saber that Chu Zhou was familiar with. "Teacher, I'm here." Chu Zhou walked to Big Sister Saber's side. Big Sister Saber nodded slightly and said, "I'm leaving." "Leaving?" Chu Zhou's eyes narrowed. Big Sister Saber was expressionless. "It's time to leave. I came here as a teacher to adjust my state of mind, break through the bottleneck, and advance to the extraordinary realm, amongst other reasons. The battle with vicious wolf Zhang Yaoyang gave me a lot of benefits. I successfully broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the extraordinary realm. There's no point in me staying here. It's time to leave." Chu Zhou did not expect Big Sister Saber would advance to the extraordinary realm. "Congratulations on advancing to the extraordinary realm, teacher." He congratulated her. However, he felt a little reluctant when he found out that Big Sister Saber was leaving. Big Sister Saber had been taking care of him and giving him a lot of guidance ever since he entered this school. That was how he became the commoner genius of this school before awakening the attribute board. It was also Big Sister Saber who helped him to fight for a chance to have a fair competition when Jin Jingmeo, academic director, wanted his nephew, Jin Henan, to replace his guaranteed spot previously. In short, Big Sister Saber had helped him too much over the years. He suddenly felt empty now that he knew Sister Saber was leaving. All good things must come to an end. Besides, I'm only leaving Jiang City, not Guangdong City. From now on, you can look for me at the Li family in Guangdong City. Big Sister Saber suddenly smiled. Her usually cold face was exceptionally bright at this moment. "You should be an awakening realm martial artist now, right? Chu Zhou, I think very highly of you. Be it in the past or present. I believe that you will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements in the future. I will wait for your name to shake the entire country and even the entire world. See you." Big Sister Saber turned into a shadow and disappeared from the classroom after she finished speaking. She left so crisply. Chu Zhou stood quietly in the classroom for a moment before smiling. Everyone has their own path to walk. Liu Qianqian is going to a martial arts university. Big Sister Saber wants to return to her family. Dongwen will soon inherit his father's business. I have my own path to walk. I want to become the strongest martial artist. Chuzhou muttered to himself and quickly left the classroom. He wanted to go to the martial arts school to undergo the martial artist certification. He left the school and got on the bus and arrived at the martial arts school in no time. The Battle Axe Martial Arts School was the #1 martial arts school on Earth. It was established by the #1 expert on Earth, Dragon. Chapter 35, Martial Artist Qualification Certification. The Battle Axe Martial Arts School was like a primitive beast entrenched on the ground. It was shaped like a white sail that was about to sail out to sea with the wind, similar to the structure of the Sydney Opera House on Earth in his previous life. It was formed by 10 large seashells, which was 186 meters long from north to south and 97 meters wide at its widest point. It was magnificent and majestic. This was a martial arts school created by the #1 person in the world, Dragon. The various martial arts schools were spread all over the world. It was one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the world. This was not the first time Chuzhou had come to the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. In the past, he would occasionally come here to cultivate and use the advanced equipment here to detect various changes in his body. Beep. He swiped his ID card and walked in. Xiaozhou, you're here. Chuzhou, you're amazing. I heard that you won first place in the elite trial. Brother Chu, long time no see. Many familiar faces greeted Chuzhou warmly on the way to the martial arts school. Chuzhou also smiled and responded to them one by one. The martial arts school was open to all young martial artists. Usually, there would be instructors guiding them in the martial arts school. Therefore, the young martial artists in the Pearl district of Jiang City liked to cultivate here. Of course, there was an age limit to young martial artists. He would be forbidden to come here to cultivate if he was over 30 years old. Chuzhou entered the lobby on the first floor of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School and quickly walked to the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? The staff asked politely. I want to take the martial artist qualification certification. Chuzhou said directly. You want to be certified as a martial artist? The staff was slightly stunned. The young man in front of him looked to be 16 or 17 years old and seemed to be a high school student. He had unlocked his genes at the age of 16 or 17 and advanced to become a martial artist. He was too young. Could it be that another genius appeared in their martial arts school? The staff member's expression became much more serious as he thought about the 3 other high school students who were certifying themselves as martial artists on the second floor. And is there a problem? Chuzhou could not help but ask when he saw that the staff seemed to be in a daze. No problem. The staff quickly said. Please give me your identity card. Chuzhou handed over his identity card and the staff immediately swiped it on the machine. Name, Chuzhou. Gender, male. Birthday, the 12th of June 3003. Address, room 115, building 38, 64th floor, Longkan District, Pearl District, Jiang City, Guangdong. The staff saw Chuzhou's basic information on the display screen, including the information that Chuzhou had won first place in the elite trial. So this is the champion of this year's elite trial in Jiang City. The staff member realized the importance of the matter and immediately took out his walkie-talkie to report the situation to his superior. What? Chuzhou, the one who obtained first place in the elite trial, is applying for the martial artist certification in our martial arts school. Get him to the second floor immediately. I'll personally verify his certification. A deep voice came from the walkie-talkie. Chuzhou, Instructor Yang Feng wants you to go to the second floor immediately. He wants to personally verify your martial artist qualifications. The staff quickly entered the information and said to Chuzhou. Okay. Chuzhou retrieved his identity card and quickly walked up to the second floor. On the second floor was a huge teaching hall. There were life field energy machines, combat strength testing machines, reaction testing machines, speed recorders, and other advanced machines. Chuzhou, my name is Yang Feng. I'm the instructor of this martial arts school. A middle-aged man in his 30s greeted him. He looked at Chuzhou with a burning gaze. It was really his big day. He had just recruited 3 geniuses into Battle Axe martial arts school. And now another has arrived. Moreover, he had obtained first place in the elite trial. He seemed to be even more powerful. He had to pull him into his Battle Axe martial arts school after verifying his martial artist qualifications no matter what. Yang Feng thought to himself as a warm smile appeared on his face. "Hello, Instructor Yang Feng." After Chuzhou greeted Instructor Yang Feng, who was a little too passionate, he was slightly stunned. He saw 3 familiar figures behind Instructor Yang Feng. Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi. "Could it be that you're here for the martial artist certification too?" Chuzhou asked. "I'm here to be certified since I advanced to be a martial artist." Ling Zhon nodded slightly, still as cold as ever. "Ha ha ha, old Chu, you're amazing, but we won't fall behind." Shi Meng laughed out loud and walked over as if they were familiar with each other. He stretched out his thick killing arm and hugged Chuzhou. "Old Chu, there's a saying that a temporary lead is nothing. The winner will be the last to laugh. We'll chase after you with all our might. Don't let us surpass you." Shi Meng was full of fighting spirit as he looked at Chuzhou with a burning gaze. Chuzhou smiled. He patted Shi Meng's shoulder and lamented, "Shi Meng, I suddenly envy you guys. You won't be lacking in goals during your lifetime. You can chase after my back for 10,000 years." Shi Meng. Li Qingxi also came over to greet Chuzhou with a smile and told him about her situation. "I was lucky. Even though I only ranked 4th in the elite trial, the elite trial this year was special. The higher-ups specially rewarded me with a tube of genetic potion. Thus, I successfully advanced to become an Awakening Realm martial artist." "Congratulations." Chuzhou smiled. Chuzhou was in a good mood since he was able to meet Ling Zhon and the other 2 old acquaintances in the martial arts school. So they all know each other, and they seemed to be quite close. Yang Feng looked at Chuzhou, who was conversing with Ling Zhon and the other 2. He felt that he had more confidence in getting Chuzhou to join the Battle Axe martial arts school. He couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand rang again. "Instructor Yang Feng. Instructor Wang Chuan from Nature Martial Arts School is here." "What? Old Wang is here?" Yang Feng's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. "Yang Feng, I heard that you recruited 3 new geniuses today." A middle-aged man with a crew cut in a black suit walked into the teaching hall with a proud young man. After the middle-aged man with a crew cut entered, he immediately looked around and saw Chuzhou, Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. "Eh? Wasn't there 3? Why are there 4 here?" Wang Chuan's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something as he muttered to himself. "Old Wang, are you a doc? Your nose is actually so sensitive. You've already received the word just as I've recruited them." Yang Feng gritted his teeth as he looked at this old enemy. However, his words also had hidden meanings and were misleading. He did not say that Chuzhou was here to verify his martial artist qualifications and had yet to join their Battle Axe martial arts school. "Ahem. Old Yang, I heard that you recruited 3 genius newcomers, so I brought the geniuses of our Nature Martial Arts School here to interact. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me. You're hiding something from me." Wang Chuan looked at Yang Feng suspiciously. "No." Yang Feng's expression turned serious. "In any case, they have already joined our Battle Axe martial arts school. It's useless even if you are here." "Is that so?" Wang Chuan chuckled and did not refute. He just kept glancing at Chuzhou and the others. Yang Feng was so angry that he almost cursed. Fuck. Old Wang was here to poach his recruits again. At this moment, the arrogant young man behind Wang Chuan also glanced at Chuzhou and the others. Finally, his gaze stopped on Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. "I know you. You must be the 3 most outstanding high school students of Jiang City this year, Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi." You three seem to be called the three monsters of the first high school. You're quite famous. It seems that your luck is pretty good. You have all become Awakening Realm martial artists. However, in my opinion, you guys are just barely qualified. Your talents aren't bad, but it's a little too much to call you geniuses. The young man said calmly, as if he did not take Ling Zhon and the other two seriously at all. He even treated Chu Zhou as a passerby and did not even look at him. Who are you? You're so arrogant. Shi Meng exploded. His eyes widened as he glared at the young man. Ling Zhon and Li Qingxi stared at the young man too. Chu Zhou did not mind. Instead, he watched the show with interest. Chapter 36, Stunned. My name is Xiao Yu. Why? Are you dissatisfied with my words? The young man named Xiao Yu looked arrogantly at Ling Zhon, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. You're Xiao Yu? The Xiao Yu that old Wang specially recruited into Nature Martial Arts School from Ning City next door a month ago? Yang Feng was slightly shocked. Ha, old Yang, that's right. He's Xiao Yu. Wang Chuan said proudly. Ning City and Jiang City are both satellite cities of Guangdong Base City. However, Ning City's martial arts have always been better than ours. Xiao Yu is the #1 genius of Ning City this year. If I hadn't acted decisively, Xiao Yu might not have chosen our Nature Martial Arts School. What decisiveness? It's nothing more than giving better treatment. Yang Feng curled his lips and muttered. Wang Chuan automatically ignored Yang Feng's muttering. He only thought that Yang Feng felt the grapes were sour because he couldn't eat them. Take a guess on the life field energy level which Xiao Yu attained when he advanced to become an Awakening Realm martial artist? Wang Chuan asked Yang Feng with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Yu's expression seemed calm, but he raised his chin slightly. Chu Zhou and the others also looked at Xiao Yu. They were also curious about Xiao Yu's life field energy level reached when he advanced. A person that old Wang spent so much effort to go to Ning City next door to recruit must be a genius. Yang Feng gave a number after pondering. 11. One's life field energy could reach level 11 when breaking through to the martial artist realm. Such a person would be considered a genius in satellite cities like Jiang City and Ning City. Of course, there was also an age limit here. One had to be below 20 years old. Wrong? Wang Chuan glared at Yang Feng angrily. Old Yang, it's not like you don't know me well. How can it be just 11? Forget it, I'll tell you directly. It's 11.8. 11.8? Yang Feng was a little stunned. Reaching level 12 in their life field energy when advancing to a martial artist under the age of 20 was basically something only national geniuses could do. Xiao Yu's level 11.8 was already very close to those geniuses. It was very lucky for a satellite city to be able to recruit such a talent. Yang Feng suddenly envied Wang Chuan. Xiao Yu raised his chin even higher. He looked at Ling Zhon and the other two mockingly and asked, what was your life field energy level when you advanced to become a martial artist? 11.5. Ling Zhon said expressionlessly. HMPH, there's nothing I can't say. I was 11.3. Shi Meng snorted and said in a rough voice. 11.2. Li Qingxi said calmly. They are all above level 11. Old Yang, you are also lucky. Wang Chuan sighed and thought to himself that he was too slow. The Xiao Yu that he recruited seemed to be more talented than Ling Zhan and the other two. However, one could never have too many talents. Looks like I wasn't wrong. Your life field energy was able to pass level 11 when you broke through to become martial artists. That makes you guys a little talented. But that's all. Every increment of 0.1 after level 11 makes a huge difference. Xiao Yu smiled coldly with a disdainful look on his face. Ling Zhon remained expressionless. Li Qingxi only frowned slightly, but Shi Meng was furious. He really wanted to punch this smug little gigolo in front of him. Oh yeah, Chu Zhou. Shi Meng suddenly noticed Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is abnormal and unfathomable. The strength he displayed in the elite trial far exceeded ours by one notch. His life field energy level must be shocking now that he has advanced to a martial artist. He might even be able to surpass this pretty boy. Xi Meng thought to himself. He just couldn't stand Xiao Yu's smug look. It would be great if the increase in Chu Zhou's in-life field energy surpassed Xiao Yu's and ruthlessly slapped his face. Chu Zhou, you have yet to take the martial artist qualification test, right? Instructor Yang is here now. What are you waiting for? Xi Meng shouted. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He also felt that he should complete the martial artist qualification test as soon as possible, so he looked towards Yang Feng. Instructor Yang Feng, can we proceed with the martial artist qualification verification? He asked. Sure. Yang Feng said. Xi Meng, you idiot, you're ruining my plans. Yang Feng glared at Xi Meng. Wang Chuan was an expert at poaching. He did not want to verify Chu Zhou's martial artist qualifications so quickly. However, even Chu Zhou had spoken. He could not delay any longer. Yang Feng could only bring Chu Zhou to the life field testing machine. There are two main tests for the martial artist qualification verification. The first is that your life field energy level must exceed 10. The other is that one's combat strength must reach the minimum standard of 1.000. You can test your life field energy first. Yang Feng asked Chu Zhou to stand on the life field energy test machine. Ling Zhong, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi all fixed their eyes on Chu Zhou. They were also very curious about how much Chu Zhou's life field energy had increased after he became a martial artist. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, did not care about this passerby at all. Chu Zhou. Why does this name sound so familiar? Wang Chuan muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. So it's him. He has also successfully advanced to a martial artist. He defeated Ling Zhong and the other two in the elite trial, and Ling Zhong and the other two's life field energy exceeded level 11 after they became martial artists. Ling Zhong even reached level 11.5. Chu Zhou's life field energy might very well surpass Ling Zhong's. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up thinking of this. Chu Zhou had caught his eye. It was time to use his specialty of poaching. He had to recruit him into the nature martial arts school. Beep. Yang Feng activated the button of the life field energy test machine under everyone's gaze. A red light immediately appeared and swept down from Chu Zhou's head to his feet. The next moment, two bold red numbers appeared on the screen of the life field energy test machine, 17. 17? Ling Zhong, Xi Meng, and Li Qingxi stared blankly. Instructors Wang Chuan and Yang Feng were dumbfounded. Xiao Yu, the genius of the nature martial arts school, froze. There must be a mistake. The machine is malfunctioning. Xiao Yu hurriedly shouted. Ahem. There might be a problem with the machine. Chu Zhou, step down first. Xi Meng, come up. I'll verify if there's anything wrong with the machine. Yang Feng could not believe the test results and asked Xi Meng to step up to test it again. Chu Zhou walked down indifferently. This machine was fine just now. Why did it suddenly break down? Didn't they say that the machines in Battle Axe Martial Arts School are the most advanced and reliable? Why does it feel like they're not reliable at all now? Xi Meng mumbled as he stood on the life field energy testing machine again. Yang Feng took a deep breath and pressed the activation button again. Xi Meng's test results were out almost instantly, 11.3. It was the same as Xi Meng's previous test results. There was no mistake. The atmosphere at the scene froze. Ahem, Xi Meng, you step down. Li Qingxi, come up. Yang Feng, still in disbelief, asked Li Qingxi to test it again. The result was soon in no time too, 11.2. This was consistent with Li Qingxi's test results not long ago. After 2 consecutive tests, the data was not wrong. This meant that there was nothing wrong with the machine. In that case, It also meant that Chu Zhou's test results were correct and effective. Gulp. Everyone gasped. They looked at Chu Zhou's figure as if they were looking at a prehistoric monster. Xiao Yu's face was ashen. His eyes were dull while he trembled, but he could not mutter out a single word. Chapter 37, Fucking Operation 17. This was an ordinary number. However, now, it was as if there was some kind of magic that firmly attracted the gazes of Yang Fen, Wang Chuan, Ling Zhong, Xi Meng, Li Qingxi, Xiao Yu, and the others. Xiao Yu, who had been extremely arrogant just now, seemed to have become a withered leaf at this moment. His eyes were dazed and listless. The blow was too great. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Old Chu is indeed a big pervert. He's simply too perverted. Xi Meng used 3 curses to express his shock when he overcame his shock. Even the geniuses carefully nurtured by those large factions, families, and large financial groups in Guangdong City probably can't compare to him. Ling Zhong muttered to himself. A true dragon is about to appear in Jiang City. Li Qingxi said in shock. This is a true prodigy. I have to poach him to my nature martial arts school at all costs. Wang Chuan was excited. He, old Wang, was going to unleash all his poaching ability. His surname would not be Wang if he did not manage to poach Chu Zhou to his nature martial arts school. Instructor Yang Fen, it's time to test combat strength. Yes? Yang Fen had not recovered from his shock yet. He brought Chu Zhou to the combat strength testing machine in a daze. Mobilize all the origin power in your body and hit the target of the combat strength testing machine with all your might. Yang Fen said. Wang Chuan, Ling Zhong, Xiao Yu, and the others instinctively held their breaths when Chu Zhou began the test. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou stared at the target and took a deep breath. This was the first time he was testing his strength after becoming an Awakening Realm martial artist. He wanted to know how much stronger an Awakening Realm martial artist was compared to an apprentice too. His feet were naturally separated, as wide as his crotch. Then, he raised his right hand. He willed the next moment. A stream of origin power surged out of his body and spread to his right hand. A grey energy wrapped around his right hand and vaguely condensed into a grey blade. An extremely sharp aura instantly spread out the moment the grey blade appeared. Everyone present felt a slight cutting sensation on their skin. This seems to be the D-rank combat technique, curved hand blade. Could this be an intent realm curved hand blade? Moreover, Chu Zhou's origin power is actually grey. How rare! The 2 instructors, Yang Feng and Wang Chuan, were filled with curiosity when they saw the changes on Chu Zhou's body. Chu Zhou's curved hand blade emitted a sharp aura from his hand. They were curious if Chu Zhou had cultivated it to the intent realm and also the reason why Chu Zhou's origin power was grey. After becoming an Awakening Realm martial artist, one's life field energy could be converted into an even stronger origin power. It could also be attached to the body or a weapon in hand which would greatly increase defense and destructive power. However, most people cultivated the basic breathing technique before they advanced to Awakening Realm martial artist. The origin power corresponding to the basic breathing technique was colorless. Only a small number of people had cultivated a certain type of breathing technique above C rank before advancing to becoming an Awakening Realm martial artist. This caused their origin powers to turn white, red, yellow, blue, purple, orange, and other colors. Gray origin power. It existed. It was, however, very rare. This is the origin power that only an Awakening Realm martial artist can possess. I hope it won't disappoint me. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His body suddenly moved, and the energy grey blade wrapped in his right hand instantly slashed out. In that instant, the grey blade was like a grey lightning that tore through the sky. He slashed the target of the combat strength testing machine with a bang. What a fierce move. This is definitely an intent realm curved hand blade. The 2 instructors, Yang Feng and Wang Chuan, were moved when they saw the extremely sharp slash just now. Their heads buzzed when they saw the numbers displayed on the screen of the combat strength test machine. Combat power: 2,300. Generally speaking, the combat power of a beginner awakened would exceed 1.000. The combat power of an intermediate awakened would exceed 2.000. The combat power of an advanced awakened would exceed 3.000. Chu Zhou's combat strength had actually reached 2,300. This meant that even though Chu Zhou was still a beginner awakening realm martial artist, his true combat strength had already reached the level of an intermediate awakening realm martial artist. He's really perverted, Ximeng said in shock. Ling Zhon, Li Qingxi, and the pretty boy Xiao Huaiyu all fell silent. Combat strength 2,300, reaching the level of an intermediate awakening realm martial artist. Not bad. Chu Zhou looked at his combat strength value and nodded in satisfaction. Instructor Yang Feng, have I passed the martial artist certification? Chu Zhou looked at Instructor Yang Feng. Of course. Wang Chuan interrupted before Yang Feng could answer. He looked at Chu Zhou with a burning gaze. He took a step forward and prepared to walk towards Chu Zhou. He wanted to use his glib tongue and experience to poach Chu Zhou into his nature martial arts school. However, Yang Feng stopped him as soon as he took the first step. Yang Feng smiled at Wang Chuan and said, "Old Wang, I might do something that will make you unhappy later. But you will definitely forgive me given our many years of friendship, right?" Wang Chuan was slightly stunned. For a moment, he did not understand what Yang Feng meant. Could he be preparing to tell Chu Zhou to block me and slander me? Or reveal the black dealings in nature martial arts school? Or even stop me from poaching? But I, Old Wang, have perfected my poaching skills. How can you stop me just because you want to? Wang Chuan thought that he had guessed Yang Feng's intentions and said with a smile, "Of course I'll forgive you. However, you probably won't be so happy about what I'm going to do next. You'll forgive me in the future too, I suppose." "Yes?" Yang Feng smiled and nodded. "That's good." Wang Chuan suddenly continued walking towards Chu Zhou after he finished speaking. Bang! A heavy blow landed on the back of Wang Chuan's neck all of a sudden. Wang Chuan was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to mobilize the origin power in his body before his vision turned black and fainted on the ground. Chu Zhou, Ling Zhon, Ximeng, Li Qingxi, and Xiao Huaiyu all stared blankly at Yang Feng. They did not expect Yang Feng to suddenly attack and knock Wang Chuan out. "Ahem, you guys heard it just now. I just told Instructor Wang Chuan that I'll do something that will make him unhappy. He has no objections and will forgive me." Yang Feng smiled and explained to Chu Zhou and the others. The corners of Chu Zhou and the others' lips twitched. They cursed in their hearts. If Instructor Wang Chuan knew that you would do such a thing to him, he would probably hack you into pieces, let alone forgive you. "Chu Zhou, your martial artist qualifications have been verified. I now officially invite you to join our Battle Axe martial arts school." Yang Feng walked up to Chu Zhou with a smile and invited him. How could Ling Zhon and the others not understand that the reason why Yang Feng had suddenly knocked Wang Chuan out was to prevent Wang Chuan from poaching Chu Zhou into nature martial arts school with the scene before their eyes? However, this operation was too flashy. Instructor Yang Feng, this is too ruthless. I have to be more careful in the future." Ximeng muttered under his breath as Yang Feng glared at him. "Eh? Xiao Huaiyu, why did you take out your phone? You're young, don't play so much with your phone. You have to know that too much play makes you lose your ambition. Leave your phone with me for the time being." Yang Feng grabbed Xiao Huaiyu's phone at lightning speed and held it in his hand when he saw Xiao Huaiyu secretly take out his phone from his pocket. Then, he looked at Xiao Huaiyu with a smile. Xiao Huaiyu swallowed his saliva and said with a bitter expression, "Instructor Yang Feng, you're right. I shouldn't play so much. I'll leave the phone to you for the time being." He originally wanted to report this to the chief instructor of Jiang City's nature martial arts school. However, he could only give up when he saw Yang Feng's dangerous smile now that his phone had been confiscated. Yang Feng even dared to knock out instructor Wang Chuan. Xiao Huaiyu was sure that Yang Feng would dare to do the same to him. This person was actually very vicious even though he looked like he was smiling. What an obedient child. Don't worry, I have money. I won't steal your phone. Yang Feng smiled and looked at Chu Zhou. At this moment, he was a little nervous. He could stun Wang Chuan and stop him from intercepting. However, he could not guarantee that Chu Zhou would agree to join their battle axe martial arts school. It would definitely be a huge loss for their battle axe martial arts school if a genius like Chu Zhou did not join them. Chu Zhou fell into deep thought upon receiving Yang Feng's invitation. Chapter 38, Joining the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. 1. Chu Zhou pondered. Martial artists generally had 4 ways out. First, join the army. Second, join the martial arts school. Third, join a financial group. Fourth, join the mercenaries. The army was a place where discipline and rules had to be strictly observed. There was not much freedom to speak of. It didn't suit him too well, especially since he had a secret attribute board. Joining a financial group might earn him a lot of money, but he would definitely have to serve the interests of the financial group, or even risk his life. This was equivalent to a high-level fighter of the financial group. He did not want to be a high-level fighter. Mercenary was a special profession. They were groups and individuals who participated in various conflicts and wars for their own benefit. Mercenaries only fought for money. They could be hired by anyone as long as the price was right. Chu Zhou did not want to become a slave to money and benefits. He ruled out joining the mercenaries without thinking. After careful deliberation, the most suitable thing for him was to join the martial arts school. The core of the martial arts school was to nurture martial artists. There would also be various conflicts of interest, but it was much more innocent. However, Battle Axe Martial Arts School was not the only martial arts school in the world. There were also Nature Martial Arts School and Spirit Martial Arts School. The 3 martial arts schools were established by the 3 strongest experts on Earth. The Battle Axe Martial Arts School was founded by the number 1 expert on Earth, Dragon. The Nature Martial Arts School was founded by the 2nd strongest person on Earth, Sol, nicknamed Sun God. The Spirit Martial Arts School was founded by the 3rd strongest person on Earth, Chang'e Saha. Dragon, Sun God Sol, and Chang'e Saha were the 3 strongest people on Earth. They were also the 3 most powerful and respectable people on Earth. The 3 martial arts schools they established were transcendental forces, on the same level as the 5 strongest countries in the world. I have an attribute board. Actually, there's not much difference to whichever martial arts school I join. However, Dragon is Chinese, so I'll join the Battle Axe Martial Arts School he founded. Chu Zhou had already made up his mind as he thought about it. Sure. Chu Zhou nodded at Yang Feng. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, you definitely made the right choice by choosing our Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Yang Feng could not help but laugh when he saw Chu Zhou nod. Wait a moment. I'll contact the chief instructor immediately and tell him about your situation so that we can fight for benefits for you. With that, he pressed the hollow brain on the watch on his right wrist. A 3D projection of an old man in his 50s immediately appeared in the air. Yang Feng, what's the matter? Chief instructor, I found a super genius here. Yang Feng quickly reported Chu Zhou's situation to the old man. Get ready to sign the contract. I'll be right there. The old man immediately cut off the connection after he learned about Chu Zhou's situation. Chu Zhou, wait a moment. The chief instructor is on his way. Yang Feng said to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou nodded. Waiting a little longer was nothing. In less than 5 minutes, the old man whom Yang Feng had just contacted arrived in front of Chu Zhou and the others. Are you Chu Zhou? I'm Cuihao, the chief instructor of Battle Axe Martial Arts School in Jiang City. Welcome to Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Cuihao was in his 50s, but his face was radiant and his smile was very friendly. He warmly shook hands with Chu Zhou as soon as he entered. Chu Zhou knew the reason why this important figure came to see him personally was definitely because he valued him. Therefore, he did not put on airs and responded with a polite smile. Chu Zhou, I heard about your situation from Yang Feng just now. However, I still have to verify it personally. If it's confirmed to be true, I'll report your situation to the Guangdong City Divisional Headquarters and get more startup funds for you. Cuihao said seriously. His words were somewhat similar to what Yang Feng had said to Chu Zhou just now. However, Yang Feng was reporting to him. And his reporting line was directly to the higher-ups of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Okay. Chu Zhou was naturally happy to cooperate if it was to enable him to fight for more benefits. He tested his life field energy and combat strength again. Cuihao was still very shocked seeing the scene with his own eyes, even though he already knew that Chu Zhou's life field had indeed reached 17 and his combat power had reached 2,300. He contacted a supervisor at the Guangdong City Divisional Headquarters without hesitation. A 3D projection of a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in front of everyone in no time. Yang Feng, the instructor, instinctively became restrained the moment he saw the middle-aged man in the suit. Old Cui, are you in the teaching hall? Yang Feng is here too. The middle-aged man in the suit glanced at Cuihao, Yang Feng, Chu Zhou, and the others and said calmly, Supervisor Chen. Yang Feng quickly greeted him. Supervisor Chen. This young man is Chu Zhou, the super genius we found here. Cuihao explained Chu Zhou's situation. What? His life field energy level reached 17? His combat power has also reached 2,300 right after he advanced? Supervisor Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard Cuihao's report. His dignified face revealed a trace of emotion. This is truly a super genius. Even the martial god clan might not even possess someone of this caliber. He looked at Chu Zhou with admiration and said, Chu Zhou, welcome to our Battle Axe Martial Arts School. I understand what old Cui means. How about this? We'll give you the best treatment as a genius. Your startup fund will be set at 25 million alliance dollars. Chapter 39, Joining the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. 2. You can buy breathing techniques, movement techniques, combat techniques, body forging techniques, meditation techniques and other secret manuals from the martial artist mall. You can also buy combat uniforms, weapons, and so on. The funds will be provided by our Battle Axe Martial Arts School as long as the total price is below 30 million alliance dollars. You can also choose to live in a villa in Jiang City or Guangdong City. Of course, you only have the right to live in this villa, not to sell it. Yes, these are the benefits I can get for you from the martial arts school. However, Chu Zhou, I think highly of you. I've decided to personally sponsor you with 100 million alliance dollars. Supervisor Chen smiled at Chu Zhou and continued. Cuihao and Yang Feng were shocked when they heard Supervisor Chen's words. They both knew that Supervisor Chen would definitely value a super genius like Chu Zhou very much. However, they did not expect Supervisor Chen to personally sponsor Chu Zhou 100 million alliance dollars after helping him to obtain the best benefits as a genius. Supervisor Chen, without a doubt, thought highly of Chu Zhou. Ling Zhong, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi were also stunned. The treatment that Instructor Yang Feng had fought for them was not low, but it was far inferior compared to Chu Zhou's treatment. The difference between talents is really greater than the difference between humans and dogs. My startup fund is 5 million alliance dollars. The martial arts school will also reimburse 2 million alliance dollars for the purchase of secret manuals and weapons. I originally thought that my treatment was very good. However, it's really a fucking huge difference compared to Chu Zhou's. Shi Meng muttered softly. Ling Zhong and Li Qingxi did not say anything. Their treatment was similar to Shi Meng's. They were far inferior to Chu Zhou. Xiao Yu was speechless. As a genius specially recruited by Wang Qian into Nature Martial Arts School, He naturally received good treatment when he joined. His startup fund was 12 million alliance dollars. He could also be reimbursed 5 million alliance dollars for the purchase of secret manual and weapons. He was already very satisfied with this treatment. There were not many new martial artists in the satellite cities who could obtain such treatment. However, it was still far inferior to Chuzhou's. "Thank you, Supervisor Chen." Chuzhou could not help but have a good impression of Supervisor Chen when he heard how he not only fought for the best treatment for him, but also personally sponsored 100 million alliance dollars. Greek Letter knew he loved people who gave him large sums of money. He had no choice. He was poor. He suddenly had 125 million alliance dollars in assets. He could even be reimbursed up to 30 million when buying secret manuals, weapons, and other things. Chuzhou was excited just by thinking about it. What does it mean to become rich overnight? This is it. Ha ha ha, Chuzhou, don't worry about this small amount of money. Supervisor Chen said generously. When you grow up in the future, you'll understand that 200 million is nothing. Nothing? Chuzhou felt that his view of money had been refreshed again. All right, old CUI, sign the contract with Chuzhou as soon as possible. By the way, Chuzhou, my name is Chen Bazhao. I think it won't be long before we meet again. I hope you can give me a surprise the next time we meet. Supervisor Chen smiled and hung up. Chief Instructor Cuihao and Instructor Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief after Supervisor Chen's projection disappeared. I can't help but feel nervous every time I see the supervisor, Yang Feng said with a smile. Me too. Cuihao also laughed. Who exactly is Supervisor Chen? Chuzhou looked at Yang Feng and Cuihao in confusion. Ha ha ha, Chuzhou, you're lucky to be valued by him. Supervisor Chen is one of the 4 giants of our battle axe martial arts school in the Guangdong area. It's very difficult to get his attention. He probably won't even bother to take a look at ordinary geniuses. Yang Feng lamented. Chuzhou is lucky. Supervisor Chen only needed to say a word to help you get the best treatment from a battle axe martial arts school. He even casually sponsored you with 100 million. But actually, these aren't the most important things. The most important thing is to be valued by Supervisor Chen. You'll know the benefits in the future. Cuihao also sighed. Chuzhou might not understand what Supervisor Chen's favor meant. However, the instructors of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School knew very well. Of course, they also understood why Supervisor Chen would personally sponsor Chuzhou 100 million. Chuzhou's potential was simply too astonishing. With Chuzhou's potential, his future achievements would definitely be great as long as he did not become a fallen martial artist. Manager Chen was investing 100 million in Chuzhou now. The return would be far beyond 100 million when he matures. Yang Feng and Cuihao both wanted to invest in Chuzhou after thinking this through. Soon, Yang Feng opened an electronic contract for Chuzhou to read. Chuzhou read it carefully and signed it without finding any problems. Chuzhou, welcome to our Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Yang Feng and Cuihao let out a long sigh of relief seeing Chuzhou sign off. Everything was settled. Chuzhou was already one of them. Chuzhou, you can prepare to move now. Our Battle Axe Martial Arts School has worked with the government to build 5 or 6 villas in Jiang City. Just let Yang Feng know which one you want to move into. Of course, it's fine if you want to live in Guangdong City instead of Jiang City too. There are Battle Axe Martial Arts schools in many districts of Guangdong City. Cuihao said. No, I'll stay in Jiang City. Chuzhou said. All right, I'll send you the information on the districts now. You can choose. I will also send your martial artist identity number to you. The startup funds will also be transferred to the account corresponding to your martial artist identity number. This way, you can log into the martial artist mall through it to buy secret manuals, weapons, medicine, and other items. As Yang Feng spoke, he immediately projected the information on the screen in midair. Beep. Chuzhou's phone vibrated as he received a message. He turned on his phone. He saw the locations, pictures, descriptions, and other information of the 6 residential areas. Apart from that, there was also his martial artist identity number. At this moment, the fainted Wang Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Supervisor CUI? Why are you here? He immediately had a bad feeling the moment he woke up and saw CUIHAO. Chuzhou, have you chosen your martial arts school? He immediately turned to look at Chuzhou. Instructor Wang Chuan, I've already signed the contract to join Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Chuzhou answered truthfully. Ahem. Old Wang, Chuzhou is already a member of our Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Don't think too much about it. Yang Feng coughed and smiled. Ah. Old Yang, you're too despicable. You actually ambushed and knocked me out. You even took the opportunity to pull Chuzhou into your Battle Axe Martial Arts School. I won't let you off. Wang Chuan immediately jumped up and tried to strangle Yang Feng's neck. He was that furious. This old Yang was too immoral. He actually knocked him out in order to prevent him from poaching. Savage. Beast. He would write his surname upside down if he didn't strangle that old Yang to death today. Old Wang, we're all civilized people. We have to keep our word. You said that you would forgive me. Why are you attacking me? PFFT, why talk about civilization with a barbarian like you? Not only will I attack you, I'll also bite you to death. Wang Chuan and Yang Feng started a fierce fight in the lecture hall. Chuzhou, I'm leaving. CUIHAO patted Chuzhou's shoulder and walked downstairs. However, he gave Yang Feng a thumbs up before he left. Yang Feng handled today's matter beautifully. Their Battle Axe Martial Arts School would have suffered a huge loss if a super genius like Chuzhou was poached by Wang Chuan today. Let's leave too. Chuzhou also left with the dazed Ling Zhan and the gang. Chapter 40, Sharp Blade Squad. Chuzhou, you're too abnormal. You've just advanced to a martial artist, but your life field energy level has already reached 17 and your combat strength has reached 2300. How did you do that? Shimeng stared at Chuzhou in amazement, as if Chuzhou was a monster, on the way out of the Battle Axe Martial Arts School. I accidentally achieved it while I was cultivating. Chuzhou chuckled. What an accident. Shimeng rolled his eyes. Chuzhou, your biggest gain this time is not the startup fund rewarded by the martial arts school, nor the reimbursement for purchasing secret manuals, weapons, and medicine. Instead, it's getting to know Supervisor Chen. Li Qingxi seemed to know Supervisor Chen very well. She continued. The person with the highest status in our Battle Axe Martial Arts School's Guangdong Regional Headquarters is the president, followed by the 3 head supervisors. These 4 are the giants of Battle Axe Martial Arts School in the Guangdong region. They each possess shocking powers and rights. Furthermore, they have very wide connections such as the top powerhouses in Guangdong City, the military, the government, financial groups, and big families. Chuzhou, your path will be much smoother than others since you are valued by Supervisor Chen. Chuzhou smiled. He had never thought of getting much benefits from Supervisor Chen. Nor did he think of relying on Supervisor Chen in the future. However, it was a good thing that Supervisor Chen thought highly of him. He did not reject it. Li Qingxi, this information is usually impossible to obtain. Looks like you're not simple either. Chuzhou looked at Li Qingxi with a faint smile. You think? Li Qingxi blinked playfully and gently brushed the hair on her forehead. Chuzhou was speechless as he looked towards Ling Zhan. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Ling Zhan looked up at the sky and said calmly, the 3 of us have worked together for many years and are used to it. We don't want to be separated. So, we joined the martial arts school and formed our own team. In the future, we will carry out missions and hunt monsters together. The 3 of you are going to form your own team? You seem to be lacking in numbers. Chuzhou said doubtfully. Martial artists needed a large number of cultivation resources to become stronger. Many cultivation resources required a large amount of money to purchase. Furthermore, many important cultivation resources, such as genetic potions, required certain qualifications to be bought. They must also produce sufficient contributions to humankind. Hunting monsters was the fastest way to obtain a large amount of money and contribution points. Almost everyone who becomes a martial artist goes to the wilderness to hunt monsters. However, the wilderness was the territory of monsters, and countless monsters lived there. It was too dangerous to go into the wilderness alone to hunt monsters. Therefore, basically, the martial artists would form small teams and enter the wilderness to hunt monsters or carry out missions. A normal team usually had 4 or 5 people. Ling Zhong and the others were only 3. There were obviously too few of them. Especially since Ling Zhong and the others were all rookies. That's right, our team is indeed lacking manpower. Xi Meng suddenly interrupted and grabbed Chu Zhou with a smile. Old Chu, you have not joined any team yet, have you? You can join our team. Ling Zhong and Li Qingxi's eyes lit up when they heard Xi Meng's words. It would indeed be very good if Chu Zhou could join their team. They were friends with Chu Zhou. They had a foundation of mutual trust with Chu Zhou after the experience of fighting humanoid monsters together in the elite trial. Secondly, Chu Zhou would definitely be able to grow quickly given his potential. It would be greatly beneficial to the development of the team. Chu Zhou, join us. Li Qingxi added. Ling Zhong did not say anything. He just looked at Chu Zhou sincerely. At this moment, Chu Zhou's thoughts began to spin. He believed that instructor Yang Feng and Cuihao would also arrange for him to join other teams if he did not join Ling Zhong's team. Moreover, it might be an experienced team. However, Chu Zhou had a secret like the attribute board, but he did not want to form a team with strangers. His cultivation speed in the future would definitely be very shocking. If he teamed up with a stranger, it would definitely cause many speculations and even all kinds of probing. He found it troublesome even though he was not afraid. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with being careful. It was always good to be more cautious. If that was the case, joining Ling Zhong's team seemed like a good choice. At the very least, everyone had common experiences in cooperation. They were more reliable than strangers with a foundation of trust. All right. I'll join you. Chu Zhou nodded at Ling Zhong and the other 2. Ha, this is great. Our team's strength has greatly increased with the addition of a freak like you, old Chu. We won't be inferior to those veteran teams even if it's just us 4. Xi Meng laughed excitedly. Welcome aboard. Chu Zhou, we're teammates from now on. Ling Zhong and Li Qingxi also laughed. Their team was truly formed with Chu Zhou's participation. What's the name of our team? Chu Zhou asked curiously. Our team has just been established. We don't have a name yet. Xi Meng scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, we have to decide who the leader is and also a name. This information needs to be registered on the official website of Battle Axe Martial Arts School. Previously, our team only had 3 people. I was afraid that our team would not pass the review. However, that will definitely not be a problem now that Chu Zhou has joined us. Li Qingxi smiled. The strongest person in the team is usually the leader. Old Chu, you're the strongest. You should definitely be the leader. Old Chu, your curved hand blade and sharp blade kick have both been cultivated to perfection. The blade is cold and incomparably sharp. Why don't we call our team Sharp Blade Squad? Xi Meng suggested. Sharp Blade Squad? That's a good name. I agree. Li Qingxi's eyes lit up and she nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. Ling Zhong also said. Chu Zhou also felt that it was not bad and did not have any objections. The name of the team and the leader were decided just like that. Xi Meng. From now on, you should call me Boss Chu. Chu Zhou patted Xi Meng's shoulder and said mockingly. Yes, Boss Chu. Xi Meng grinned and shouted. Boss Chu. Li Qingxi also called out with a smile. Chu Zhou suddenly felt a sense of responsibility looking at them. As the leader of the Sharp Blade Squad, he would not only care about himself from now on, but also think about Ling Zhong and the others. However, it did not burden him. Instead, it made him even more motivated. Perhaps I can forge the strongest team in the world. As he thought of this, his heart surged with emotions. All right. It's time to prepare to hunt monsters in the wilderness since our team has been established. Li Qingxi, please register a team's information on the official website of Battle Axe Martial Arts School. In addition, everyone should make good use of your funds to buy secret manuals, weapons, potions, and so on that you need during the next week. We'll gather again in a week. In the meantime, contact each other directly if there's anything. Chu Zhou said. Understood. Ling Zhong and the others nodded. Then, Chu Zhou exchanged phone numbers with them. After that was done, Chu Zhou separated from them and walked towards the bus stop, preparing to take the rail bus home. However, a black hover car stopped beside Chu Zhou before he could reach the bus stop. Chu Zhou, I'm Zhou Yunshan from the Zhou family. Come up for a chat. The car door opened. A square-faced middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat while speaking to Chu Zhou. End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.